were listening to all that then, Kosho, I think that like the last few minutes were definitely, in my mind was breaking down. So I guess the thing I would say to you, like Kosho, would you be open to understanding more fully what Alan is setting forth as to how, I'm just trying to put it into like as much layman terms as I can, as to how the system that we have access to can't be validated to be the the coordinate system that is based on what would be the accurate data.
How about this? I like Alan. I like him a lot. Okay? So here's what can happen. Why don't me and Alan together um, go over what is given to us by GPS? So, Alan might not know some stuff. I might not know some stuff. Why don't we just together go over what is given to us by GPS? What's given to us? And we can discover all together what it is we know about GPS, right? So we can go over the information that's given to us. Because I think that if it's done that way, I think all of us will realize that the one that's GPS aside from other uh, bits of data is that GPS is almost entirely, um, how do you say, its merit is based on the data that's given to us. Meaning, like, what's given to us isn't just, hey, by the way, this is where you are, blah, 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 blah. What's given to us is bits of data that only interpreted correctly tell you the positions and the distances and this type of thing. So I think that, and if we do this in a way that's not like competitive and not like, aggressive and whatever, if we talk about this in a way that's sort of cooperative, we can kind of go over together what GPS is, what data means, and what um, if that makes any sense. I think that might be more useful to most people.
Yeah, do you want to do it now?
No, I cannot do it now. I can't do it now. I can't do it now, Alan. But
Yeah, we're gonna start a
you called me out
4 hour.
like that.
We're gonna start a 4 hour event right now. Get ready. No, dude, that would be awesome, man. Absolutely, dude. If you guys did
Hey,
that,
'cause I'm not.
I think that would be
It's not.
incredibly productive, and I think many people would enjoy that. Absolutely, and could learn a lot from it. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds dope.
Because the next step, like with you guys being at the cutting edge of this, as it were, my next thoughts would be how this could be integrated into its either usefulness or lack of usefulness for ultimately for physics, but also for the Earth and all of these components. Because I think even in the mainstream, as it were, this information, because yes, many may claim that GPS is an accurate way to measure the shape of the Earth and some of these other components, and so to get to the bottom of it on that level so that everyone has as much education and understanding of it as to what it is, what it isn't, and the application to topics at hand, especially related to the being able, whether it's useful or not, in discerning truth about physics at all, in that light.
Well, it's crazy though. I feel like
Absolutely.
Alan. Go ahead, Alan. But Alan, I feel like Alan, when Alan had said that you can get millimeter accurate positioning, he agrees with me on that one. I feel like we both know that if done correctly, if you can get millimeter accurate positioning, you can get fucking accurate straight lines, which is what we're talking about here. So it doesn't matter how. It doesn't matter if we disagree on how these positions are gotten. If you understand that, then we understand that you can force the line using this. This is a better forced line than any other type of forced line. You know what I mean? Like then better than like making lines across the water because these are accurate fucking straight lines. And if you agree with what me and Alan had said, what Alan.
Yeah, but Alan's not saying that. I mean, he's saying that actually GPS shows we're not on a spinning ball. Like there's an absolute reference.
Yeah,
frame.
your raw
That doesn't
data comes
matter,
to
though.
you from a different reference frame from that which it was measured in. So you wouldn't know if what was corrected or changed about it to put you on the new coordinate system that makes you verify the globe, though. That's what's in question,
Okay.
right? Because
What?
like as I was saying earlier, right, it's a time interval system based on a constant variable, and under Lorentz covariance has to be an invariant transformation, and it's not. Like so, like that's
Yeah, but the question is, are those millimeter accurate positions millimeter accurate? Like, are those positions accurate?
Yes, in the first reference frame. How accurate they are in the next reference frame, who knows?
Okay,
And
what
what
about the reference frame? The reference frame of the water, the reference frame of the Earth. Are they accurate in the reference frame of the Earth?
they're accurate in the original reference frame in which they were measured in down to the millimeter. What happens after that is, who's to say?
Yeah, but that's the question though. Is it in the reference frame of the Earth? In the reference frame of the Earth existing? Because the Earth is stationary, right? So in the reference frame of the Earth is stationary, are those positions also accurate? And if they are, then they can be used as they're accurate, right? Like,
The raw data you get those already converted to a different reference frame, though. That's the whole issue at Ian that's pointed out by Wang in the documents for what is it called, like the control directive for the how GPS works or whatever. Those documents state about accounting for the velocity of the observer and all that, and the different distances and stuff. So it's you're not getting after you transform out of that, you're not going to get the same accurate stuff. Or and
right,
if it is you wouldn't know because it's already
fair
changed.
enough.
What you got's already changed.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Hey, Alan, real quick, this is a quick question. Where you from, Alan?
Ohio.
Ohio. Okay. I thought you were like East Coast a little bit.
That
Okay.
is that is East Coast.
Yeah. That's right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. All right. I'm originally from the East Coast. I'm in Texas now, but I'm from New York City originally, a long time ago.
Nice.
Um, well, it's I do my best. um, but no, but yeah, I always like talking to you, Alan, because you're always a cool guy. So it's good talk. But I'm gonna be listening for a little bit.
Yeah, you too, man. It's way better than most interactions I get. So
I gotta be straight up.
definitely appreciate the back and forth.
Dogs is one of the worst, man. I just gotta be straight up. But yeah.
Yeah, that's why after I answered the same question a couple of times, I'm like, let's move on. Like I don't I like talking and putting it out for the audience, but I have, a patience limit and short attention span. So like if it's not an active engagement, like I quickly get bored, agitated, and move on. So yeah, like that's why I'm like kind of short with that guy. Is if he doesn't understand it at the same level, and his inability to understand it or acknowledge the fact that he was wrong about his understanding of it is just, is a hurdle for him to get over, which I can't hold his hand through, you know.
Yeah, he just really is one of the worst. I hate to say it because I'm like, this sucks when this dude's on your side. And it's like you got no choice, but at the same
It's,
time, it's like,
it's all
what
good. It
can you do?
happens.
Yeah. But yeah, Gio, we black.
Yo, Gio,
Yo,
what do you know about the right hand rule, my man?
right hand rule of
Uh huh.
electric in
Y-
in in
y- y-
in electrical
Yes,
circuits.
yes, sir. Yep. So,
Ether drift.
all right, dude. So check it out, bro. You know how the sky has a high electric charge potential, right? With sprites and elves and all that, and how lightning seeks to go down to the ground, to discharge because of the neutral charge of Earth or whatever. So there's this, clear relationship where there's a high charge potential at the top, so a downward electric current coming down to the Earth. With me so far?
Yep. Yeah, for sure.
All right. So if you hold your thumb upside down and you follow the right hand rule, the curvature in which your fingers are going, they're going east to west. So the magnetic field is generated by the sky and the electric charge potential in the sky and the the downward current. the toroidal field is generated by that, right? What are your thoughts on that? Has to be, right? Right hand rule, baby.
Yeah. Dude, I heard you, but I right before you started talking, I just like spilled a cup of water on my table, so I was like trying to dry it up.
Oh
So,
shit.
but I was listening as well, but I just wanted to be honest that I had to it almost got on one of my hard drives, so I had to grab it. But
Oh yeah, you're straight.
pretty much good
Say it
now.
again. Say it again, though, Alan, because I
Yeah,
didn't. I missed it too.
yeah, because I want to hear it again as well. So yeah, if you
All
could.
right, so yeah, so they say Earth's magnetic core is generated through what was it, convection currents or whatever from the molten iron rubbing against slightly cooled molten iron, and the friction between that creates electric current, which generates the magnetic field or whatever. So in the flat Earth model or whatever, the sky has the highest charge potential, right? So if you look at the what is it, how a corona motor works, and sprites and elves, clearly as you get higher in altitude there's a higher charge potential, and at that charge potential seeks to equalize at the earth where it's neutral, right? So there's a downward flow of a current, and if you follow that downward current in the right hand rule, that instantaneously generates a magnetic field going east to west. So that provides the mechanism for our magnetic field that we exist in. Downward current of the sky.
Oh. Did you get that, Gio?
Yeah. So would that okay? So are you saying that the connection between the sky and the ground and the electrostatic gradient within that, along with the ether vortex, creates that right hand rule?
Yeah, so the charge potential, when it's traveling, right? So when it's seeking, when you see like sprites and elves going off, you're seeing like a violent excitation, right? An acceleration of the charge potential. And that's creating the electric field, right? And that electric field, because it's going down, or not self-induces, through the charge potential, it induces a magnetic current as well. So the high charge potential of the sky, and it's seeking equilibrium with the neutral charge of the earth, creates that downward current for the electric field, and that generates the magnetic field going east to west.
Yeah. So do you think of the whole thing like as like under strain in a sense between the like the sky and the ground, those plates, and then that strain creates, when I'm using the word strain like that there's something about that tension and the yeah, because I think of that with shooting stars too and other celestial and lightning in its own way, to where that interconnection along with the vortex creates that effect that the magnetic field has that right hand rule kind of foundation to it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So then what, yeah, compared to what they try to describe it as the core of the earth.
Yeah, because we don't really have a mechanism for it, but since we know that there's a bunch of electric charge up there, and uh, that that's a there has to be a magnetic field when it's what's it called, accelerating.
Yeah. Well, then what would your thoughts be on what the source of that is? Or like, meaning in their model, if it's coming from the core, as they try to say, but on an Earth that's stationary and has a foundational planar geometry, like in your mind, where would that field come from? Like, is it from outside? Is it surrounding? Or is it within the medium? Or how would that be expressed as in your mind?
So it just creates a toroidal field from I would say from like from the center, from the North Pole or whatever. So there would be, let's see,
Like from the north center out to the extremities and then back in?
Right, like, the interaction just creates the toroidal field, right? Because, we live in a circular disk probably, right? So, following that, um, it would just like, it would be like how the vortex starts or whatever, you know? It would be centralized from that and then expanding outward in a toroidal field. So, there like, whatever's at the North Pole, I think, is probably what holds all that charge potential. So I was kind of thinking about this, and this is just like, speculation station, right? So, Yggdrasil and all that, and the Tree of Life. So I think there's probably something at the North Pole that connects to the sky and and interacts in that way. And that's why it's blocked off from the distances that it is. And ancient civilizations probably knew about that because that's why they have like, a giant tree growing up through a central disk. There's something in the center that connects to the sky.
Yeah, dude, absolutely. And with toroidal fields, I mean, that's a deep thing. Everything you shared right there, there's a lot to that. Well, also, you like the idea of like the magnetic mountain at the North Pole, Mount Meru. There's the idea that the Great World Tree, as it were, used to be a tree that actually went all the way up to the heavens, as it were, at the North Pole. And then there's the idea that that has since been cut down and severed, which is even like the idea of like the pyramid, the Freemasons and all that, where they have the top of the pyramid is lopped off, and then there's the all-seeing eye. There's even, have you heard the idea that like that the Great World Tree has been severed, at least in this cycle that we're in, to the point to where that now is a mountain, and is that essentially that kind of pyramid with the all-seeing eye is perhaps related to this magnetic mountain at the center, and it's like lopped off, and then the all-seeing eye is sort of the like like Sauron and Lord of the Rings or whatever, but like that all-seeing eye is sort of the, it could almost be seen as like the demonic realm, or the Nephilim. There's all these different concepts and ideas, in terms of some kind of like evil takeover. In the idea that like the Great World Tree was severed. I mean, that's kind of one concept. I wonder if you'd heard of that or what you think. Of course, there's others as well. Like, I mean, could there even still be a connection there, or is the Great World Tree there right now too? Those are all. I wonder what your reflections are on that.
Yeah, I think it's probably still there now, or maybe if like, or the reason why they are obsessed with like building a new one and like going to space, like this whole, charade or whatever is about the idea of like creating another structure that reaches the heavens, something like that. Cause like, I'm sure you're familiar with the story of Babel and all that. And, it's just kind of like a fractal story of all of like, the desire to like get to the heavens, right? Like that's, like what it's about. So I think there's definitely like a major fascination with whatever's going on at the North Pole in that regards.
Yeah, absolutely.
According to Bird, it's of high military interest, and it's a little crowded at the North Pole. I thought it was all water.
Yeah, I mean they have a completely like, we should have images of this and all this, but like we got nothing. This is from, a map of the Western Passage. And then when you go to Google Earth and look at it, like, like that shit's not it's not real pictures of anything. So they're definitely got something on lockdown up there.
Yeah, and then you mentioned that there's a different GPS coordinate system. That's very interesting. So you're saying in the north and the south that like moves to a different
Yep, yeah, it automatically switches to Arctic mode or polar mode in the north and Antarctic mode in the south.
Wow.
Yeah, I can. I'll see if I can pull up the manual. I took some screenshots of it recently. But yeah, it's right in the manual. It has different modes for those latitudes.
That's such a dead giveaway because yeah, especially if they don't want us up there. That's so classic, that it would all of a sudden not be accurate likely, meaning like when we use GPS, there is obviously a certain accuracy. You can walk around your house, it moves you around, you walk down your driveway, or when you're driving a car and all that stuff. So if they like even admit to those different modes, then what a perfect kind of cover story for them to not give us accurate travel data in the north and south. It's just like boom. Like even if you make it there, you're not even going to have that as an option. GPS.
No, yeah, not going to have it as an option. So let me see if I can find.
But dude, I just posted a little image of the right-hand rule, like you were saying before. Dude, that is spot on. Yeah, exactly. With the magnetic field, which even that is a vortex in a way. Like you have the center of the toroidal field that moves up and around, and then you have the
Right. Two intersecting vortexes in between charge potential.
yeah.
That's actually what they added to, or that's what Maxwell added to. Forget what equation it was, but that's what he added to it. He said that the electric field can self-induce a magnetic field with no charge potential between it, and there's never been any experimental evidence in the 150 years since the equation was changed to verify that claim. But yeah.
Yeah.
Alan,
Well,
if you keep
well,
this up, they're not going to give Doofus his bonus this month. He's very upset.
Yeah, I'm not even reading chat, bro. Like we moved on from that. It's like beyond, like let me see if I can find that polar mode stuff. Cause yeah, it's a dead giveaway. Like you were saying, it's so obvious. It's like, oh, okay. So when you go there, it's just different for some reason, for reasons.
There's some
Yeah.
magnetic anomalies, so they have to adjust it. Yeah. They're not gonna, of course, they're not gonna give us accurate travel in those regions, but I mean, ultimately, what's wild about this right-hand rule is that's actually my understanding of how electricity, like it's not electrons that are shooting through a wire. It's basically what this shows. It's a vortex field that essentially surrounds the wire, and then if you want to call it traversing through, but it's not really traversing through the wire in the way they claim in terms of electrons. It's my understanding it's like a field that's actually moving along it. So it's interesting that this right-hand rule sort of is showing like the actual geometric diagram of the vortices, but of course that's not necessarily the model that they place it in. They place it in their own model, but then the right-hand rule is a thing, so then they still kind of go with that, but it's placed within the electron, atomic model systems. But when you put it in the context of what you were, yeah, exactly describing with that polarity between the flow of the field from top to bottom and just the interrelationship between the ground and the sky essentially and above, and how that has its own vortice nature to it would definitely like link to and show why the right hand rule is a baseline within the electrical system kind of world within
Yeah, absolutely.
electricians' usage of it.
Yeah, you'll like this paper, man. I'll make a little excerpt of it and I'll link you the whole thing. But it's basically the changes that Maxwell did to the four equations that are used to describe electricity and magnetism and the propagation thereof and all that. And the changes that he made were basically just so that they could facilitate infinite vacuum propagation, um, where the electric field self-induces a magnetic field with no charge potential between them.
Nice. That's good stuff, man.
See that image I just posted? That makes sense. They're all looking up at the sky with the exact same right hand rule type looking hand gesture.
No, I don't know about all that because the right hand rule would be for how we're applying it to the sky downward would be they would have to have their thumb upside down like the scene in the Gladiator with the Emperor thumbs downs, like that's the direction of flow.
Ah, okay. They could be referring to, I don't know. That's where the right hand rule comes from. I don't know. But you see the other one. This one here is there's a right hand at the top of this.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of, it's even interesting to think about that right-hand rule in terms of if you were to see it as the wire is like the middle of the toroidal field, and then the vortices around it on that scale, and it would make sense that that would be happening within the whole kind of within the whole Earth, within the whole system, at the locations all within the field, but also kind of seeing that pattern as like what's at the North Pole, like that center wire would be the North Pole, and then the entire vortice. So, like I was asking before, like, do you think that is the source of the whole field? Like, do you think the source is at the center, or is the center just part of the propagation of it?
Hard to say, man. I think it is. I'd like to. I only just started recently thinking about this because it was actually Zachary Zimbala from Globebusters who, on their gyroscope episode, brought this up, and it just like clicked so hard with me that like it just started making sense. But I'd like to think that there's something connecting the ground to the sky at the North Pole, based on absolutely nothing but just I want it.
Dude, what if they were hiding that? That is massive.
Yeah, they're hiding Yggdrasil, bro. I'm telling you. Like I was watching this new show called it's actually a pretty good show. I like it a lot. It's shoot, let me look it up. 1 second. It's a space show, but it's one of those shows where it takes place in space. It's not about the space, you know what I mean, so to speak. So it's very interesting.
Nice. Well, do you think?
Oh yeah, the Foundation. Yeah. So in the Foundation, they have on this like core planet that the Empire facilitates all their space travel and all that stuff through. They built a giant tower that goes from their planet surface to the to the sky or whatever, and goes into space like for no reason. It's just completely unneeded, and they like even talk about how unnecessary it is to do it that way. But they were like, yeah, but we got to do it to flex to let everybody know what's up. So like, I definitely think these people are obsessed with whatever's connecting the ground to the sky or whatever's at the North Pole. I think they're absolutely obsessed with it. Like all the obelisk and phallic symbols, I think they're like, there's they're like, oh, there's a big phallic there, and they're just super into it.
And even all the space rocketry to kind of launch up there as well in that whole story, the whole space.
Yeah, yeah, it's all metaphorical too, right? Because they send like Greek gods up there to like go into the heavens or whatever. Like it's very weird. Like they name all their projects Apollo, Artemis, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So some of my thoughts on this. Okay, so the center. Well, okay, if there was a tree, a Great World Tree that went all the way up to the center, and if Polaris, like, do you think Polaris is at the north? Because then there's the idea that if there was a tree going up there, wouldn't we, in theory, be able to see it, right, going up to Polaris? What are your thoughts on that?
Oh, true. That would completely invalidate it. Yeah. Dang, you just took away my thing going to the sky, bro. Dang it.
Well, no, I still have it. I got you though, because here's what I was gonna say. All right, so I wonder what you think of this idea, because I've seen it this way, and I think a lot of the ancient legends and so on do as well. Okay, so the idea that we're on this earthly plane, as it were, and when you go to the North Pole, whatever is there or may be there, if it's the center of this whole realm, like the center of the magnetic field, like the hypertoroid in the center, like that actual center, could it be that, because a lot of the ancient legends talk about how when you enter into the north like that, there's different concepts of it, but there's a concept, I'll just describe it this way, almost like if it was like the plot for like a script for a movie or something. But I'm also describing it as being as an idea that this would be the case, would be that perhaps there is like the 4 islands and the 4 rivers and that whole concept, that is a way that it can be expressed. There could be another way in which that Mount Meru, the massive magnetic mountain, is there as well. Now, whether we see those as like the same physical type coordinates as we have here in these lands that we're in is a whole nother question. But there's also all these like legendary like cities and worlds that exist at the North Pole, like Shambhala, Hyperborea. There's all these different ancient, these different, there's even Atlantis. There's those concepts as well. So what do you think of the idea, essentially, that once you enter into that northern region, perhaps like at certain areas of it or certain regions, it functions as like literally a portal of some sort or some kind of it's like entering into like the center of the field where like anything is possible. Now, whether that means it would be like a dream or whether it's like a trip or whether it's interdimensional, whatever that may be. But in that perspective, it doesn't necessarily take away the Great World Tree, because even though we can't see the Great World Tree from where we're at, the physical plane that we're at, what if when you enter into that north, there could be all
It reveals it.
possibilities.
Yeah.
It could then be revealed. Yes, exactly. It could then, you could enter into where that is there, and that is an actual reality.
Yeah, so I really am on board with that because I get to keep my thing that connects the ground to the sky. So I'm in, dude. No, that could totally be something like that, man. 'Cause it's really up in the air because the fact that the coordinate systems change in those locations, it's like, all right, man, like they want us to know where they want us to be, or you know what I mean? Like they don't want us to have any way to reference anything that they say is legit up there. So it's if for some reason somebody did end up there, like the coordinate system would switch and they wouldn't be able to accurately discern where to go once they're in there. So for all intents and purposes, going in there with inertial navigation systems and current technology would be equivalent to going into a completely uncharted zone, you know? It would be the same as a new realm, basically.
Well, there's even like the idea that like based on your frequency, as it were, is what allows you to access the different frequencies that are at the north or at the center there. Meaning, there's like the idea that because a lot of these ancient spiritual legends and traditions, and a lot of them were practices where, like in a lot of different, like in the Vedics, they have these where they would be doing these practices, like these different kind of meditations, and really like honing their frequency and their spiritual practices to then get to a certain point in their own kind of spiritual journey, as it were, with their own frequency and kind of honing in their own mind in those ways, that they then would make these pilgrimages. Like it was, often like once a year type of thing, or even where they would make these pilgrimages to the north, where they're specifically guided, to traverse to a particular area, as it were. And if their spiritual practice was sort of like sufficient, as it were, in terms of their or their attunement process and atonement, to the point to where if they reach that point in these pilgrimages, they will enter into like the Shambhala, Hyperborea, etc. Meaning, in many of these different legends, like, but within those frameworks, that when they have reached a certain their own development and their own practice, that when they go to the north, their frequency is one that allows them to enter into these very mystical, mythical, beautiful, not even necessarily mythical in terms of it being not real, but actually allows them to enter, even if we see it as like a portal, like into that portal, which then enters them into that whole world, a realm, whatever that may be, of and there's been these different legends of what those realms are and everything. But anyways, so with that being said, like if there's a certain like frequency that will kind of grant you access into that wavelength at the center, because it's like the center of the magnetic field, it could be totally different in terms of what we even consider as being the physical world at the center. And then that would put an idea that if there are some like darker, lower vibrating, evil, demonic, whatever it may be, entities that have sort of their influence on us here, that maybe when they're at the center, at the north, they're not accessing those magical lands of Shambhala or Hyperborea. They're in some other lower frequency of it. But in that framework, it's like maybe they don't have access to the Great World Tree, and they want it. And so they want to try to launch rockets and blow to the dome and do all this stuff. And they're pissed off. Is one perspective, that they want to do that. And they know that we can access it. So they definitely don't want us going there. That's one perspective as well.
Yeah, and they keep us distracted, divided, full of poison and toxic stuff, basically all the stuff that people didn't used to, be affected by, in previous times. And it's just much easier to get people in a state where they can't see it either anymore.
Yeah, like are they purposefully trying to lower our actual vibrations at every level they can, with deceptions, with toxins in the water, GMOs, all this stuff, just so that even if we were able to get to the north, that we still would be
We wouldn't be genetically equipped at that point.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
what it seems like they're doing is that they're systematically like poisoning and neutering our natural abilities. Like, they put like these synthetic materials in our shoes starting in like 1960, and it ties our shoes up, it binds them up, so our feet don't actually develop, so then we become dependent, right? And every system is kind of like this, where they just keep introducing systems that neuter our natural abilities, and that includes poison, that includes food, that includes the education, it includes every aspect of economy and interaction that we have. Like, it's all just they take one more step, and then one more step, and then one more step, and then eventually we become a farmed animal, of which become useful to them. So this is not something that just started. They've been doing this for a very long
They
time.
perfected it, really.
Oh, they have perfected it, but it's only because we are so powerful. Like, even through perfection, we still, if you take a GMO seed, it takes 3 to 4 generations for the GMO seed to return to its original form. So the information isn't necessarily stored in the seed. It comes from the space around it.
Crazy.
And then I believe the human spirit is the same way, in that it's always seeking to return to its original self. And that unless they kill off all of our ability to reproduce entirely, they're not able to accomplish the goal they're trying to accomplish. They can try to circumvent, but it's just not, it's not sustainable, because if they do it too much, it's an act of war, and then they die because they're such a small minority. But if they continue what they're doing, they can, through an act of attrition, they can they can kind of accomplish a similar goal without gaining too much attention. But the human spirit is just so strong that it's always seeking to, even if you knock it down in one area. I mean, what do you think autism is? Autism is this person got poisoned or something like that, let's assume. And then what do you know? If his vision goes bad, then his hearing is going to be great. If one aspect, he can't do math or he can't communicate, well, guess what? He's going to be some kind of like genius, like Nikola Tesla or something like that. Like, the spirit is always seeking to excel in any endeavor that it can achieve. And if you neuter one aspect of a human, they're going to excel in all the other aspects. And this is kind of their problem, is that we're just more of like pests that, keep being better and better and better, and they can't really control it as much as they would like to.
Yeah,
Absolutely,
I would agree.
bro. Yeah. Hey, I'm gonna head off, man. I've had my fan off for a hot minute. I'm burning up, boys. I'm ready to head to bed. But I appreciate you guys listening, and the back and forth earlier with Kosho. It was awesome.
Yeah, nice job, dude. I had no idea bringing up Michael so early. Like I said, it's gonna turn from an alley oop into a 5-hour past your bedtime thing. So.
Oh yeah, I mean, dude, I wasn't gonna just let that slide again, because he was already like, "Didn't I debunk that earlier?" It's like, nah, dude, your misunderstanding didn't debunk it. So I figured I'd tag in and stretch out the old arguments, since I didn't get to do any on modern day debates. So
nice.
All right,
always
peace,
good,
G's.
dude.
Adios.
Yeah, for sure, Alan. That was awesome, bro. Yeah, man. Have a good night. Cheers.
Yep, you too.
I'm really glad he's on our side.
I was thinking, if we want to know how criminals think, maybe we should hire a criminal. That was for people who know.
What do you mean by that?
Don't worry about it.
Oh, that's it was Alan. It was Alan leaving, so I hope you weren't implying anything about Alan.
Wait, what? No. I would
that's the
never.
reason I wanted you.
Never say that.
Okay, yeah, I wouldn't think so.
Inside joke, man. I'm sorry. I
Yeah,
can't tell you.
but we're on air. Inside jokes are getting misinterpreted, I'm sure, by
Yep.
everybody.
Well, I'm not allowed to talk about it. So
Well, then don't say anything.
I didn't.
Okay. Well, you did.
No,
I
I said. What did I say?
don't know. It doesn't matter now. We're making too
See.
big a deal of it.
Yes, you are.
It always leads to these awkward silences. That's the problem with doing that, you know?
It's okay. We were in a transition anyway. Unless you got something you want to continue with.
Actually, it's funny because as you were talking, I happened to run across an old picture of Ava Braun compared to Lillian Disney. You might not have seen, but you've seen it already, probably.
I can't do the There's a couple of them I can't go there with you, Dave. I don't know.
Oh, that's the
You
one
said-
you support that I don't necessarily
Which one?
support.
Which one?
There's Ava Braun and Lillian Disney. The wife, Ava Braun and Lillian Disney.
Okay. Yeah,
That was like for you or whatever. But I don't know if I got it from you or if it was something that you hadn't seen.
It might have been part of a video I watched. I haven't like done a deep dive.
It's in my old file, so I wondered if you'd seen it. I'll just send it to you.
Okay. I don't think so. Yeah, that one was not mine. I have a very I think you've seen most of the stuff that I've talked about. You know, Demon Stride is highly offended that I would say Kurt Cobain is Rivers Cuomo. And so I sent him a message. I was like, let me maybe I should put together a presentation about how Kurt Cobain faked his death. And it's specifically says in his rules not to undead Kurt Cobain. I was like, yeah, I'm trying to break the rules here.
He made a specific rule to not undead
Yeah, he's just
Kurt Cobain.
drunk and he put it in
Okay.
the rules. Yeah.
That's funny. Yeah, regardless if he's Rivers Cuomo, the death doesn't seem like it makes sense because just based on the idea that they like pretty much directly blamed Courtney for it, and she never even had to defend herself, so makes no sense.
Well, I heard that a shotgun blast to the head leave a lot of blood, so kind of a problem.
I don't know what Rivers Cuomo's doing, walking around with Kurt Cobain's writing songbook. Did you know that?
Yeah, he idolizes Kurt Cobain, and he says, "I wonder what Kurt Cobain's music would sound like today." He's written a tweet like that. It's just they had a cover band called Goat Punishment, which only played Nirvana songs, and it's the band was Weezer.
Right? And there's I mean the fans that's the other crazy part about it is that means he had to be touring with Weezer and Nirvana at the same time at one point.
Well, there was a transition period, and there's only one. I think there's only one scheduled date that overlaps. There's like a Reddit post about it actually. Like there was no overlapping dates.
There wasn't any. I thought there wasn't any that overlapped, and that's why they were convinced.
Oh, okay. Well, then I could be. I remember it being like 0 or 1, and I just said 1 because I didn't want to over emphasize. See, this is what I do. I do this because of the Globers. Actually, they're like, "Oh no, you're just exaggerating." Like, "Oh, okay, well." So now everything I do, I say in the favor of like the opposition. Like, oh, well, I'll just give him an extra.
You have to
I'll round up.
add something just in case there's somebody that's like, oh, how could you say for sure? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm always
But no,
rounding up when I speak
there
now.
was so many fans or so many people convinced of it that he actually had to do like a Facebook wearing a blonde wig to like act like he's Kurt Cobain as a joke to either defend it or acknowledge it or whatever.
What are
You
you
saw
guys?
that, right?
What are you guys saying here? Kurt Cobain is someone? What are you
Yeah,
saying?
he's Rivers Cuomo of Weezer, the lead singer.
I'll put my comparison in the chat for you, Gio.
All right, I'm going to give that a big negative. So explain to me how that, in my viewpoint.
Okay.
So explain to me how that. What your thoughts are though? I'm
Yeah,
not trying to knock it.
that's
I'm
him.
not trying to knock it. I'm just saying I don't agree. So I'd like to hear more.
Okay, it's him. So you don't have to agree.
The lead singer guy.
Yeah.
You're saying that's Kurt Cobain.
Yeah. Actually, I've got an interview from 1994, supposedly 1994. This is the funny part. When they do these swaps, they do these like recordings and stuff, and then they release them at different times, claiming at a certain time it was taken. They do weird stuff like this. And at the end of the video, it literally says email Dr. Elvis 33, and there's not even a domain name. It's just a name. It's really funny. Like, it's obvious that they're pulling off a hoax, and they're asking about why the titles of the album all have to do with Satan and stuff, and then Goat Punishment has devil horns in the fucking logo, and it's just really obvious for anybody who looks into this stuff. I mean, back then it nobody probably would have noticed, but these days with people like us who are always looking at this stuff, it's like, oh, okay, yeah. Wait, did you? Oh, you posted that? Okay, so there's that one, and then there's where is the?
And keep in mind there had to be some plastic surgery done. They had to get rid of the dimpled chin, do a couple little alterations on the face. But I mean, it could be. I'm not 100% on this one necessarily.
Way 100%. I've already looked at all the veins throughout the arm and the hand, all that stuff. And he was when he played guitar, he was what do they call it? Ambidextrous. He could play on both sides.
Yeah.
So like when he was studying at the home, he would play both ways. It's not like a big deal for him.
There's also fans. There's a lot of people convinced of this, Gio. It's not just an off-base theory because they went and looked at the tour dates for Weezer and Nirvana when they were actually both existing, and there wasn't any conflict supposedly. And then also they say the guitar style and the riffs that he uses are too similar to Kurt's to be a different person. I didn't check that as much, but
they did.
There's also,
they did do surgery on his voice though, and it is kind of puny. They did like the feminization surgery that they do on trans people, and that's kind of where they got the techniques from. Like the techniques that they do for the faces, they got from military surgeries. So like in war, they would do these reconstruction surgeries and they would create these techniques, and it was carried over into Hollywood. That's how they do like nose jobs and all other things. Yeah. So I'm trying to find this picture. I'm sorry. 1 second. Ugh. But yeah, the voice feminization and altering is also a method they do. They just fuck with the vocal cords a little bit. And he doesn't have the same rasp that he used to, and it's actually really disappointing. You take like a really beautiful voice like that, and then you alter it for some kind of ritual. It's just sad.
I have done quite a bit of research into the Kurt Cobain suicide story, and with Courtney Love, and she hired a private detective who was like a retired police officer. She like hired this private detective for years, and he ended up coming to the conclusion that she was actually involved in having Kurt Cobain killed. So not that it was a suicide, but that she was involved in basically hiring people to have him killed, as it were. And the actual private detective that she hired, this retired police officer guy, who was very good at what he did, apparently. And there's interviews and documentaries and movies and with him describing the whole thing. And I don't know if did he write a book, or there's several movies for sure. But
well, they did JFK, so.
And so I have done quite a bit of research into that in terms of that whole story. and how
Look at
maybe
this here.
on how this private detective that she hired ended up. Even though she hired him to like help her or whatever, he ended up concluding that because he was so deep in it, that she actually was involved in having him murdered, as it were.
Well, they would have those different stories, right? I mean, clearly, if you're going to pull this off, you have to have, competing theories. And she's never been challenged for the supposed murder, right? So these are like very safe competing theories, especially for people who, if there was gunshot wound to the head, this is not something that they would play around with, but they didn't do anything to her. Like it's kind of a tell. You have something that fans are like possibly pleading for, and then nothing happens. So if you look at this ear, what you'll notice is that what they've done is they cut just above the ear hole, and then they flatten out the top of the ear, and then where he had no earlobe, it was all straight. They just cut a little slit there, and they gave him an earlobe with the fat that was already there. But other than that, the cartilage is identical. And then they got rid of the butt, chin, and they do this thing also where they remove the webbing, at the top of your lip, underneath your lip. They remove that webbing and they alter it so that it flattens out the mustache. And I think those are about the only changes that they did, is the ear, the butt, chin, and the lip. But it's the same man. I've already checked this out extensively. It's the same man. So. And this is why he still tours with all the same people. The type of songs that they make are the same, if not just more mature. If anybody knows, Dave Grohl knows. And he's in the club. He's always playing Satan in movies and shit.
Well, from the perspective that Courtney was some involvement in the idea that he was murdered and all of that and killed, I've wondered, and I've seen some of the body language when they're all like, there was this one where they were all on stage together, so you can see like all their body language, and I definitely have thought like what they actually know or don't know about that. I mean, I do think Kurt Cobain was killed. I think he was a real person who was killed in that way. I don't think he's this guy, but I hear you though. I mean, I'm always open to hearing other people's perspectives, but this guy looks totally different to me. This doesn't look like the same person.
There's another clue here I found. If it is him, there's a video. I'll post the link to it, but I just made a little GIF to like show like the depiction of him dealing with this drunk blonde girlfriend, and it looks very much like a Courtney situation that he might have had to deal with as Kurt Cobain, if this is true.
I mean, he was a drug addict. I mean, when you saw those like what is that acoustic, the famous acoustic Nirvana Unplugged. I mean, that was like, I mean, you could tell he was strung out on heroin and God knows what else. He was like a cigarette smoker. He was like, he had like, seemed like kind of depression. And the claims that he was suicidal, like from what I've understood, were apparently not the case. Like as far as the, narratives and information that's out there, that he wasn't actually suicidal, but that was pegged on him to kind of be the cover story. And there's this component apparently that, from my understanding at least of what is told, is that she was thinking of divorcing him, or no, sorry, vice versa. Well, first of all, that he like Nirvana was offered to play, I forget what is it, Lollapalooza or something, or this whole tour, and they were going to get like $50 million, and then apparently Kurt Cobain or like Nirvana decided not to do it because they didn't really want to do that whole kind of tour and do that whole mainstream type thing. And then Courtney Love was like really pissed that he didn't get the 50 million. And then from my understanding of the story, is that, they were married essentially. They had their daughter and all that. And that she she overheard, as it were, that he was thinking of divorcing her. So like that they were already kind of a little bit apart at that point. They weren't really like sleeping together and like living together at that point. And there was whatever tensions going on. And she was like cheating on him too and stuff like that with other like band members or other people in other bands and stuff. And that he was thinking of divorcing her. And if he decided to divorce her, they had a prenuptial agreement that would mean that she potentially wouldn't get any money or she would get very little. And so my understanding of it is that, whatever the millions they had, she basically realized, okay, he's going to divorce me and I'm going to get nothing. Or boom, she hires to have him killed and then she'll get all the money. And that is my understanding of kind of how it went down, is that, indeed she did hire, pay someone to have him killed so that she would get all the money. And then obviously she did get all the money and then was able to do her other bands and all the other stuff, that her whole kind of, her whole life after that, as it were.
I'll win you over. It's okay. I won you over with JFK. It took a while, but you'll get your head wrapped around it. This one's very emotional for a lot of people. I get it.
Yeah, in the Kurt and Courtney movie, her dad is basically like, accusing her of his murder, or his supposed murder. So, I mean, that's pretty direct. I mean, she should have been like, at least made to be like answer why, some of these questions. It's interesting that she never was like formally accused or even questioned publicly or had to even like put out a statement of why it is that, people are saying that. It was just like almost like that's a game. The game that she doesn't care that they're accusing her of it because he's not dead. That would be the only other thing that makes sense of it to me.
Well, I definitely think from my understanding of like the whole story, because that detective guy, like his whole story, is very well documented. Like all of his reports and paperwork and everything, his whole story is like and I've seen a lot of interviews with him talking about it as well. But apparently they didn't actually do like a full investigation on the murder, basically, or on this quote unquote suicide. Apparently, like they specifically, like the chief of police or whatever, like actually made an executive order to shut down any murder investigation. So they just wrote it as a suicide, even though there was apparently tons of evidence of an actual murder in terms of like the gun and all these different things. Specifically, like apparently when they found his body, the gun was like, there's a bunch of components to it. Like it wouldn't have been possible for him to have shot himself because the kickback of the gun, the way that the dead body was holding it, would not have. So it shows that it was someone else that actually pulled the trigger. They like overdosed him with heroin and then pulled the trigger for him, basically.
So now we're ruling out depression as any reason that he died, that he didn't kill himself. So
No.
At least we got that out of the way.
I don't think so. Yeah, from my understanding of the whole. Anyways, but the fact that the police chief like shut down the further investigation, there is potential that whatever Courtney Love's kind of connection is with who knows whatever kind of structures or whatever it may be, that there may have been some collusion for the police and so on to not investigate it, in some way out of whatever her connections or something like that, or however that played out. There's also this interview of this guy that like they literally went to this like sorry to link so many ideas together, but this interview where they found this guy who like literally lived in a trailer park and he was connected to this whole story. And there's an actual interview I saw with him where they kind of confront him on the street and they ask him, and now, it's one to whether you think he's making it up or real, but it to me, it seems very real in terms of his behavior and his body language. And he basically admits that Courtney Love offered him $50,000 to, I think his words were to whack Kurt Cobain. Yeah.
Right. Well, see, that's the other thing is like, that's a pretty strong accusation that she should have at least been made to like answer that. And the fact that she hasn't like ever publicly said this is like wrong. I mean, like think about if you really did die and she's being accused of it. Don't you think that if she didn't have anything to do with it, that she would, come out and say, look, this is crazy. I don't know. This is like the most whack thing ever. So either she did have something to do with it and that's all like, but if she did, then she would also probably have to be like, put on trial for that because that's a huge deal. He was a famous person, I mean.
Well, there's the idea.
It seems like it's all a game for us. It's like a show for us. All of that could be a show for just us.
Yeah, but it could
confirm he died.
Right. But it could be deeper also from the idea that that she may have had whatever connections in Hollywood and in that whole world, and that she could have had connections or collusions between people she knew in Hollywood or whatever that may have been, to where she could get away with it and knew that she could get away with it.
Yeah, but there's so many people that are his like fans of his. I don't think they would have let her get away with it because he was so big.
Well, there's also like interviews with her where she's like basically admitting it, like not fully, but there's some wild like video of her not like fully admitting it, but for her basically kind of like sort of like Freudian slip, kind of hinting very strongly at the truth of it.
Well, see, but that makes me
It's
that
like
makes me
laughing-
think even
it's
more
like
that
a-
it's just a game. Like she doesn't care because they don't care what we think about her. They pulled off that thing, and anything that like hints at like reaffirming that he's dead doesn't matter, even if they
like
think
a
she killed him.
delight kind of thing.
Yeah,
They don't really care. It's like, hey, she feels free to do so because it's not going to hit her in the ass.
she wouldn't be doing that if you wouldn't think otherwise.
So do me
there's
a
the idea of,
favor.
like the guilty conscience too, though. Like that can be deep in people in terms of like little, because in the
Yeah.
one I'm talking about, she was like super strung out as well. So, and it's not like a public appearance type video. She's just like, so it's kind of on a home video kind of type thing. But like, yeah, the way that I think Stanley Kubrick may have had that in terms of what he was involved with.
I got two more clues and then I want to go, but I have to go. But there's another one, 2 song things, right? So he's going, "Ooh, I look just like Buddy Holly," right? So it's like he now looks like Buddy Holly because if he was always just the guy, supposedly he went to Harvard and all those kind of things. I guess you could go back and like try to figure out if he actually. I mean, I researched that. Didn't
Nirvana do that video where they dressed up like remember from that show from the 50s? Was he dressing up like Buddy Holly? I think
that was Weezer.
Okay, but didn't Nirvana have one as well? It is. It's what's In Bloom is the music video where maybe he's not supposed to be Buddy Holly, but it's like a scene from like the 50s, which kind of has that whole Buddy Holly like thing to it.
Oh yeah, but you know the Weezer one, right? Where they're like in the Happy Days restaurant, yeah. And he's like, "I look just like Buddy Holly," but he always had those glasses supposedly. So why would he be saying he looks like Buddy Holly as a thing to talk about unless he now looks like Buddy Holly? You know what I'm saying? And then,
well, I would like
the
to
other thing,
but dude, okay, maybe what is the Nirvana one here? I'm going to post it. It's
Briggs just posted it.
Yeah. So that's not
Interesting.
Buddy Holly though. What is that? What is that like recreation supposed to be in the kind of?
Well, anytime you put those glasses on and you're singing, it's kind of a Buddy Holly impression.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. So what is?
And you know what's funny about that video is that he actually is acting like Rivers would act, except he's like putting on an act to be that way in this video.
What is the Nirvana one? What is the mainstream story of what this is replicating? Is it just a random like scene from the 50s, or is it from like the Dick Van Dyke Show or something?
I mean, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like a talk show. Like, yeah, that's very weird. I didn't even know about this. Or at least I forgot about this. But it's like a perfect parallel to the whole Weezer thing that he did.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to say also, Gio, if you have a second, watch like a few seconds of one of those videos I posted of the 1994 public access video or interview.
Yeah,
because
I'll look at any. I mean,
what you'll see is, like, if you actually look at him, it looks like he's wearing a wig, or he had some like crazy hairdo or something. But like if you look at the way that the hair like sits on his head and everything, it's literally just him. Because back then he would have looked way more like the Kurt that we know. And if you just look at him, like his stature and everything about him is the same.
Talking about the Kurt
he's trying
Cobain
not to
stuff you sent
speak
me.
because what?
Yeah, and him standing with there's pictures of Rivers Cuomo standing with his old, well, if he was Kurt, standing with the old bandmates. He's the exact same height compared to those guys. Same like clothes style too. I looked at that. Like they have the same kind of like grungy kind of like, you know, what do you call it? Metro? No, like new. How do you call that? It's still like the sweaters are very similar, and they wear It's the same style of clothing. But also, Dave Grohl recently, supposedly just recently, admitted that the song "Hero" was about Kurt Cobain. And if you think about the lyrics in that song, you're ordinary. Now he's calling Kurt Cobain ordinary, the way he looks at least, maybe is the idea. Also, the fact that there's a big connection. He's carrying around Kurt Cobain's writing songbook, like where he wrote all his songs. So that's a pretty personal item to be carrying around.
And he wrote a tweet once that said, "I wonder what Kurt Cobain would sound like today."
Same management, right?
What about that the newest album they released, where it's greatest hits of all the others? Like, have we had a matchup where any of that would maybe cross reference? With the Weezer stuff, I'm saying.
Honestly,
like they did like a
their shit sucks
newest
now,
album.
so I don't keep up with it.
Yeah. You get past the green or blue album, and it's kind of music was much better back, like maybe 20 years ago.
Well, also you have to think about if, like, say Kurt Cobain had these other songs and these other like kind of more poppy songs that he would like to do, or had written, but he's got this whole collection of songs that he can't do because he's the king of grunge. He can't go from being the king of grunge to being a pop star. So this would make sense for him to have a new career and have a totally different style of music. Because if you knew it was Kurt Cobain and he just decided to become this Weezer guy, people would be like, "Oh man, what a sellout."
It's even deeper than all this. There's like 10 more things, guys. Like it's extremely conclusive. There's no way all these coincidences are like, it's just not a thing. And furthermore, he died at 27. It's very likely that this was planned by whoever like signed him or set him up with the music industry, because they have a thing about the 27 club, and everyone in that fucking club, we know who they are now, or at least most of them. Like 80% of them, we know who the fuck they are.
I had a different theory. It was always Courtney when I was like going through the shit. Like my thesis in high school was about how the Kurt Cobain bullshit. He was, assassinated essentially by Courtney. Like, she had set it all up to kill him because he was going to be leaving the record company and he wanted to get away from it. Like, essentially all of his music said, like, I don't know, like, it may be possible. So the thing I wonder is, like, was surgical, like, facial reconstructive surgery this, like,
dude, I've had it done. What he had done was minuscule compared to what they have the ability to do. I've had $100,000 surgery done on my face. I had full facial reconstruction, bro. So this is actually one of the reasons I'm so interested in these things, because I know the techniques. I've talked to the doctors. I've had some of them done to me. I understand.
Right, but what year? Like, how long ago was it? And that's what I'm out.
Early 90s.
Early 90s, crazy. And
dude, they had the first nose job in like 1890. Okay, they had the first leg lengthening surgery in the 1950s from Russia.
Yeah, that shit's creepy as hell.
If you've ever seen the movie Gattaca, there's a reason it's in the movies.
Absolutely. Dude. Yeah, no, that shit creeps me out. Like watching that shit.
It's because a lot of the ideas they get for these movies came from the necessity of whatever rituals they had them perform. A lot of these people, when they change identity, they might make them taller. They might shave their,
Right.
They might say, as part of your contract, if you want to stay famous, you want to stay relevant, you have to follow the fucking rules. And they change their whole persona, give them a new name, everything.
What I'm wondering is, like, if we were to check, because you had the surgery in the 90s and everything, is your stuff like as hidden as their stuff is?
No,
like,
dude, I literally went to school the next year over summer and no one knew who I was.
Crazy. And like now, like, even when you look, like, there's no visible tell, because like if there was, that's the thing we should look for.
Nope. There was nothing. I mean, I know where to look for it. I could tell you where to look for it. Shit, if you had him in the room right now, I'd say, hey, look, check this out. But I can't do it from a
Right.
picture.
Well, flip him
Because a
over
lot
like
of
a
the
dog,
surgeries they
like
do
a
are
dog at the
internal,
pound.
like the chin, they do that under the lip. If they did a jaw surgery, they would do that inside behind the teeth, and they would use like they have tools for that and different grinders and stuff.
Gross.
And like the stuff they do to the upper lip is actually like if you look at JFK, the surgery they did on him is they didn't have an advanced way of doing that lip surgery that they were trying to do, and so what you see is the old technique they had then. Is when what they did is they literally carved out his lips with a fucking scalpel, and they tried to like manipulate the fat to flatten it out so he could become Jimmy Carter. And if you look at him now, today, the scars are still there.
Well,
and they stick out.
all right. Well, that brings up a different question. So you must have a different explanation then for how it looked like he was murdered in his open top car. Because like when I watched that, I'm like, holy shit, that's like
Yeah,
this
yeah,
dude's
absolutely.
like his wife doesn't even have any clue it's happening. Like so,
You're
well,
assuming. Yeah, see,
well,
these
right? No,
people
I'm
are
just saying.
not.
I'm just saying, like with the way it looks. Like so, I'm just
Yeah,
wondering, like, right? Like, so what's your
they
best
they
argument
had
for that whole thing?
they had a what do you call it? Like, uh, you know what? Like they have a test run. You know what I mean? Like, okay, this is going to be the route. We're going to drive this and everything.
Wait,
It
are
was
you
a
guys
movie.
on JFK now? Did you switch to JFK?
Well, kind of. He
Yeah,
asked me a
yeah,
JFK thing.
well, yeah.
Real
Well, he
quick
was
on that
saying how
point.
JFK became Jimmy Carter, and I was just like, well, if that's the
Oh.
case, I mean, you must have evidence for how JFK's assassination was
Well, there,
faked, because we can't
there,
even get to the face swap unless he's killed first,
yeah,
right?
I
All
got
right,
a theory on that
see
real
how
quick. I'll drop.
Yeah,
The whole thing was that there was a second take done with a dummy in the car, and when she goes to like what she basically she goes to his throat or something. I guess he's supposedly hit in the throat, and he goes down, like first his head goes down, and then she goes to like check on him, and that's when she could have pulled the ripcord that blew the head up. And it looks like there's actually claims that she took out a gun and shot him through the head. But it also, if it was a dummy, then she could have pulled that as part of her act in the whole thing.
It was an
And,
explosive and a dummy. If you look at the head, it's not a head. If you get blown up in the head, blood splats everywhere. Your like your heart literally starts shooting blood everywhere. That's not what happens in the video. There's a prosthetic that blows off the head, and
Well, she did good acting then, because she
well,
looked
not really actually,
No,
because
I thought she was good.
you want to know why? It's because when someone's head blows off and you hear a gunshot, you duck. You don't jump onto the back of the car and pick up the evidence of your dummy's head.
yeah, that was weird. The fact that she was going to try to grab the brains, like maybe it could be that it was evidence rather than trying to like.
And you know why? It's because not everyone in the crowd knew that it was a dummy. So this is a very compartmentalized lie.
Yeah. They found the plastic dummy brains or whatever, but it wasn't real. That's another thing. Also, there was a whole thing about the blood on the dress. Like she showed up without the blood, and there was one with the blood and one without the blood. Like one was a photo op, and they should have had blood on it or something like that. Just like the whole timing on things didn't make sense. So it does seem like the whole thing was a hoax, and especially because the Oswald shooting was obviously a hoax. I mean, there's no way that Oswald was shot the way they say.
I actually have a full
up.
breakdown of the Zapruder film, if you're interested in that. If the whole thing was fabricated, and if that's true, that shows you the lengths of which they're willing to go. The person who analyzed this said it's the most magnificent propaganda he's ever seen. There you go. There's the video. It was really good propaganda, but he found out why it wasn't real. There was a couple tells.
There was a couple different people talking, but the definitive evidence that JFK's assassination was faked was ...
Well, there's a lot of ways that could be approached for sure, and responded to. I'm sure. I'll just jump in. I'll just give my little 20-second breakdown in my viewpoint from my conclusions in terms of everything when I've researched it all, and just linking to what they were talking about. So, my understanding in a quick nutshell of the Zapruder film, and perhaps what even happened that day. So when the motorcade was going through the main, city and everything, it was going through the main area. I do think that was real. Like he was there, he was in the car, people were waving, all of that was real. There was real, like, sort of fans, quote unquote, people, the crowd, as it were, of real people. However, when the motorcade entered down into Dealey Plaza, they had that whole area shut off from the public. And you can even see it in the video. Like there's police and there's barricades there. That was shut off, meaning people could not go down into Dealey Plaza. Now, from the Zapruder film and even other films, it did seem like they had people in Dealey Plaza, but there was only a couple. You know how there's like the woman with the umbrella, and there's all these like characters basically that were actually in Dealey Plaza that were down on the grass. There's like a child and a mother. There's all these different, like, kind of only a few of them, as it were. Now, I know this may sound all wild, but I'll share what I actually do think occurred. I think that when the motorcade went down into Dealey Plaza, they had it shut off from the general public, which would mean sort of like a Hollywood scene, basically, which would mean that the general public really couldn't have seen what happened in that sense. Now, I do think they had crisis actors and people that were claiming to have seen it and all that kind of stuff. So, of course, there's going to be that. But I don't, in terms of like the actual public seeing it themselves. And when the motorcade went down into Dealey Plaza, I don't think he was shot. I think they did pop off guns, like sounds of guns, so that even the general public would have heard something. But I don't think he was shot at all, etc. And then the motorcade just went on. Now, what I think, there's a couple films, that claim to be real and so on. Obviously, the Zapruder film is like the one major one. And I know I've gone on long speaking here, so I will pass the mic. I'll just try to be super brief, although I have a lot
You're good,
more.
man. Just go for it.
Yeah,
don't go fast. Don't go. Just say it.
Yeah. So, cheers. Thanks. So, okay. So, as the motorcade, now there's the sign, the famous sign in the Zapruder film, and that is the whole thing that the famous Zapruder film. Oh, there's this sign, and the motorcade goes in, behind this sign, and there's even questions as to whether that sign was even there in the, exactly.
The sign is not there. They added it to the film.
Yes. Exactly. So there's this transition in the film of the motorcade going completely behind the sign, and the sign's very funky. It's like, looks like it's cut in there. The motorcade goes completely in front of the sign. And when it comes out from the other side of the sign, that's what we see, as the actual kind of Zapruder film and all that. Now, I've analyzed this very deeply, and perhaps the video Riggs posted is one of them that breaks down many of these factors. There are cuts in the Zapruder film, like it is a composite film, and there are cuts literally along the road, even to the fact to where there's a lamppost that is in front of the motorcade, and there's literally a cut on the lamppost, meaning that the real lamppost was in front of the motorcade, and there are cuts around the road. Now, I know that sounds wild to think that would be that would be the case, but there are very clear cuts all the way along it. Now, what it seems to me is what I've come to the conclusion, and even though it does sound pretty wild, is that they cut in a different motorcade car from before the sign to after the sign, meaning the motorcade before the sign, that was the actual one that JFK was in and everyone was waving at him. And then after it went in the Zapruder film, after it went in front of the sign, the motorcade that comes out of the other side of the sign is a cut in motorcade. They cut it in from another.
It's from a different film.
Yes, it's from a different filming. Yeah, go ahead. It's from a different day, different filming. I'll pause there. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I would love to see that. Like, do you have?
I posted the video.
Let me look at that. Hold on a second.
It's a 3-hour presentation about how they edited and cut, and all the technology of the camera used in the film, and the techniques used to cutting the film and everything.
However, yes,
describes precisely how it's fake, how they entered in the footage, why it's fake, all that stuff.
Yes, but I think Riggs and you and I would agree, though, that his conclusions are not quite even to the depth that many of us have considered, right? Like he's showing the hoax of the film, but he's not necessarily like the next part
with everything else. Yeah.
Yeah. The next part I'm about to say, I think is in my viewpoint, deeper than where he's gone. But you're right, he does break it. This is a great one. Yeah, he breaks out all that
What
part of it.
what part of the film though shows that that pass up where they have the one motorcade of JFK coming through and then like the fake doll that they blow up with the ripcord?
Well, Riggs, isn't there a video? This is like a presentation, isn't there? There's the actual the great the Zapruder film hoax. There's like the whole documentary on it.
Well, I'm the expert on that, but I don't know. I've never seen a video that actually described that. Like this theory comes from our group.
Well, okay, I'm just saying that I thought the one I'm thinking of is not necessarily a guy presenting something. It's like an actual whole movie, basically like a, with interviews, and then it shows all the cuts and stuff. But anyways, okay, so there's also like missing frames in the Zapruder film. There's like a part where the woman's legs separate, and it's been very deeply analyzed to where her legs separate in a way that's physically impossible for a human to move their legs that fast. So there's like frames that are missing and cut in as well. So, and there's all those like characters down on Dealey Plaza on the lawn or whatever. Now, my understanding of it, they cut in a different motorcade, which I know sounds wild, but this other motorcade film, they cut in that was just filmed on a totally different time, different day, different place. However, it's the same motorcade, it's etc. Now, what I do think is in that motorcade, the one that they filmed that they cut in, that is a woman who is not Jackie Onassis. It is an actress woman. And it is indeed, I know it sounds so wild to think this, it is a mannequin, a dummy, like an animatronic thing, which is meaning it's not an actual human. It is actually a semi-mechanical, kind of done-up dummy type thing. And the dummy has two actions. The first thing it does is it spreads its arms out. So it has like spring-loaded thing in its arms, and the hands, like, which are already probably kind of connected on a little string of some sort. So basically we know that first famous motion when his hands flare up and it looks like he's holding his neck. Now this happens right when the motorcade comes from behind the sign. So right when it comes from behind the sign, we get these two movements. The arms flap up and it looks like his hands are kind of connected at his neck. There's that famous, he's kind of holding, looks like he's kind of holding his neck. And then the head moves a little to the left. So if it's an animatronic type kind of mechanical dummy thing, that's the thing. It has those two motions. The arms flap up and the head moves a little to the right. And then the thing doesn't really move anymore. Like if that's a dude that just got shot, he's just like, what is he doing? He's just kind of doing nothing. And then the woman, the Jackie Onassis, or the woman playing Jackie Onassis, essentially kind of looks at him, and it looks like she is kind of fiddling for something. Now, it is possible that she did hit the trigger. And what then happens is there's that total just Hollywood fake explosion of the redness. And like Rick said, yeah, that doesn't correlate with what an actual head.
When you blow up a head, it's got like a lot of blood too. I promise you, it doesn't look like that. Go watch someone's head blow up.
Can we get the comparison of? Could we get the comparison of what the JFK, someone getting shot in the head by the caliber did? Like, I'd like to see that comparison side by side. But is that honestly really, Gio, like an animatronic? Like that's a new one to me. Like, what evidence do you have of that one?
If you actually look back at like a lot of the movies that were coming out around that time, they were doing stuff like that, where they were creating these like dummies, animatronic, like double animatron. I can't say the fucking word dummies, but yeah, if it's akin to that. That's what they used after the sign. I don't know
like
about
any other time. Like, why was that? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Why didn't they use that any other time though? Because like if that was like as like convincing as it was then, like why not use it again?
Still advancing movie films, like they're always coming up with new stuff. This is like the starting of like Hollywood and stuff,
Yeah, what film did you see where they use the JFK effects inside of like a real movie? Because like we talked about the JFK effects, right? But where did they use that inside of an actual movie?
Well, the way I think of it is I think that within the Hollywood kind of system, there's like a clandestine level of Hollywood, which would be that kind of higher sort of elite, quote unquote, whatever you want to call it, level. And like same with like the ones that are doing the ISS and the NASA fakery and all this kind of stuff. They're in that part of Hollywood. It's kind of like a clandestine, military intelligence component of the kind of Hollywood system. And so I would think that this animatronic kind of design and the way this was done for the Zapruder film would be part of that, sort of the behind the scenes, as it were, clandestine level of the kind of intelligence agency part of what they use for this Hollywood components. Now, just to finish real quick, because I know it does sound wild, and when I've watched it over and over, to me, it absolutely does, for multiple reasons. I can just see through it now. Like I can see that really is not a real human, and it is kind of this little explosive thing. Now, in addition, the last thing I'll say about it, so his arms flap up, his head moves a little bit, which easily can be done with little springs and kind of rotation, and then he just pauses there, and then then she comes up and kind of fiddles with him, and then boom, the explosion happens. After that, she doesn't even look that frightened considering to what she just saw, if it was real. But nonetheless, she basically kind of she then gets up and she goes to the back, on the back of the trunk or whatever. Now, I know people talk about his brain. That's supposed to be his brains back there. It's not really. I mean, come on, who would grab for brains? If brains are blown out, what are you going to do? So what apparently what the mainstream story is that she was reaching for the police officers. That's the story, that she was going back, trying to get the police guys that were on the motorcycles behind him to get help. Now, but my understanding of it, however, because when the little head explosion goes off, it doesn't like slump over. It doesn't really look like what they claim it is. It's just sort of hanging there. And when she gets up to kind of go on the back of the trunk, it, like as I'm describing, she's an actress. This is filmed on a different part and has been cut in. Now, her going up on the trunk allowed for the dummy to fall over. Because if it didn't fall over, it would look really dumb. Like it would just look like this thing that's just hanging there. And so it's the perfect timing that she gets up on the back for that thing to slump over. And when I've zoomed in on it and I've done deep analysis, when that thing slumps over, it doesn't slump like a human would in terms of like the actual physics of like, boom, the way you would if you were like passing out or something, because he just got shot in the head. He's dead, right? It actually, it falls over like a 90-degree angle. Like that thing is like erect and it flumps over. So I know that's kind of more of a subtlety, but like that thing is like, it's like an erect kind of, solid vertical thing that all moves over in one fell swoop as she gets up on the back of the trunk. So I think that was the plan to make it, yeah.
Well, I would like to just interject for a second and ask, like, if that were actually the case, that it was a real person that actually happened to, it would appear that everything you just said there was like completely, inhumane and male-hearted. Like, just imagine if that was a real person that did get assassinated, though, because I haven't seen any evidence for animatronic beings being posed in cars to be able to take what look like, shots to the head in front of crowds of people that witnessed it. And I just not seen the evidence to show that versus,
I don't know if that's animatronic, dude. I don't know, man. Look, I posted the clip. If you look at JFK before the sign, it looks like a normal, natural person's skin. You can see all the muscles in his face move. He's waving. Right after the sign, it looks like a person wearing like a big mask that has explosives in it or some shit. Like his face is all swollen. It looks like a bad mask is what it looks like. Right before he gets shot.
I will say, man, like this one's zoomed in too. I will say that, like, okay, what I just laid out has come from, for me, the conclusion of many, many years. And I mean, not that I've been doing this nonstop for years. Well, okay, I have been researching this for many, many years in total, but I'm saying it's not like I do it every day. It's just the hours that I put into it over the years. And I'm just saying, for me, it took me a long, long journey to come to the conclusions I'm sharing. So I would never expect, like Demon Stride, for you just to be like, oh yeah, man, totally, I believe, I'm not even asking you to believe. So I'm just saying, for me, it took a lot of research and journey, my own journey, as it were, to come to the conclusion that I've come to. So yeah, I wouldn't expect anyone just hearing like a very quick little rundown of that conclusion, I wouldn't expect you or anyone to be like, oh yeah, man, that's it. That's totally, you know what I mean? Because it was like a long journey for me to get to this point within myself. So in terms of my understanding of the whole event, I mean, there's a lot more details. I obviously was just trying to give like an elevator pitch, even though it took 5 minutes, but I was trying just to give like the quickest rundown since we were all kind of sharing our thoughts on it. But yeah, I do think that Zapruder film is is a composite film, essentially.
Well, at the very least, I think there's some kind of mask or something that blew up that was not a gunshot. That I don't know if it was a dummy or not, but what I know is the face looks like a fake face. Okay, it doesn't look like the person before the sign.
Why did they kill him, or why did he fake his death? What happened? What was the reason?
Yeah. So if you go back to that famous speech that he did, saying secret societies, military, all this stuff, essentially what they're doing is they're calling themselves out and then killing the only guy who spoke out about it. As if to tell everyone who would want to oppose the cartel that's doing this to fuck off, because this is what we'll do to you. Because if you remember, there's
the Oswald thing.
No.
Sorry, I was doing something else. My bad.
Okay. What they were trying to do was they called out their own institutions, secret societies, right? The military industrial complex, all these things. They were calling themselves out, and then they killed the representative that called them out, and there was no retribution. So it was a warning to anybody that might try to interfere with their whatever they're trying to pull off. So it was brilliant. In one way, the public is now mourning, and they're going to want to go to space to live up to the dreams of JFK and pay the military industrial complex. And on the other hand, they're covering their ass by, if anybody tries to stop us, we're going to fucking shoot you in the head.
Yeah, I do think. Well, you're getting into like the psyop components of it. Yeah, like
yeah, it has to be curtailed around the psyop as well as the spectacle. Like it was, like they really have these things masterfully done. It is really beautiful, actually, how they pull it off.
I don't
even
think
today people are still like, "Whoa, how'd they do that?"
Yeah, totally. I don't think they pulled the pandemic thing off very well. Personally, they kind of failed on that. But yeah, 9/11, JFK, those are pretty top-notch criminal acts. I mean, honestly, JFK is pretty good considering what they pulled off. And but yeah, I mean, in my viewpoint, they don't kill their own people. And the Kennedys are part of the royal family lines, and they have all their connections and everything. So they're not just going to kill their own guy. And I know there's all the stories about with Cuba and all of these there's all these claims as to, there's that whole event, the JFK thing is so huge. And in my first research of it many years ago, Briggs, you may have too, like you thought he was murdered, right? Like you thought they killed him when you first researched it. And then, when did you come to that it actually was not a real murder? It was a hoax.
Yeah. Okay. So there's a bunch of people that were talking about how, Jimmy Carter was JFK. I was like, well, how is this possible? I'm looking at him. They're like, this guy looks goofy. This guy looks stern and badass. And it just didn't make any sense to me. I knew about like the Bill Hicks and Alex Jones and a couple others. And I had been convinced of like maybe one or two, but this one I was like, I don't know about that. And then I started to look for high resolution photographs of like that I could compare, and that's when I came up with the I guess the famous one that gets thrown around these days. I threw this one together. Well, I don't know, where's my phone?
I mean, the thing about, so I hear what you're saying. Yeah, you're saying if they didn't kill him, and then like you with the Jimmy Carter idea as you're going.
Well, I have some experience with like facial reconstruction, so I just found an interest to see, they did look similar. I was like, I mean, how could that be? The guy died on film. And so then what I wanted to do first was confirm whether or not it was him. And then once that took place, I was able to go back and go, okay, well, in order for this to be true, then all these other things had to have occurred in a fashion that convinced people that those were true. Like the murder was true, the assassinator was true, all this stuff. And then I started to realize, oh, so they planned all these different conspiracies. They planned people. They planned on people to be convinced by like 10 different conspiracies to separate any sort of lead on the true nature of what took place. So they very intelligently planned a bunch of different conspiracies around the main goal of what they were trying to accomplish, so that nobody would ever find out what they were doing, because they were always looking for the killer and the guy's not dead. And then there's thousands of people out there in the world researching 10 different conspiracies. The guy on the roof, the guy in the window, the grassy knoll, was it the driver? Was it the motorcade? You're like, it's all fruitless. All of it. It's all fruitless because the guy never died, and they seed these conspiracies out there to throw everyone off the track. I was like, wow, that's really smart. But that's exactly what military would do.
Well, just on the basic thing of whether that, I mean, whether he even was shot or not on that level, because like if, when what we have to go off is the Zapruder film, which is such a hacked together mess, it's sort of like, yeah, is that real? Is that really the event that they try to claim? And, but I mean, from there, like if he wasn't, actually shot, then of course it would be a psyop on that level. And they would have planted a bunch of other theories and ideas to throw people off. But ultimately to just convince people that did actually occur.
Right.
And I could see why that would play into the idea of the Jimmy Carter connection in that idea. I have not come to that conclusion, but I do understand how that would link to it, or could, in that sense, because if they didn't actually kill him, then,
I mean, that's
I at the minimum, I would say for sure that Jimmy Carter, that they're in the similar family line, without a doubt. Those guys.
I don't think the Kennedys die. I mean, obviously they do die. They're alive, but I think that they all have some. After this one, especially, I don't know about before this one. It seems like they became pretty confident that they could pull this kind of stuff off, and like other Kennedys have faked their death too.
So was Sinead O'Connor trying to tell us something in her music?
All music carries a message.
When she's saying, "I'm glad I'm not a Kennedy."
Dude, it's like I'm just looking at the slow motion of it. There's literally like a bag hanging off his head. You know what I mean? They try to claim that that's like the scalp is flapped back or whatever, but dude, like you said, there would be so much blood gushing, bro. Where is all the blood?
That's what I'm saying. Like
you're trying to tell me this guy's head just got basically split in like a quarter of it was just fried. You know what I mean? And it just flumps there with like a bag that like there's a little kind of ketchup explosion. And then it just frumps there. There's no blood coming out. That thing, just like I'm saying, it's not even moving. It's like the way that it like flumps over. I'm just using that word, but
you're watching that video I posted?
Yeah, I'm just watching the zoomed in one of it. Yeah, because you put
Yeah, it's crazy what the world thinks took place and what kind of actually took place.
I know,
Like
dude.
just in every endeavor. You know, like here we are talking about, you know, fake shootings or you know, presidential shit. And it seems like almost in every level there's some kind of like fuckery afoot. But yeah, like after the sign, you look at the guy's face, it's really puffy, it's kind of weird shaped. It's not even shaped like the guy before the sign. I'm looking at him, he's waving, he's looking up, he's doing the crowd control shit. You know, he's
I know, it
smiling,
really does look
he's
different.
smiling, and he's leaning up on the side of the car too. And then after the sign, it's like a guy's wearing like a big fucking mask or something. I don't know, man. It could be animatronic. I don't know. All I know is that
doesn't make very
whatever.
many motions. It doesn't make very many motions. Like I said, the arms flap up, the two
Yeah.
hands, like, I mean, there is a little bit of motion to it. It does make a little kind of churning. And the head goes to the left a little, and then it just sits there like dead. Like it's just like a, you know what I mean? Like it just looks like it's. I mean, he's not technically supposed to be dead at that point, but I'm saying that like after he does that arm movement, he's just frozen.
Yeah, if you look at him before and after the sign, it's completely different footage, dude. That's all I need to know. I mean, the rest, who gives a fuck? It's completely different footage. And that means if there's two different takes, the whole thing's fake.
Well, the lamppost is a dead giveaway, which I think he shows in that video. Yeah, and this one's too zoomed in to see it, but where the cut is, there's a cut because that lamppost is in front of the car. So, and then you know the whole story, dude. Wait a minute, bro. Are you looking at that video?
Yeah.
All right, dude. Go to what the
What second?
bro? Go to frame 305.
Frame?
What?
The fuck?
Yeah, frame 305.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I see it.
Why can you see a cut at the bottom where it's white at 294, 295, white there. And then now you see the green grass on the bottom of you can see the guy's legs from the grass under the car.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Look at frame 305. Why is there green grass on the okay, so you're supposed to be the car.
It's a product of the. So if you watch that video I posted, he explains why the tape will have effects like that. So it's. I'm glad you brought it up, but the video I posted explains all that stuff.
Well, this one's zoomed in. I'm just saying, yeah, you're right. I know this, whether that's an anomaly or what that is, because I don't remember that. I know that is kind of in this zoomed in one, because when you look at the overall one, there's not green under the car. So yeah, this is, I don't know how this is cut through. Maybe I'll go look at the original one. Because, you know, when you look at like frame 302, 304, 305, that green layer because it's like the shoulder of JFK, and then there's green right under it. Obviously, there's a whole car there and a street. So in the full Zapruder film, it doesn't quite show that. However, it does show the cut at the lamppost, and this one does look all hacked up as well.
Hey, did you guys know that Zanuck is Tina Turner?
Now that one I can get on board with. Yes.
Yeah, he does scream like a little bitch. Sorry, maybe that was a little too strong. But anyways. Yeah, I never hold back with Zanuck. This is how it goes, guys. Sorry.
What's up? Don's here. What's up, Don? Chikey. What's up, Chikey?
I think Chikey said he needs to be sorted out.
Yeah, I got it. I got him some rolls.
Oh, okay, cool.
And then Don and his regular leave the server and then come back. So I have to always re-roll them.
You don't have to.
At one point, it was like a full-time job, just re-rolling Dawn on about a daily basis.
Like, I don't know why they have to leave like every time they communicate.
Well, I'm not trying to totally call Dawn out, but since it got brought up, he was like leaving every day. It was, just, it's like, dude, you don't have to leave the server every day and then rejoin. It's like, it's not how Discord works.
It's like he's starting and ending a phone call or something. It's weird. He doesn't want his roommates to know that he's on these servers, so he only joins when no one's watching, and then he leaves again. I totally made that up. But it actually could be true. Is it true, Don? Are you trying to hide us? Are we too much? I mean, I am at this point I'm okay with sounding like I'm way the fuck out there, because the version of events that I think took place in history in general differ extremely. Like, we're talking like compounded fake death kind of shit. Compounded, like it's not just like, oh, this person. It's like, not only did this person, but they did it for this and they did it for that, and it's like woven into history. So my version of events doesn't fit anybody's narrative, I don't think.
Hey guys, thanks. No, I only joined once, and I waited 2 hours and it wasn't approved, so I left. No, you don't need to sort me out every day. I'm sorted. Thank you.
Cool.
Yeah.
What is this video you're talking about? I'm guessing something old.
Which video?
I don't know, the thing you talk about. I don't know what it is.
Cruder film. It's a famous reenactment of the JFK shooting. No, it's supposedly the real shooting of JFK, but it was released 10 years after it happened. So they had some time to perfect it, I guess. It turned out to be a fake.
Oh, I see. I thought it was some a Bigfoot or something.
No, we were talking a little bit. We were the John F. Kennedy assassination, and
who does?
You know about that event?
He died?
Of course. John. Who's John? His brother? I was in Boston when his brother crashed with the airplane. I remember.
Yeah. That's his brother.
I went to United States for 2 months. During that, I remember in the news, he crashed.
Yeah, I guess that's Junior, right? John F. Kennedy Jr.
Mhm. He supposedly crashed.
I think there was a body. Piper, some light airplane.
You said you think there was a body? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I think that they buried him. It's not supposed. He died.
Oh, Geo, I was talking to Logris a while back, and he said that there was some security guard that died, and he had a striking resemblance to JFK, and he may have been the person they used in the autopsy. Try to dress him up and make him look like, the body that they were. Yeah. Anyways.
So what are you saying? JFK still alive?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, the idea that he wasn't actually killed, wasn't actually murdered, and that it was an event, more of like an event that they, like the word psyop, like a psychological operation type event that they promulgated to the public.
So I wish him he lived long. If he's still alive.
So, Chucky, have you done any recent research on the shape of the Earth? Any new research?
I have analysis.
What do you got? What's the latest?
I got the picture I got from Don Gio.
Okay.
I have like maybe 5 at least angles to look at it.
Is this the one with the
Isle of Man and the Blackpool Tower. The one by Chiefly, some photographer.
and you think that one's definitive for a globe?
Absolutely. Like I said, I have 5 different angles to look at it, and every one of them becomes a curve. I have data, I have distances, I have sizes. You can't argue with it. Let me post the most recent, the one I debated. Did you see my debate with Bev, which he claims it wasn't a debate because he didn't make any claim. He couldn't define what horizontal is. And then he blames me that I didn't have a rebuttal to something he didn't give me to rebut.
Is this the one? We're in the live stream one text. This is the one, right? I remember you used to post this one a lot.
Yep, this one. But I have it with distances, and I have a few of them, and accompanied by, of course, a drawing that explains what I'm talking about. Most recent, I showed that if you stretch a straight line, doesn't matter at the same level on any point, it's never parallel to another thing you would say, like the water level or the level of the same level of the observer and the other side, 1,200 feet. They are never parallel, none of them. Let me find it's 2 pictures explanation.
Have you seen how objects can actually change their position on different days and in different environments? For example, this one here, due to refraction. So I'm just going to post this real quick as just a general. This is from these oil rigs that people refer to as the Black Swan and all of that. But I'm not really using it for the Black Swan concept. But these are the same oil rigs on the exact same location, same elevation, but different days. You see how the elevation profile in comparison to the two objects. Now, those two rigs are at different distances, of course. However, do you see how the one on the left shows a lower height and the one on the right shows a higher? You see the difference? So this shows that that atmospheric effects, whether it's magnification or whatever that effect may be, looming, etc., that objects will change that position. So the conclusion that I've heard you mention in terms of the Blackpool Tower one, if you're trying to delineate the shape of the Earth from this effect, in this comparison I just posted shows how this effect can be happening on different days, and that it isn't the result of the curvature of the physical Earth, but instead
I'm
is
sorry.
an optical placement effect.
I'm sorry. Picture was taken from 1,200 feet. There are no distortions ever at that elevation. Ever. You wouldn't see mirages. Nothing. Nothing changes its position. I challenge anyone to go there and show me the picture look different every different days. Of course, it's a very difficult picture because it's long distance. You need a very good day. But over time, you can do it and see that nothing changes. The same picture all the time.
Right, but what I understand that. I mean, I think there's certain conditions that can be stable in certain areas, and so on. What I'm pointing out though is that due to atmospheric conditions, these fluctuations are observable. And so, in the one that you're saying is lined up to be a globe, how do you know that the same effect of the way that these are positioned in terms of their vertical alignment is consistent enough to be a control variable to then assert a shape of the Earth based upon it?
Well, I haven't seen anyone prove the thing changes. I have Larry. I believe you know him. He's a certified surveyor. He will tell you nothing changes at those elevation. If something changes, it's on the scale of arc seconds. Nothing moves. You see the same picture all the time. Enough accurate for my calculation. So if I'm staking in 10 feet, it's not a problem. It's a problem for you still. Even 100 feet.
See, this one shows a comparison when you have the one I just posted, when you have an object that's closer and then an object that's further in the distance, which is the same as these oil rigs, one's closer, one's further. And it just shows how you can get these effects. I think it has to do with magnification. If you have different layers in the atmosphere that sort of like looking through bifocal glasses or lenses, if you have different areas of temperature and heat and different components, because of course where Blackpool Tower is, there's a whole water, there's the water layers and etc. And just like in the oil rigs, it shows how these positions can be they can fluctuate. So I'm just saying, to extrapolate a shape of the Earth claim based upon something that we know already fluctuates, I personally think would be problematic. Even if it is consistent on a day-to-day basis, because there can be conditions that are consistent in certain regions.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I mean, these are optical effects. The most conclusive you can get is probably physical measurement. But then there's also the problem. There's also the problem where, you know, infrared should allow us to see the actual horizon, which should cut off earlier than the refracted horizon. And that don't happen. Anybody who's being honest with themselves knows that doesn't happen. It's kind of a closed case right there, to be honest. And they came out with this new thing from a plane that just has Xanax titillated. They're really sweating balls over that, huh?
What's the thing from the plane?
Just the way the stars move aren't consistent with the expected motion
It's like a video
along its flight path.
Have you heard this yet, Scott?
No, I haven't heard it.
Oh, bro, you got to peep it.
What is it? Where do I see it?
It's a taboo conspiracy. And he even came out with another video that addresses the criticisms of the first one.
Does infrared not refract also, or is it refract as much or something?
It cuts back refraction, like 3%, whatever it is. We can see more. Okay, I don't know exactly how you came up with the number 3%, as if to say that refraction is specific, as if it's a homogeneous medium, which it's not. What we see visually has to do with many different variables in the medium in between the optics and the target. But what it does is it strips away a lot of that obstruction, and you can see very sharp images at a distance. You know this. And when you compare an infrared image of the same location with two different cameras, the infrared image is lifted up as if it's being corrected to its actual position.
Okay.
And you can see further.
Relative heights of things are different, you're saying? Like it looks as if one's more refractive than the other?
Correct. Like in just the visible spectrum, things are kind of like bogged down. In infrared, if they were side by side, right? Then you can see further, and then things are lifted up, and it's much like you get straighter lines.
Okay.
And you can see further. The problem is that on the globe, they claim that it is a physical edge, and you can see further because of the refraction. What infrared tells us is that you can see further because of the infrared, which means there's no physical curve.
I've never seen that before, but that does sound. I mean, what your interpretation of what you're describing sounds right. I just have never seen that before. Is there a place where you have like two pictures side by side that show this?
I did it sometime. Somebody might have it. They're out there.
Okay.
Somebody might have it.
I'm gonna watch this. I'm gonna watch this. Trouble.
Watch those two. There's part 1 and 2.
I'll be right back.
So you want to discuss these images, these two pictures?
Sure. Yeah, go for it. Which ones? The
on the left side is the real picture. I know the height of the tower, so I know how much every pixels cover. I count pixels. I identify 400 feet there about. Okay.
You count pixels.
I know.
For everyone else, I'll post them in the chat if that's all right. Because you had sent them to me, so everybody else can see. Is that right?
Yeah, sure. My mistake.
I just posted them. Yeah, so go ahead. We can see them now.
Now I know the turbine, which turbine, the kind of the turbine. I know the hub, the height of the hub above the seats between, I think, 88 and 90 meters. So I can identify the water, the distance of the water from each point, right? I know the observer is at 1,200 feet, and I know that the mountain at the distance is 1,750 feet. You can choose any point between the top of the mountain and the bottom and tell me this is 1,200 feet. Doesn't really matter much. I put it higher than it is. I didn't want to argue. Do we see the whole island, or is it hidden by water? I said we see all. I took how much where should be the line if we see all, and that's it. Now you see when I connect 2 points, the same elevation, the 12, I connect the datum of the water based on the distance of what we see from the water. For example, the hub is 290 feet above the water. I know the water is 290 feet below it. I know Blackpool Tower is 400 feet above the water. Then the water is 400 feet. I connect the two lines. The 1200 and the datum are not level. Now I know that at the bottom of the hill, it's 0. At the bottom of Blackpool Tower, it's also 0. So I connect those two lines, and those are not parallel to the other level, the real water. They are not parallel. Now, if the world is the world is flat, they would all be parallel. They are not. Go argue with it. Show me something changes ever in this picture when you take it. This is slam dunk. Of course you'll deny. I know you'll deny.
I believe that most people, they misunderstand perspective. The way that I see perspective is that, for example, it's a 3D world, but your camera is actually 2D and your eyes are actually 2D. So you're using 2D to look at a 3D world. So like if you had a painting of something that's 3D and then you stand back from that painting and you look at it, you're looking at something that's 3D, but you're looking at that 3D feature on a flat, like a canvas, yeah. And I believe that, yeah, that's why you get everything wrong with perspective, and you try and count pixels, because you're counting pixels from a 2D perspective, looking at something that's already fixed. It's got its own fixed perspective. So perspective is something that you can observe, but it's not something that is a direct relationship between your eyes and the canvas of the world around you. Does anyone have anything to say?
Did you notice you said I believe? I don't base my assessments on belief. I base them on the knowledge I acquired on optics and my experience in optics, and tested I did. I measured with telescope. I did take picture with telescope, and I get the size of craters based on those pixel counts. I can get it in around few kilometers of a crater size that's stated by NASA. So based on the distance of the moon, the day, my focal length, and everything. Don't tell me I don't understand perspective. I do. You believe I don't. I know I do.
Well, I know that we're living in a 3-dimensional world, but our eyes and our telescopes and our glasses and our binoculars and our phone cameras, all of these have a cutoff point, which is the end of the lens, yeah? And as soon as any information is going to be gathered, it's gathered from that flat canvas of a lens. So it's a 2D vision. There's no other way to look at it. It's a 3D world with 2D vision. So if you try and analyze a 3D snapshot, you're actually looking at it in a 2D, from a 2D perspective. That's why you're wrong when you try to measure like photographs of bridges that are bending. You're trying to prove the curvature of the Earth. You're never going to be accurate because you don't understand perspective.
I'm pretty accurate. I want you to show me that if a pixel let's say you have an inch, a ruler, an inch, and a pixel takes an inch is 100 pixels, let's say, and you measure 10 inches, you will count 1,000. Show me you wouldn't in 3D. That wouldn't happen. You need to show me. Don't tell me I believe. Show me. I can show you. I can take pictures. I can go live. Those things don't change. My
Do you know that
calculations are accurate.
your eyes have an ending? Yeah, that your eyes stop at.
I know it's a projection.
Right. Your eyes aren't physically like becoming part of the 3D world. Your eyes do not belong to the 3D world. Your vision is 2D in a 3D world. So you're looking at 2D all the time. Everything around you. It's just that you have a wide view of 2D. And you think because you have peripheral vision, you think that you're actually in a 3D, have 3D eyeballs. You don't. Your eyes aren't stretching out like around your environment. They stop at the end of your head.
It's mostly the parallax. Only from very close, one eye can detect distance. From I don't know, 2 meters, you need the parallax. You need the distance between the eyes. That's not a problem. I know how light works. I know how the photon fire the nerves in your eye. I know its path, why it goes its path. Where would it go? Where would you expect to see it based on its wavelength, the focal length of the lens? I can tell you all about it. I don't believe anything. I know what I've learned.
Yeah, you can sense the depth when you're having a visual experience of the 3D world. You can experience depth and the lightness and the darkness, the exposure, everything, all of the optical like jargon that you can imagine that's out of a camera catalog. You know, everything that you experience, you're experiencing it in 2D. You know?
Look, I can do an experiment with you. You will go, I'll tell you, aim your camera here, go 10 feet right, aim your camera there, and I'll tell you how far you are from the object you just take a picture of.
If you imagine, you open your eyes, right? If you just open your eyes and imagine what you're looking at is a flat photo. You're just looking. You have a 3D swivel on your shoulders. That's called your neck, and you can look around.
Look, Bev took a picture. I didn't know where he is, but I found his distance from Blackpool Tower. Me and Rohit came to agreement in slight different ways. We calculate the distance about 200 meters one from each other. I had 32,400, he 32, 600 meters, 32 kilometers, 600 meters. Slight, very slight. He went over and did ray tracing and found exactly where Bev was because Bev kept it a secret. And then he said, everyone knew where I am. No one did. And you could say just where you were. I didn't. You know, Bev. Anyway, how did I know the distance from the tower just from a picture? How did that happen? Without knowing which phone it is, nothing.
But nobody cares about
those who don't care about the truth. Those who don't care about the truth don't care.
The original reason for what you're talking about is because you said that you can prove curvature by a photo.
I have.
By analyzing a photo.
You deny it. You reject it.
Do you realize that a photo is a 2D image? Yeah.
I realize it. Yes, I don't have to repeat it. I know it's 2D. Yes, I count pixels. I found the size.
But it's a 3D world. So you're analyzing a 2D photo.
I'm telling you, from the picture I get there.
You can't do that. It doesn't work. I'm sure there's a fallacy. I'm sure there's a fallacy we can look up on Wikipedia. What is the fallacy? for thinking that you can analyze the 3D world by a 2D photo.
Any
Tell me
facts
how
that-
that works.
Any facts you will bring, I'll accept. But you telling about your beliefs, and that doesn't bother me. You realize the pattern here. I'm talking facts with you, and you're talking about beliefs. It's 3D. You can't count pixels. Why? Because it's 3D. Who says you can't count pixels in 3D after it's projected on 2D? Who says it?
Because the camera only sees in 2D. It's taking
I
a
know.
snapshot of what it sees.
No need to repeat it. No need to repeat it. The camera, eye, everything. Get the 3D projection into 2D.
Can you tell me the honest answer? Is a camera 3D or 2D? Which one do you think it is?
Camera is 2D. Any lens is 2D.
Right. And the world around us is 3D, yeah?
I agreed. How does that affect the pixel size?
Because perspective is built into the 3D world, but it's not built
No,
into a
it's not.
2D world.
No.
Do you agree that perspective
about
is
distance
an
between
attribute?
2 points.
Hang on.
Between 2 points. That's perspective.
Is perspective, this word, is it, and does it belong to, is it in the family of the 3D world and
No.
only belongs to the, higher, 3D or higher, yeah? If it's 2D, can you have perspective in 2D?
There's no 3D perspective algorithm.
Tell me,
formula.
can you have perspective in 2D?
Only in 2D you can have perspective.
How do you have perspective in 2D?
Mm.
You have no dimensions. If there are no dimensions, how can you have perspective? So perspective doesn't belong in your brain. It's not something the eyes do. It's something that your eyes are only observing the 3D world, which has perspective.
The size of the pixel covering certain distance.
So you're using a 2D world, a pixel, to analyze the 3D world. That's not going to work. You need to do a physical measurement in the 3D world. It's the only way you can analyze the 3D world with 3D measurements.
I did more than one time. I told you, I observed the crater on the moon. I take the picture. I go to Safari. It tells me the moon was today 386,000 kilometers from Earth. I know the distance between 2 pixels, the physical distance on the sensor. I know my focal length. I tell you the diameter of the crater on the moon.
Do you know there's a famous person? Have you heard this? Have you heard this quote? Can I just say this one thing? It's like he said that there's no optical experiment or observation that you can do to measure this 3D world.
That was Einstein.
So you know that. So why are you even fooling yourself?
No, you don't understand what he said. He was talking about experiment about optic experiment that will prove that the Earth is moving or something. You're a bit confused. You need to get your facts right, not believe. Right. I know about this bullshit. Doesn't have to do anything with my pixel counting. Ever.
You go and count your pixels. I'm sure you'll be happy.
So I counted pixels. I know the sizes. You can challenge me if you find a fallacy. Tell me no, you didn't count them right. You're missing 500 pixels here, and I accept it. But you don't do it. You keep telling me it's 3D. It's not 3D. Show me that it's 3 or 2. That the pixel size doesn't stay the same. If a pixel cover 1 meter, 10 feet in the distance, every pixel cover 10 feet in the distance. I count pixels. I need 400 pixels. I count the number of pixels I need to mark the 400. I mark it there. That's called scientific, methodical, not belief, not telling me story it's 2D, therefore you can't count pixels. Why? Because I said so.
Do your pixels get smaller as they go into the distance?
No.
So
Pixel
you're
size is
fucking counting 2D then. Like I just said, if the pixels aren't going into the distance, into the 3D, following perspective, these pixels are
I have
2D.
the lens.
Otherwise, you could look at a 3D photo and you'll see the pixels just go to a vanishing point, wouldn't you? But you never see that. You see the pixels perfectly laid out on a grid in 2D.
Because they are the same size all. I get the specification from the manufacturer size of the pixel size of the sensor size, how many
I
pixels
don't
in it.
think I
Yeah,
don't
I
think
don't
you
base
understand what I'm saying.
my calculation on beliefs. Listen,
Are pixels 2D? Pixels are 2D, right?
in short, you have no rebuttal, right? You have no rebuttal. I gave you
You,
facts, you have me no rebuttal, but your
you can't
belief
rebuttal.
about what pixels need to do in the distance. The pixels
You
don't go to the distance, they are on the camera, they stay there. You have a
can.
lens with a focal length.
How about
The
this? I'll
change
give you
rate,
another question. I'll give you a question. Can I analyze the 4D world with 3D?
mm, I don't know how 4D world looks like. Well, I know how it looks like. It's our world is 4D, but we don't perceive one of them, one dimension with our eyes. We perceive it differently. We experience time.
So that's the same as you can't see 3D with
Oh,
2D eyes.
exactly the same. No, the 3D is physical. It's the same dimensions. It's in space. The 4D is a different dimension. It's called time, which are both together, tied together, like Einstein told us. Yes, that we live in space time. You move faster, distances shrink, your clock slow down, stuff like that, or the other clock slows down. Things like that. We know. We know. That doesn't change my pixel count just because you found some quote from Einstein that you don't understand. Rebut my claim about counting the pixel, finding the distances, and showing you that none of the what you would call level straight lines connect equal.
Did you cut out? He's gone, is he? I enjoyed what Geo was explaining about the the cosmology and how you have like these planets, everything they sort of have an effect on everybody's individual life. You know, this astrology and how he was saying there's going to be a big conjunction, like, and like all of next year is going to be like have some like new change or something.
Points are like at the
Yeah, as they say, all the world is a stage, right? They're all actors. It's like the Truman Show, man. Like literally. Like these governments, they're all like they have a script and they have a plan and an agenda. And like everything at the top level is all orchestrated, totally orchestrated. But it's on a need to know basis, it's very compartmentalized. So that's the way I see it. Anyway, there's a control center and they have super AI computing. It's like way better than what they're telling you that is available now. And they've had it for a long time. And they suppress this technology, but it's coming out organically anyway. And that's how they've been able to manipulate the world and come up with such ingenious plans, is because they used AI to do it. And the version of AI we've got now is like when the first mobile phone ever first came out. It's like 10 times worse than that. And that's what they're giving us now as the latest, And it's kind of organic. It's not like they just slowed it down, but they've always had the technology. And that's the only way that they can come up with this ingenious plan, and all the hoaxes and everything they do, just being able to pull it off and is like orchestrate the whole thing, like 9/11 and everything. It's because it wasn't a human brain that worked out how to do it. Because you've got to be compartmentalized. You can't have everybody knowing, because then it wouldn't be a secret. So, out of like 1,000 people involved, and observing directly, probably only like 20 people were like in the know of what was actually going on.
They talked about the supercomputer before even the moon landing in one of those videos. It's called what's it called? Newsbusters. They were talking about all of the fake events that they were planning. They were talking about that they have like a rough draft of the news going forward, like decades or something, and that they only really like in detail comb through the events set for TV like a year in advance, and that everything after that's like a rough draft. They had like scaled models, they had sound effects, they had voice actors. Like it was a whole production. And
Listen,
in that video, they talk about how there's many different layers of control, and at the top of the building, there's like a supercomputer. And this is like 1968. This is just a TV show.
Once you realize that what I say is true, that Earth is not flat, and I have faith you'll become to the conclusion, you will wake up, you will realize how much time you spent on watching nonsense on the network. Simply wasted your life on some stupid video someone made. Instead of learning, increasing your education, doing your hobbies, whatever. See, I wasted my time looking at those idiots making videos.
There's a lot of things that people waste their time on every day. It's like
no. If you play a game and you enjoy it, it's not a waste of
Don't
time.
interrupt me. No, like even being in a traffic jam, right? If you make the wrong decision and you get on that fucking motorway, you could be stuck there for an hour longer than you needed to be. So it's these decisions that you make in your life. Are you going to spend your time to find out like some possibility of learning something interesting about the world that you live in, and to sort of exercise your thinking and your and challenge your paradigm, just to be able to sort of get some more clarity on what the fuck you're doing here and where you're going. And it's like it's a choice worth making, I think, to spend time analyzing like other people's opinions and maybe objective sort of things that are
Yeah,
as
but you
big
make
as the world and as important as the world, the place where you live.
look, you compare two things. You compare the mistake you make. Everyone make mistakes, and you took a long leader to something you do willingly daily. Yes, you choose to watch some stupid video that is certainly fake, and you watch it and you believe it. Waste your life on those nonsense.
Yeah, but you could
Or you
just
could
be
do
like,
something better
you
for
could,
yourself.
yeah, or you could just be driving in your car and listening to the mainstream radio, and it has like an advert break every 2 minutes.
No.
After
Did
every
I
two
mention any
songs, there's
mainstream?
adverts,
Did I
propaganda
did,
like advertising.
did I quote NASA? Did I bring pictures from space? I don't go higher than this 1,200 feet. I don't need it.
You think that like this channel and the topics that we have here aren't inquisitive enough? I mean, how inquisitive do you need to get? Like, if, for example, all the religions in the world, don't you think that every single person that's in a religion, like a major religion, and that's what they involve themselves in every day, they're being very inquisitive, aren't they? But they made a decision to study that particular thing. Well, other people, maybe they've been there, done that, or don't have an interest, but to try and find out, like, why the fuck they're lying to you, isn't that like a exciting, like just being like fucking,
Did I quote anyone?
Sherlock Holmes.
Did I quote anyone? I brought an argument backed up by a picture and its analysis, and I haven't heard a rebut yet.
Because
No
you're
one challenged.
analyzing the
No
3D
one
world
challenged me.
using
No one
2D
here
tools.
challenged me. You
Because
choose
everybody
to
knows you
no, you
can't
choose to ignore
analyze
it,
the
or you
3D
don't
world.
understand it, and that's it. That's how you live your life. Let's see a picture. This look dangerous. Let's not look at it.
You're funny. I'm just like, you
Well, I'm
agreed that we
funny.
had yeah, because you already agreed that we see in 2D.
Yes. So what? Listen,
I mean,
the only thing and only thing you will hear from me is the truth. You will never hear a lie. I was told I am brutally honest. Brutally. Don't ask me things you don't want to hear.
this is a
Yeah.
conviction that you have. Is this conviction stronger than anything else that you can imagine?
So I have two pictures. Someone rebut them. But I mean rebut them. Not tell me about his beliefs and that we live in 2D, 3D. I don't care. Back up your claims by data, by show me where it says that it's 3D, then you can count pixels. I count them successfully. I found the distances accurately, and you have no rebut. You choose to
Yeah,
ignore what I tell you.
but my opinion doesn't just stop at your opinion. I mean, it's like
I don't have an opinion, like I
I'm
told
not
you.
saying I'm not saying this to debunk you and your explanation. I'm saying this to everybody, including flat earthers. It's like, why the fuck are we all looking at 2D images and thinking that we're looking at something that's 3D? It's because you're not ever going to be able to get an optical true representation of this place that we live in a measurement. It's never going to happen.
You still don't rebut my claim.
Yeah, we
Tell
should
me
we should
stories.
all get off the internet right now and just go talk to our neighbors. Just like turn it off completely. Good idea, Chikey. We should just totally go
Well,
back.
no, I was talking. You can talk to whoever you want, but the things you look at, the things you talk about, they sound to me like a big waste of time.
Huh. I'm sorry you feel that way.
Waste of time and fuck your head.
Oh,
How's your head
That's
doing?
what they do. They put ideas that are false in your head. backed up by no facts. At most, they will alter a video just to make it look what they say it is. We know this. We have this. Jane says he has that Brazilian video. Yes, and they say yes, we have a connection 400 feet. But I look at the screen of the device and it says not 14 kilometers. It says 1.4 kilometers. The device measured the distance. So yes, from 1.4 kilometers you can get the signal, not from 14. They blatantly lie, but I caught it. And I tell Jane, so look, you brought the evidence. Here is your evidence. They lie. He refused to look at it. Because he knows, he believes.
Do you talk with him a lot over at Jim's?
Are you capable of mathematical analysis or any kind of analysis of a picture? Show you a picture and you take the analysis. Tell me what are and where in relation relative to each other.
So like if I'm standing looking at my house right now and I take a photo of my house and it's a 3D world, yeah, and it's a 2D photo, how can I measure like the depth of my porch? Like I could look at the pixels and I could measure the height of my window because it's vertical. But how can I measure like the depth? How wide, how deep is my porch? How can I measure that?
How deep? How deep? You want to, let's say how far the porch is from you.
Tell me.
How far it is from you, okay? So you stand, let's say, in 90 degrees to one pillar, and you take the picture. Then you move 10 feet away, and you aim to the same pillar and take a picture. That's all you need. You do trig, you find the distance from the porch. Easy.
Optically or physically?
You will move optically. I'll need you to walk optically, physically, but you will take two different flat pictures from 3D to 2D.
Yeah.
And based on those two pictures, we will.
Right.
Say what you want. I'll tell you the distance from the porch.
It's an optical. When you're taking a picture, it's what it looks like from where you're standing with the.
I'm telling you the distance,
using, right?
I'm telling you the distance. Why you care? Why care? It's optics.
Why care about optics?
I say you 100 feet from it. You take your measuring tape and you measure 100 feet. You say, check, you're right.
Well,
why you care? Why you care? It's 3D or 2D. If I tell you the right answer, what significance the 3D has?
How about this? How about this, Chikey? I'm standing in my house and I take a photo of my house. There's all I have is a photo. How tall are my windows? How do you measure them? In reference to what? I want to know exactly in millimeters how tall are my windows. How do you do that?
I'll have to know the focal length and pixel size.
No, like how will you actually know the measurement of that window? Tell me.
I just did. I need to know the focal length that the picture was taken and the pixel size, and I'll convert pixels to distance. It will tell me every pixel is, let's say, half feet. I count 100 pixels, it's 50 feet. It's all very simple. Very, very simple. The problem, if you take a picture with I don't trust the focal length they write there. Those very small lengths. But if I know the focal length, I'm telling you the size. Focal length and pixel size, I tell you how big things are. No, wait. I need to know the distance. I need to know the distance from your porch or your house. Pixel size and focal length. That's it. Tell you the size. And tell you a size of a coin, of a dime. If the camera is sharp enough.
Well, I just stepped away from a second. My sister and my daughter just came back from skiing in the mountains, and haven't seen her for a few days. So carrying like all of her snowboard and stuff. Fucking funny. 17-year-old days.
You know what? Once I can actually walk, I'll go live. We will do these experiments live. We'll see what results we get. Sure, it won't be 100% accurate, but we'll get good results.
You know why like those laser measuring tools that we use in building houses, and it's pretty much sits on a tripod, and it has like these visible red lasers, and they can measure the distance from here to there, and they can also just give you lines as well if you want to establish level, or you just want to make a line from one point to another. So that's where you know you're going to be like cutting like a piece of drywall, or you're going to be, you know, making a staircase, and you can just draw a line on the wall with the laser. That laser is in the 3D world, right? It's absolutely in the 3D world, and that's why it can make a measurement precisely. But if it's not in the 3D world, you're never going to get a measurement of the 3D world.
What all the laser is measuring is the time it takes from it fired and it got back the light. That's it. You know the speed of light. You divide, you know the distance. Very simple. No 3D involved here. The laser is going in a straight line.
It's physically moving. Hang on. It's physically moving from one position in space time, one position, static position, like a gyroscope is static in its position before it moves. So it's moving from one point to another location in your environment.
Mm-hmm. So between one point and the between
or
2 points,
computer screen, a flat piece
how
of paper.
How many dimensions between 2 points? How many dimensions you count between 2 points? Count for me. Count 3 between 2 points.
Well, it has to be more than 2 dimensions. It can't be that. It has to be 3 or more.
I want you to count the laser. The laser coming from the laser. It's 1 point.
You asked me how many dimensions.
Another point. It hits another point. That's the second one. Now show me there are 3 points. You count 3 dimensions in 2 points. I'll send you to elements 1 of Euclid.
Elements
you can do it.
Elements 1 of Euclid.
Yeah.
But
Euclid doesn't mention dimensions, but it's clear.
Are we living in a Euclidean world?
Material
No.
world.
We live in reality, in the physical world. A Euclidean world is something, is a made up. It's a man thought. It's an idea. It's a good idea. It's good to approximate distances and everything on Earth, but Earth doesn't act according to Euclid laws. We can say no. The line must be straight. Euclid can say it.
Yeah, it's like I don't know how you could measure something that's not line of sight, you know, with optics.
You can't.
So how do you get a triangle in this heliocentric model greater than 180 degrees when you're trying to map out an area and measure it?
What do you mean 180? You need to see everything. If you walk optically, you need to see it. By definition, you walk optically, you need to see it. Whether it's an eye, an antenna, or it's all the same. You need to
Well,
have
they
a
say
line of
that
sight.
they're measuring between 3 points, and they can measure that this world that we live on is a ball, and it's curved, and it has like drop because their triangle measurements add up to more than 180 degrees.
It doesn't have.
On
Let's
flat
forget this
plane,
word. Let's
right?
bend this word. There is no drop. There is deviation of horizontal, which is something we construct in our mind. It's Euclidean, and the surface of the Earth. They depart from each other. Deviate. There is no drop. Level is level. If it's zero, it's zero. There is no change in elevation. However, if you fire horizontal at a certain vertical point, the level that goes away from it departs from this line, straight line. That's all. There's no drop, no nothing. S.C. Montreal will come, you says, the water need to flow. No, they don't, because zero is zero.
Can
It's not
rivers
hard to
run?
understand. It's very simple. I don't understand. This is very simple concept.
Can rivers run uphill?
No, I don't think so. However, there are pictures. I know that the landscape looks like it goes up. When it affects it, it's a slope down. So they can
If you
show
look
you a
at
river go uphill.
If you look at the rivers of the world, like we're on a globe, right? So like every point that we're standing on, which is at the same elevation, if we're all standing on the same elevation, we're all actually looking like we're standing on the highest point, yeah, at the same elevation. So like if you have 100 people all on the same elevation, we're all actually looking down to each other. You know,
Mhm.
even if we're all on the same
Absolutely,
elevation,
absolutely,
we're
yes.
down to each other, but we're actually all on the same elevation.
That's what will happen because a look is optic. It's a straight line, mostly straight, refraction and stuff, but mostly straight. And the elevation is the same. And if they depart this optical line from the physical surface, then everyone would see everyone else below them. Dev have a nice picture. He bring all the. They say Renty always brought evidence for the globe. Bev does a much better job. However, he will deny what he see and start talk about ECV and aporia and all this bullshit of his. Why? Because he has no rebuttal. He has no idea what he's talking about. He came to prove something he already knew. I wonder where he acquired this knowledge. Who told him that level is horizontal? Did he guess it from what he learned and didn't listen carefully because he's autistic? Or maybe, I don't know, where this information came from. How did he know it? Remember? No, I already know it.
I think the people that understand this 3D world the most are basketball players.
I will take any scrutiny you bring up seriously. Maybe I'm
It's
wrong.
like a basketball
Maybe I'm
player,
wrong.
like of one of the top teams in the world. They can stand from the halfway mark of the basketball court, and they can use the 3D space around them and fire that ball through the hoop from a fucking long way away, even from the other end of the court. Now that's seriously understanding how 3D is and sort of melding your 2D vision with perspective. There's a lot of maths involved in that one shot, there's a lot of maths going on behind, your neurons are firing, and you've got to get that physical ball into that physical net, and you've got to get it just on the right trajectory with the right amount of force. And all of those calculations went into his muscles.
None. No
And
calculation made in the.
hang on. They even went into his fingertips and into his nails. They went into his toes because he had to have just the right balance and grip on the floor. And he had to be positioned just in the right way so that ball went exactly where he wanted it to go. You know, this is the precision we're talking about when someone understands 3D. Because if you don't get it right, like I used to do motocross, if you don't get it right and you calculate it wrong, you're gonna you're gonna crash, man. Yeah.
There's no calculation made in the brain. Doesn't work like this. It's a network. Muscle memory. That's why you practice.
Yeah, but it's your muscle memory is a memory bank. So you're actually, your every action that you have is accessing the memory bank. It's not
For
the
sure, but
memory
I
is.
said for sure, but I said there's no calculation. There's no numeric calculation made in the brain. It's a network of neurons that collaborate to find where is what you see and how much force you need to apply to throw it. That's all. And then you get it wrong. You keep practicing. You get it right. No numeric. The brain. How will your brain know all these formulas that took people centuries to find? They don't. I saw even how they call dragonfly. He intercept a mosquito. It doesn't chase it. It goes to the place where he'll intercept it. They can do it. Those little insects.
So if the dragonfly was above the water and he saw a fish and he went to get the fish, do you think that's where the fish is?
No, I think dragonfly see a fish, he runs away. But if you see a mosquito fly over the water, it doesn't chase it. It knows where the mosquito is going. It see the trajectory. It know its speed. Go there and intercept the mosquito falling into his mouth.
The biggest mosquitoes and dragonflies I ever saw in the same place was in China in a place called Hangzhou. And the mosquitoes, oh my God, I had this hotel room. It was a cheap hotel, one level, but it was just like the whole room was like a cloud of mosquitoes. I've never seen anything like it. And then outside, at nighttime, just as the sun's gone down, we had blankets of two things. One was these giant flying machines of insects, the dragonfly, and they were, I can't remember what they were, like blue or green. They were massive, and then about a few hours later, when it was actually dark, then you'd have like these clouds of bats flying above, and you could literally put your hand up and they'd hit into your hand. It's like that's how many there were, and they were on this like a blanket level above your head. First time to ever experience anything like those three things all in the same day. Have you ever been to China? Man, first time I went there was 1999.
They made these rooms with wires where bats fly. They can move straight, but they can move around the wire. They never touch anything. Let's say even if I tried to raise my hand and intercept one doesn't happen. Does it? I try to feel them, but it's too dark to see. But they're huge. There's little fruits there. I was wondering, that's what they live from. The fruits are very small. They are very big. And there's tens of them, hundreds of them.
That's
But the
cool, eh?
camera
Like,
doesn't pick it up.
I was in Australia and I had to wash the path every day, like, because I went to stay with my cousin, and these giant fruit bats, and they would like eat the mangoes from the tree behind our house, which was on stilts, and in a very tropical place called Brisbane. Yeah, and everything's bigger there. It's like when I came from New Zealand, from Christchurch, from a cold climate up to Brisbane. Oh my God, I left 6 degrees, a constant sort of 6 degrees temperature Celsius, up to where it was 26 in the same day. And that was a rainy day. That was a cold day, 26. And there's like all the leaves on the trees, all the grass, everything is bigger. Even the roads in Australia, they're wide and they use red stones to make their roads. So their roads, like in Brisbane, they're all red. Yeah, most of them. Yeah. And so that was a big change coming from a small town in New Zealand where all the roads are narrow, and then going to somewhere like Brisbane from 300,000 population to, I don't know, a lot of people in Brisbane. And experiencing that first tropical environment, it's kind of felt like I was in somewhere cool like Miami,
Look, I see the
when
fish people catch around the world. We don't have this here. We have small fish. If I go to fish on the shore, I catch small fish. If I get something that is half a kilo, that's a huge one. I never got one. I maybe had 250 grams, the biggest fish I ever caught. On the shore, they catch monsters there. The different
that was a
species.
real non sequitur. I was
Yes,
like, what?
people
You
catch
start
one
talking about
half a
catching
ton
fish.
half a ton fish, not deep in the sea, near the shore.
It's like you've got your story going on in your mind, and I've got mine, and I'm sort of like telling my story, and then your story is like nothing to do with mine, but you tell
Yes, it
yours.
is. You said something about big bets, that everything is big. So I'm telling you, yes, some places there's big animals, some places there's small animals. That's the way things are.
You're funny, Chucky.
I was listening to what you say. I didn't just start saying something. It was a reply to what you say.
You see,
Let's say at least sometimes I listen.
you see, Chucky, when it comes down to the real world, people can actually have a really good time sharing their experiences. It doesn't
Sure,
always have to be
sure,
like, a debate.
sure. I'm listening.
Where are you?
Tel Aviv, Israel. You want the exact location? I'll give you.
Tel
Derech
Aviv.
HaShalom. It's called Derech HaShalom 77. First entry, first door. You ring the
Ah,
bell, someone will open it. Don't
nice.
get distracted. There's 3 dogs here, but
Do
they're good.
you have a double door?
No, but it's a metal door.
In China, when my apartment, I've got a house in China, and that house, just as everybody else, they have like a security door first. It's like a aluminium door which you can see through. It's like a screen, and then you get to your main door, which is like a smoke door. They're all heavy, and they use their special keys, and you've got to turn them. It's like a code. You don't just like turn the key. You got to like turn it this way, and then that way and that way. You know, it looks like a key, but it's like a combination. It's a combination lock. It's like everyone's house has got a different combination. So you can't
No,
just pick the lock.
I have steel door. It's a safety door because back in the days, it's I don't know, 30 years old. Back in the days, there were supposedly a lot of breaks in here,
And even the
and
door
still
handles.
have a simple key. I
Yeah,
turn the
but
key.
even the door handle, Chokey, not just the lock itself, the door handle, which is just like a old-fashioned car door handle, that style, you know. You have to push it down and then up and then up and then down. That's got a combination on it too.
Well, that's new stuff. My stuff is I don't know exactly when they installed it. I estimate the apartment is probably 50 years old or 60 years old.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
door is
because
probably 30.
nowadays they just use like a fingerprint door, the real modern stuff technology, but that you need electricity for that. The houses that they have
You
had
need
back then,
a flat battery. That's all you need.
well, the computer chip, they wouldn't have been able to make them back then. Basically, that was the best and highest technology for door locks, and I have never seen it anywhere else in the world.
Everything I do now, I pay. They ask me to put my fingerprint there. Put my fingerprint. I'm verified. Don't need to enter any password. I'm good.
Would you take a microchip for your identity one day?
I don't need to take a chip. Why? I have a fingerprint. A
Yeah,
retina. They can read my retina.
a chip where you could just go to the supermarket and when you walk through, like if your bank account's got enough money, you just walk up to with your trolley, and your trolley's already calculated what the value of what you're buying in the supermarket, and
Well,
you just walk straight out to the car. You don't even have to go to there's no checkout. You just walk through like a thing in the airport, you know how they scan you.
yeah,
Just
there was the movie.
walk
What
through.
was it?
Yeah, it'll either decline you or
Minority Report. You know? Do you know
yeah,
my Minority Report?
yeah.
I can put my retina. They'll scan it, and then they can scan it every day and do whatever they want. I don't need the chip.
You know, Jason Bourne Identity.
Yeah, I think I saw all of them.
They're really cool movies, man.
Pretty good, yeah.
Something good that comes out of Hollywood every now and then, right? Like Indiana Jones.
Is it Hollywood?
Jewel
I
of
don't
the
know.
Nile. Yeah. Raiders of the Lost Ark. Yeah, all sorts of really adventurous things that stay in my mind, you know, and keep me like inspired, because this world, if you look at the world like you were Indiana Jones, man, it's a different world. I'm just going to the toilet. Bye.
Yes, Blood Ticker, what you trying to show with your video? That Bev has a camera? His son has a camera, 2 cameras.
Chaiki, have you ever questioned the globe, or did you always just look for information that would confirm it?
I can question everything. You can bring any question you have. We'll go through it. Yeah, methodically. Any objection, I will examine. I'll accept any doubt.
Have you found any issues with the globe model?
None, zero.
There's not one thing that stood out to you as being problematic?
Something difficult to accept. How come things get shorter when they don't get shorter, but it looks like they get shorter? How this happen? Why this happen? Until I saw a good lecture of Saskin, someone he had the course. He had the course, and I understood what he was talking about. Then it got to me. I don't need all this paper. I need this one that speak clear. And he did. He went through what Einstein explained, basically, how he got to this with drawing and math tricks, you can say, because you get one formula, but you need to convert it to another. You get two formulas and you combine them, and that's what you come up with. That's it. But you say this is shorter than this. No, you talk about two different things because you see them differently. You see time differently when you move fast. Someone else see your time differently when you move fast relatively. You can't tell. There is no experiment you can tell who is moving. That doesn't exist. If two people move in constant speed, you can say this moves, this doesn't, because it's all relative. So relative to each other, they have a velocity. That's all that matters. And based on that, they will see each other differently. For example, I'll see you shorter half meter, and you'll see me shorter half meter, respectively. And until there was a force acting on someone, meaning acceleration, we are both equal. Once acceleration is, and there, I have a problem there. No one answered me yet. When you get into a gravity field, then and you don't feel, you don't feel gravity field. You don't feel free fall. You're accelerating without feeling it.
Chucky,
So,
like,
yes.
have you ever experienced like looking into the distance, like sort of at the direction of the horizon and seeing like what you think and you can observe as an airplane, like right at the horizon as far as you can see, and you can see that.
How did he get there? How did he get there? We know it's very high, 10 kilometers high at least.
Just imagine that you were in an airplane and you were at 5,000 feet, right? And then in the distance you saw an airplane. How would you know? And then you flew up to that airplane, which was like at your eye level. And when you came like to the vicinity of the airplane, you find out that it was another 5,000 feet above you.
Well, I don't need to do it to imagine it because I have very nice pictures from Wolfie 62, which is flying. You see it's flying. You see the clouds in the distance above the sun that is setting, but he is several thousand feet above those clouds, and you later see that he passed above them. So I don't need to imagine it. I have proof that that's what it is.
So you understand that, like, when you're looking at the horizon at the clouds, that those clouds that you're looking at are actually way higher than your elevation, but you're looking straight.
No, they are lower.
You're looking horizontally. Hang on, you're looking horizontally at the horizon, and those clouds that you're looking at horizontally are actually thousands of feet above your head in height.
No, the horizon is below your horizontal, always.
in general,
except
like the
except
clouds.
if you're 1 feet above the water in certain conditions, you may see the horizon above your eye level. Usually, normally, from a plane for sure, the horizon is way down below your horizontal. Also, Wolfie show it. He has numerous videos that show it with the head display. Those are known things. So tell me, which is higher, the airplane or the sun? Simple question.
In a 3D world, the
Just
sun is
tell me which is higher, the sun or the airplane. No stories. I
in a
ask you the
3D
direct
world.
question. I don't
The
care.
sun is higher. The sun is higher in a 3D world,
Good. So
but
we
in a
have
2D, it's not.
so we have a sun that is higher than the airplane. We have the airplane that is higher than the cloud. How come we see the sun below the cloud that is below the airplane, and the sun is much higher than the airplane? Can you explain to me?
That's why you can't measure the 3D world in 2D.
That's why you deny everything you see. The simple truth you see with your eyes, you deny it. You need to make an excuse why you see what you see. You can't explain to me how the light passes, why the light went down below the cloud and back to your eyes to show the sun below you.
You know, the
You can't
difference between
explain it.
the 3D world and the 2D world is just like the difference between, you know, a tool to measure pressure and a tool to measure temperature. They're for two totally different things.
You're not talking to the point. I want to see you draw the path of the light that caused you to see the sun below the clouds, that is below the airplane, that is below the sun. How did that happen if Earth is flat? Show me. It's easy. It's easy drawing. Open paint and draw the line of the path of the light that causes you to see it. You wouldn't. Why? Because you need to go and tell me about 3D. Never mind the fact you need to escape it. Why do you do it?
Sorry, I'll be back in a second. My dog's making a lot of noise and he wants to get outside. I'll open the door.
My wife need to walk them. And if you talk about sound, wait, I'll put my microphone when these two idiots I have here go crazy.
What happened?
Nothing happened. Something should happen always.
If I was living in Tel Aviv, I would expect something to be happening every day.
Why? It's a quiet place. I have nice breeze. I'm uphill. I'm like 50 meters above sea level, so I have good breeze here. 30 degrees. Fan on low. No air condition. I feel fine.
Did you have a heat wave over there?
Yeah, we had it got to 35. Then I start sweat a bit. Okay, so you put the fan a bit higher. Not a problem. And drink lot Coke with ice. That was the heat back then.
It's amazing when
35,
it's
36 is hot. But
It's amazing when it's hot.
31
You
nothing.
can take a lot more sugar and it doesn't really bother you, right?
Well, I'm skinny dude. I'm like 60 kilos.
Because I noticed when I was in Thailand, I could drink Coke all day, every day. And if I was in New Zealand, I'd feel like that's just way too much sugar, you know?
No, it's Coke Zero.
Sweating, you're just sweating constantly all the time, but it dries up as fast as you can sweat it, so you never actually feel
No, you don't.
sweaty.
If you're in shape, I back in the days I go to work to walk at around noon. I call my friend. He calls me. I say I'm doing sport now. I'm doing a work. He says, why when it's hot? I don't know it's hot because I'm not sweating. Even I'm walking, and even if you're in a good shape, if your heart, if your cardio is good, your muscles are good, you don't sweat at all.
Well, you probably don't realize you're sweating. It's drying up faster than you can just acknowledge it.
Not here. High. I'm usually the 70% humidity. It's not right here. No, you simply not sweat. Your body takes it easy. It's nothing. It's not a challenge for it. When you stop, it becomes a challenge. You start sweating. It's for sure. That
In
require
Thailand,
maintenance. That require maintenance and discipline.
I don't know about other places. I imagine that there's probably worse, but like in Bangkok, like my friends, that when you drive around, you can see the cars parked on the side of the road in the sun, and everybody lifts up their rain. What do you call the window wipers, the windshield wipers? That when they park their car, they lift those up so they don't get like melted onto the windscreen because it's so
I
freaking hot.
haven't been to Bangkok, but I was in Philippines, and we had a resort, very nice resort. However, there were many plants there, and the pool was down in some creek. Very nice place. One day, and of course the air conditioning is working all day. Very small one, but it's enough for me. And there is no electricity. And because there was rain and the plants are wet, the humidity I don't know is 100%. The air can't absorb any more moisture. So I'm start sweating. I said I'll go to the pool to cool down. I go to the pool, cool down, get out the pool, back to the room, sweating like a pig. I don't know if pigs sweat. Sweating like before, like I wasn't there at all.
I have a cure for
Awful humidity, 38 degrees daily.
I have a cure for depression is just go to a tropical country and your depression will be cured. Of course, you have to go to somewhere where the people are friendly, right? Otherwise, you're going to be pretty anxious. So if it's a friendly environment in a tropical place,
Bring me your phone.
and you're not at threat of like your life or anything. It's like an enjoyable place to be where you can just shop and walk around and live, and like things don't cost so much, and you can live in a nice place, and you know, it's respectful. Your depression, how could you have depression? But I really do respect the cultures that, you know, look after their parents and their grandparents. You know, they really look after the old people and respect them. Yeah, old people are on a different level. You know, I heard on the news that America just found out how to, you know, kill cancer cells, and we don't need to have chemotherapy anymore. I think there was a a new scientific breakthrough just like in the last couple of days or whatever. So science is good, you know. Science is good. Nobody here is denying science, man. I watched a video of a dude that lives in Appalachia in Kentucky in America, and it was about his lifestyle, living off the grid, with no shoes, and a total like a plant-based diet. Yeah, what a dude. He's got a barn and animals. He trains horses, and it's like doesn't shave, just lives like an Amish, but without a religion. You know, he's Christian, but he doesn't follow the Amish way. But he gets around in a horse and buggy. Uh, he has like a river going through his property, so that's where he does his bathing, his cooking, his washing, everything. And he's got he pays $90 US a month for a phone that comes with the internet, and he doesn't take advantage of the internet at all. He's only got the phone, and he keeps the phone in his garden shed, so he only goes to check his messages now and then, or to make a phone call if he has to. Yeah, but I was wanting to get in touch with that dude and ask him if he thinks that the Earth is like, what's his cosmological like understanding. You know, someone like that's been living in a real natural down to earth way without technology for so long, living the land. With zero propaganda in his brain. Like he said when he was young, he had one drink of soda pop in his whole life, and that was the only one he ever had, Orange Crush or something like that. And he'd never had any other sugar drinks ever again. Only once when he was a little kid. And then he's just been on a plant-based diet his entire life. He's like 30 or something. The clarity of mind. He must have such a clear mind. And there's like no cell phone signal out there. There's like no signals, nothing to interfere with your brain patterns. You know? That would be the type of person I'd want to ask what's his opinion of our cosmology, because he reads a lot of books, this dude. You know, he's not stupid. level of his vocabulary is very high. You know. Just dropped off my mum yesterday morning. She's flying off to Taiwan to see my brother, who's had his first baby with his wife. Been there about 20 years.
Congratulations to your brother. And your mother.
He's got to catch up to me. I've got 3, yeah. And I've always had one up on him anyway, because like I married to a mainland Chinese and he married to a Taiwanese, so you know, I've always got one up on him.
Oh, now you talk about the rings. Mm-mm-mm-mm.
In his
I
Chinese
guess
exam,
something for Al.
he got 86% in his Chinese exam. I got 87, and I got a scholarship to go to China as well. So I still got another one up on him there. I'm also 2 years older, so I've got that. Taiwan's interesting. I remember getting around on a scooter. Oh my God, there's a city called Kaohsiung right in the middle of China, Taiwan. Kaohsiung, and it's a factory city. And it at the end of the day, when everyone finishes work, it's just this ocean of motorized scooters. Probably all electric by now because I haven't been back there, you know, for a few while. But yeah, that was a sight, you know, 600 or 800 scooters. Like that's a lot of scooters, man, all in one place. Like we're talking thousands and thousands of workers all finishing work at the same time from these factories. Thousands of workers in one building, and all the factories are finishing at the same time, and they're all getting home on scooter. That's a sight for sore eyes. Yeah. No wonder why they wore masks, you know. Taiwanese love the Japanese culture.
Are you talking to somebody?
Talking to Chucky. Is he gone?
Is it Chike? 261. I'm sorry, I didn't see anybody's mic lighting up.
Is that who's that?
This is Snacks.
Snacks.
Morning. This is morning version Snacks who hasn't completely woken up yet. What's happening?
What do you think about like
Motorsport?
the?
Sorry, I'm away. I'm
you're right.
I'm helping my wife here.
Oh, okay.
What do you think next about the time lapse footage of observing stars from an airplane in both directions, and the stars don't seem to rise up as you would expect if you're going over a ball.
Time lapse on a plane.
So what happened is there was this observation with a camera looking at the stars as they traveled from west to east and then back again from east to west. I can't remember if it was that one first or the other one, vice versa. But in either case, they were just staring at the stars, and you'd expect if you're going over a ball, they should be like going over your head, you know, or going up rapidly as you were flying over a ball. But these stars just pretty much stayed in the same spot, you know, like you would expect over a flat Earth, right? You'd expect with some perspective, like as you get closer to something, that it will rise up in the sky, even on a flat Earth, right? Like, of course, right? But you should expect a much faster pace, and that wasn't what was observed. They've been talking about it the last 2 days, man.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You haven't seen it or heard about it.
Like, I don't know. I've been in planes. I don't know. It's actually pretty hard to, like, unless you're really thinking about it beforehand, to try to like look at stars from a plane and be like, oh, that's that constellation, because they kind of like they're all skewed to your eye, you know. It's hard to know like what groupings of stars look. You know what I'm saying? Because you're up there. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I guess if you haven't like seen the footage, yeah, you need to be able to see it and it's like observe it and see, like, if you could imagine the planes going 500 miles an hour into the distance, and these stars, they tend to stay at the same pretty much angle, same height.
I know Witsit's in here saying it's the same thing every minute the last couple days.
Mhm.
I mean, did you think that they were doing something different before? I don't. He's saying that they have to, if they were on a ball, and if we were on a ball, they would have to move higher in the sky.
Yeah, that was from what's his channel? Nah, can't remember it. Someone else might know his channel. Not Jay Tolan, not Plain Truth. Someone knows.
What's it
Right.
gets?
That's cool. So he's just saying the good word, but not exactly citing whose video it's from. That's nice.
I mean, to be fair, it's very difficult to determine anything
Okay.
cosmology
fair.
from the Earth. You know, like everybody's Einstein said it, Hawking said it.
Alberoni said it.
Who else?
Albandi said it. Okay.
Copernicus said it. They all said the
Uh-huh.
same thing, that you can't really come to any conclusion from the Earth. And
Right.
looking at the stars and trying to come up with, oh, is the Earth flat or is the Earth a globe and it should do this if it's a globe? It's a speculation because we don't really know. Like I personally think that the stars are fixed to a dome. So that would actually give them a from our perspective, it would be a concave ceiling, right? We looking at like a cathedral. You're looking up at a dome, and the stars are on this fixed to this dome. So if they are moving, you have to conclude that they're going to be moving over an arc or over a dome or around a dome, and it's going to throw off your variables, your mathematics, all that.
Yeah, I see them like as rotating towards you, but they're on a plane, kind of like a record, just kind of moving the constellations to you. That's how I see it. I mean,
Because there's an interesting phenomena that Globers use to debunk flat Earth all the time, and they always use the stars. Because the stars, because of optical perspective, and like Euclidean and all this other shit. Dude, at the equator, when you do a time lapse of the sky and the star trails, they split. The stars split like a zipper. There's a name for it. I can't remember the technical name.
just yeah, yeah, that's what I think they do. I mean, that's what I thought that Orion did. You know.
Tell about the celestial equator.
Yeah, how the stars.
Did I look at the sky? Huh? Did I made an argument about the sky?
What was that?
That was 1,200 feet. Not looking up above. Everything you say was false from the beginning to the end. No one said what you said they said. You can't come to any conclusion. Of course you could. El Baroni calculated the radius of the Earth. You tell me he can't come into conclusion. Why he calculate something he didn't conclude is a sphere?
You want me
He
to
will measure the diameter. Why would he do it?
Let me interrupt you, because Alberuni was like, "Nah, I can't figure it out if it's a ball or flat, and I couldn't do it from the ground." Is what dude kind of paraphrased.
So why did he calculate the diameter? Why calculate diameter? You can't figure out it's a sphere at all.
They're speculating. It's an hypothesis. They can't prove it that the Earth is round from the ground. Dude. You can't do it. Einstein said it. Hawking said it.
I did.
Copernicus said it.
I did. I have a challenge here for you to rebut.
Stop it. Just be repeating yourself and louder. That's not
me.
evidence you
me.
doing.
Me repeating myself. You're repeating.
You just did it 3 times. As me.
I have
Who do you think I'm fucking talking to? Did you think I was talking to somebody else? Think I was talking to the other guy who was not repeating himself?
Me and Snacks are
Context
chilling,
clues,
dude. It's too early to be arguing, bro.
Everyone repeats.
Relax, dude. Relax, bro. Just shh. Take a deep breath. Just have, we can have a courteous discussion. We don't have to debate and argue. It's too early for that over here, bro. I just woke up, literally.
Yeah, let him gather his brain cells, When you get up, you like, where am I?
You gather your brain cells and stop repeating yourself.
Listen, I'll gather my source. I'll show you the quotes, dude. If you don't believe
what do you want me to say?
You said that everything I said was a lie. That Einstein never said that.
It's a lie. It's a lie.
That it's a lie. All right. Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to quote El Baroni says you can come in.
I didn't say Al-Baruni. I don't know nothing about Al-Baruni. I have no clue who that guy is.
Him.
I mentioned it, but you know what? Regardless of whoever's talking about what, just let them finish their sentences, please.
So let me tell you, a sentence is something short. You can't talk for 5 minutes and tell me it's a sentence. Give me a chance, huh?
Just repeat. If you repeat yourself for the same word and just get louder, that's not.
What do you mean repeat myself? I have
a
challenge. What do you want?
You just fucking did it. I was fucking talking. You fucking thought, oh, now is when I'll talk. But that was me all the time. I already had the thought that I was going to be talking, and then you were like, oh wait, no, now I'm talking. That, regardless of what we're talking about, is going to fuck it up. So please stop doing that. Thanks.
Stop doing what? Mention I posted the challenge. You need to rebut. That's all I have. I don't have big story. I don't repeat 3D all the time. Perspective 3D. Perspective 3D.
Sorry. Talking about pictures.
Simple to pictures.
And you can draw pictures.
No, I didn't draw pictures. One is a photo. The other is explaining the photo. what we see in the photo, and you can rebut it. Say your calculations are
So,
not
so you have all the ability. I'm saying you could be so chill about dropping pictures because they'll just keep saying 1,000 words a second, right? You don't also need to keep like saying like and then and then and then. You know, that's all I was
I
trying
say,
to do.
and then I say rebut it. That's it. Don't tell
Whatever
me
you might,
stories about
whatever you might feel
what
fit to
what.
repeat over and over. And all those other words you tried to put in where I said that last sentence unnecessary. That's
I didn't put anything in your
this
sentence.
entire like, hey, I'm saying like two things that would be great and it would improve the conversation. Can you just get that because it'll immediately improve the conversation?
What words?
Well, you name A and B with two things that I said that would be good to do here.
I don't tell you what to say. I'm
I'm
just saying
fucking
you
asking
were
you.
talking. I nothing. I had
I just fucking
people
said
say
it. You
you
didn't listen to
can't.
me.
They say Einstein and El Biruni and I don't know who else
You can't
that you
talk
can come
about
to
this
a
Copernicus.
conclusion.
important shit until you can understand basic conversational laws here. It's gonna go better
Which are
if you allow the other person to finish their damn sentence.
you haven't
One.
allowed me to finish right now. I'm not complaining. It's conversation.
This is absolutely nothing to do with what I do or do not do. You are fucking doing it for sure. I am capable of not doing it. But if you are, this is not the fucking point. If you just said okay, we would already be talking full into the next topic.
Don't let
You're
him derail
preventing us
every.
from going on here,
Yeah,
or
let's
am
talk
I?
about because Gio just mentioned something, or he said something, celestial equator, right? And then he interrupted us.
No, I waited until you finished saying anything. I
Sorry.
had you saying, I don't know who, that they said El Bruni and Einstein and I don't know who else that you can come to a conclusion to the shape of the Earth looking at the sky.
Yeah,
It's bullshit. No one
I
ever
said
said it.
Copernicus, Einstein, and I'm pretty sure
Let's see it.
Stephen
Let's
Hawking
see. Quote it.
all said the same thing. But it's
Quote
hard.
it. Show me. I
So
want
I'm
to
gonna
see they
okay.
say
I'm
it.
looking for a time lapse of the celestial equator, but okay, I'm gonna stop doing that and I'm gonna go look for that. Right? Let me look up first. I'm gonna look up Einstein.
Sure, Einstein. Let's see.
And if somebody else has it available, please post.
Trust me, I know everything you're going to bring, and you don't understand what Einstein say about an experiment to a optical experiment to show that Earth is rotating around the sun. It's not possible because those two, what's the name that made the experiment? They showed doesn't matter where you aim your device, the speed of light is the same. So you can't tell I go this way or this way or this way. Very simple. Has nothing to do with figuring the shape of the Earth looking at the sky. Admittedly, there are assumptions that the stars are very, very far from Earth, glued on your far, far dome, and that's it. And you can tell the shape of the Earth.
Or not? You know, these are
60
assumptions.
nautical miles per degree everywhere. Anywhere you go, equator, not equator, latitude, longitude, you move 60 nautical miles, you change the angle to the sun to the star by 1 degree. Time 360, you know the circumference. I forgot
Itself
the
also.
formula. You
Like
find the diameter.
you'd have to move instantly within that day, right?
Well,
Because
no,
otherwise
you put your friend there
you're gonna
with
get
the
daily
phone.
changes. You don't think you'll get daily changes?
No, you put your friend there with the phone. Say I measure 69
Or you're
degrees,
gonna
says
use
I measure
your little
70.
toy phone. You're gonna use your little toy phone to fucking measure the heavens. Okay.
Yeah, we live in We can talk
You
to
live in
anyone.
video game
Anywhere.
land? You live in video game world? Got you.
Don't complicate things. I need a time machine to
Where
send me
what
somewhere.
elevation do you reside at?
Any elevation.
No, personally, like
Yeah.
where's your domicile? Like what is its elevation? Are you at sea
What
level?
domicile?
You have many houses that you fucking jet to from here to there. What is the range of different altitudes that these are at?
I don't know.
You
Doesn't
don't know where
matter.
you're do you know do
Doesn't
you know where you
matter.
fucking
Doesn't
currently are?
matter. You
Do you know
will
where you currently
measure
are?
one angle from the
You
seashore
can't tell me.
and the other one from the Everest, and you'll get the same result.
You don't know what elevation you're at.
Thank you for telling me what elevation is.
You don't know? You can't tell me
No,
where
you
it's
said that you don't know. You said you don't know what elevation is. That's what
no,
you
that's
said.
not what I said. I said you can't tell me where you're at or what your elevation is. Is that what you're saying?
My elevation now is 50 meters above sea level.
So you're like at the sea
Approximately
level? Are you pretty much at the
50
shore
meters above.
of something? Let's say.
50 meters.
Are you
Say sea
nearby the
level.
ocean? Are you nearby the ocean or you live
Yeah,
like
yeah, I'm close to
landlocked?
the ocean. Few
Okay.
kilometers from the ocean.
All right. So
Not ocean, sorry, it's the Mediterranean Sea.
okay, it's a miniature ocean.
It's a big, it's not a miniature, it's a sea.
Is it the
Which is,
Peloponnese or this?
no,
different part of it?
Mediterranean. Open Google, say Mediterranean Sea, and it will bring you the
You
map.
know what the Peloponnesian Islands are? It's part of this. It's another way to describe part of the same body of water. All right. So you're okay. Right. So we probably have similar elevation and similar humidity, similar temperature index throughout the year. We would see the same thing about from our relative position, you know, to the heavens, right? Including cloudy days. You have like some cloudy days where it's difficult to spot anything at night, would you say? Or you have like pristine fucking skies.
No, I used I have a small telescope. It very depends on weather conditions. Jet stream speed, temperature above, not where I am. The distortion comes from the higher elevation.
Okay.
You don't
So,
see everything crisp. If you look at the camera, which is very high resolution, you see distortions. But we have software to correct it, to track it, and try to fix it more or less to put the pixels together.
yeah. So that's fair enough. But I'm just saying you don't see the entire sky. Like, you know, there are people who say we have like a dome of vision and for whatever use of for explaining how we actually get to process, you know, our locations, many perspectives. Like
But
you're
I don't
not
need
getting a
many
180
perspectives.
degree.
I need
What I'm
one
saying,
star.
what I'm
I
saying
need
is
one star. You will look at one star. I will look at one
that
star.
might be all you get, right? Because I'm saying you rarely would ever see the 180 degree field of the sky, right?
Well, in the desert here, you can see it very well. I live in the city. You
Oh,
see shit. I can't see stars.
I know, right? We're right. We basically have the same types of complications
Light
added
pollution. Light
to them.
pollution.
Light pollution is huge, and pollution in general is huge. Also, just like you know, the layers of clouds that are moving.
Well,
What
no
kind of
clouds now. It's summer. You go to the Negev desert. We have dark places that are index 2. In Egypt, they have index 0. You look at the sky, you don't
okay,
believe it. You see the
right?
Milky Way. You see
Hmm.
all the stars in the sky.
Yeah. Hmm.
Yeah, but you
Interesting,
need to
right?
go there.
It's
No, and
but it's
not
like
every day. Not every day.
but what I'm saying is like, well, so how many? So you've just taken trips out there? Is that what you're saying?
Me no, but
Do you live? Have you lived out
amateur
there?
astronomers go there all the time.
Right. I'm a terrible astronomer, but I can learn about the sky if I can see it. You know, so when I'm at high elevations, when I've been at like 11,000 or 14, like well, I don't know. It even still varies around there as far as like how much of the sky you see, how much clouds there are. But but I've had like some really incredibly long uninterrupted times, just like 90% visibility of everything, and just be like, wow. It's like you can see the machine working a little differently. It's not like you're just looking at a spot thing, or you're looking from it's like you're looking through a peephole around near the shore, because of the elevation and the temperature index, barometric pressure,
Elevation
to like
almost don't change anything. I made the
visibility.
calculation. We have a mountain here, 2 kilometers high, and I saw it's about not much percent of Earth's atmosphere you lose when you go to 2000. It's supposed to be better. Basically, you look at the sky. The less they start twinkling, the clearer you see. If they twinkle, you know that you don't see very well because the twinkle is a effect of refraction.
I've
Yes,
noticed that.
once you see it, once you don't.
I think that certain star groups will tend to twinkle more than others.
Absolutely.
I don't know why
No,
that is.
no.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's true.
There's
I mean,
there's
from my
certain stars that are clearly just brighter, have more luminescence than other stars, and twinkle more.
like
It's
the
not. Yeah.
Cassiopeia is the most twinkly of the constellations, in my opinion. It is just like bing bong, bing bong. Where in other things, I mean, just coming through the same lane to your eye. Basically, I can see the constellation is moving towards me like I'm on a record.
How high is the Cassiopeia? It depends how
I would,
high. The lower it's in the sky, it's called airmass. It's how much air you have between you and the lower it is. If it's straight above you, it's one air mass. If it's close to the horizon, you may get 1.5, 2 air masses. The
I think
double, of course, so you will double the refraction.
it's just more energetic constellations. I don't know. It just always did that from my perspective.
It's been years
At
since I saw
11,000 feet.
Cassiopeia.
I lived that 11,000 feet in the desert, probably about zero light pollution. And
When I was a kid, they
outside.
didn't use this monster lights. The lights were quite dim, and you could see the sky very well. As a kid, I remember I could see everything because street lights didn't pollute the sky. You could hardly see the sidewalk.
Yeah. So anyway, my point is you've got vastly different viewing experiences.
All I need is one star. You measure the angle. I measure the angle, and I tell you the distance from you to you, from you to me.
I'm
Simple.
if
How would I do it if Earth is not a sphere? It's not a trig. It's a linear relationship.
No, you
60 nautical miles per degree.
I mean, I still work that, but the sun just basically moves like to the different tropics during the course of the year. Just moves up and down.
Goes the sun to the sun too. Two people
It's
take
like the record concept works there too, but it's just moving between like track 3 and track 6 and moving back and forth across the center of the record.
Have you tracked the sun ever? Have you tracked the sun?
I have.
Very simple.
Yeah, like through the sky.
Yes, the path in the sky.
Yeah.
So it makes an arc
when
above you all day, right? It makes
I did
an
a whole
arc.
year.
And then it decides to go to the north, take a detour to the north, and come from the other side that it came from before. No, that doesn't happen.
I don't know what you're talking about. But what I did is I placed a post where the sun rose on the first day of
Good.
spring.
Good.
Yeah. It came back that same place the next year.
No, I'm asking
No, but
daily.
you're right.
The sunrise, you point to it. You put let's say you put your
I take elevation angles to a light source.
Elevation
You don't know,
and position and direction.
you don't even know where it is, but you're gonna.
And then you draw what you had. Let's say you do it every hour. and you see it makes an arc above you. An arc that in the winter is circling around the south, not the north. The sun
I mean,
always rises not south
what
to
is the sun
to
a
the east.
fucking flashlight, dude? Is that what you figure? Is that a flashlight coming in your eye?
No, it's a nuclear sun.
Oh, okay. So it's just lighting up like all this vast area, right? Whereas like light pollution cannot effectively cover from like the Mediterranean to Egypt, right? But the sun can light them both up. So whatever the magnitude of that is, like we're
What is it?
trying all we can, but we can only get about half of the light pollution necessary to cover all that and obscure it.
What? Why do we care? We're talking about
How do you
measuring
think
the
that the sun
distance,
is?
looking at the sun.
But is the sun just appearing to you like a headlight or something? That's how you think it's working?
I avoid looking at the sun directly.
Like, but it could only be working like that for you, if that was the case.
All I need is the shadow of the sun. Don't even need the sun. I can track its path and its path in the winter. For us who live, if you live the south, well, for everyone,
If it's hot
the
enough to light
sun
things on fire
at winter,
for
the
everywhere.
sun is rising south to the east and set south to the west for everyone on Earth.
Yeah.
So it can't be circling the North Pole.
But
There's no
you're
way.
calling it
What are you
fusion,
talking
right? Which is
about?
just a different type of magic word, right? Since you can't fusion shit. Since it's like not like putting it in a blender.
Evidently,
You're not pushing. You don't have a Mr. Fusion for Back to the Future. You
well, the sun is fusing. What do you mean you
you
don't
can
have?
say that, but you could say it's magicking too, and I have like
It's
basically
not
the same
magic.
kind of
It's not
apparatus
magic.
to discuss about it.
It's fusion. Physics.
The sun proves that there's no axial tilt.
Say what?
The sun proves that there's no tilt.
Go ahead, walk me through it.
Well, look at the tropic lines, right? They're equal.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Tropic lines are
At
equal?
20, yeah,
What do you mean?
latitude lines.
The
South,
sun wanders between the tropics.
latitude south and latitude north, right?
Yeah.
What degree are the tropics at?
I don't know, 23 point half degrees, something like this.
23.4 degrees, the exact tilt of the Earth, right? And when you look at the temperate regions and you look at where it starts to get cold, it's symmetrical both north and south with no
False.
tilt.
False.
If there was
false.
a tilt,
False.
right,
Again,
go ahead.
false. Take a light detector, photoelectric cell, and measure the intensity of the sun at the north hemisphere at summer and at winter, and you'll find out that at winter the radiation is greater at the north. You need to get the facts right first.
Yeah, well,
About 3% more at the winter. Why is it cold when the radiation is stronger? Because the angle the light hits the surface is great, is smaller, and it covers the same amount, covers less land, so it gets cold. But the intensity
you're
of the sun gets
not
stronger at
understanding me.
winter.
Yeah, I believe that. Okay, because the sun is moving back and forth between the tropics, so it will give us a greater intensity. Especially
Why at the north? Why it gets farther away for us? It gets
if it's
the
winter in
sun
the
is
south.
going through. It moves to not Cancer, the other one. It moves south. The sun moves south away from us and get it more intense. How does that happen?
So just to steel man what you're saying. So if the sun moves down to the south, right, and it's winter for us, you're saying that the sun is stronger in the winter for us?
Yes, the
North?
radiation, the intensity of the light is stronger, about 3%.
I don't know.
You will get more than photoelectric cell at winter than if you aim it at 90 degrees at the sun. Yes, you will get more then you get to the summer.
That's interesting, but I'm not sure why that is. But what I was gonna say is that you know what the
I'll
subsolar
tell you
point
why
is?
it is. It's very simple. Earth,
Okay.
this ball that is in orbit around the sun, gets closer to the sun. The Earth itself. We see the sun going down in the sky, but we get closer to it.
Oh, you know what? Actually, I just understood why that is. So, if you understand the model that I'm putting forth, the geocentric model, there's a dome, right? And the sun actually arcs up and down that dome throughout the year. So it is going in circles. The sun's moving around the earth, but as it moves around the earth, it starts to raise in altitude. So by the time it's summer for us, the sun is actually the farthest point away from the earth it can possibly be because it's at the peak, right? It's at the peak of the dome. And it's at the northern tropic, which happens to be at the peak of the dome. And it's also summer for us, but ironically and counterintuitively, the sun is also the farthest away. But when in the wintertime,
You
as
have
the sun
measurement?
hold on, as the sun comes down, right, it starts making its precession back down. It's going through the firmament down, making its loops round and round. By the time it reaches the winter tropic, right at the south, it's actually the closest it will ever be to the Earth throughout the
But we
year.
don't care
Is
about
at
the Earth.
well,
We care
hear
about
me
us,
out.
me and
Well, hear me
you.
out. It will be the
I
closest
do.
it will ever be to the Earth. It will actually be in the winter tropic.
Look, I don't care how high it is in the sky. I care how far it is from me. And for me, it's farther away. That's obvious. If I'm at Cancer and it's in Capricorn, then I know it's not at Cancer. It has all the Capricorn distance away from me. Now
Well, hear
you
me
tell
out.
me that the sun, when it's above me, it's farther away than Capricorn and those 46, 47 degrees, 47 degrees farther than what I see. Now, do you have measurements of the height of the sun
Yeah, so from the equator, right?
from the ground?
On on the on the equinox at the equator, the sun is around 3,000 miles. They've done this through triangulation.
They
But
did.
that's at the
You hear my dog? He's talking
yeah,
to the ambulance.
but that's at the equator, right? But the sun is not always 3,000 miles. It can vary anywhere between 22,000 something miles all the way to 7,000 miles up.
Do you know how what the change of radiation should be on such scale? If you had one dose at 2,000 and you change to 3,000, can you quantify and tell me how much more intense will be the light? No, you can't. You wouldn't
Well,
anyway.
the inverse square law must apply, but
Right. Inverse
the sun
square
has
law. Go ahead.
the s-
Work it out.
the sun has such a great intensity. I don't even know what the refresh rate is.
Refresh rate. This kind of change will be the difference between ice and boiling water, at
What,
least
yeah, because what
according
I'm
to
s-
inverse square law. If you will do it, no,
well, no,
that
because
can be. The sun is never 3,000 miles away.
okay, so it can't be 93 million miles away because right, we see these rays, these God rays,
Hmm.
right? They should be parallel all over the earth because if the sun
They
truly
are.
is that far away, by the time the rays hit the earth, they shouldn't be bending like they're bending.
Well, they are
They
not
shouldn't be
bending.
diverging.
They are not
They're
bending. Do you know the diameter of the sun?
No, I
Hmm?
don't.
Oh, we don't.
I mean, we
Well,
can.
it's about 109 times the diameter of Earth. Sun is much bigger than Earth.
No,
So
it's
if you
not.
get a ray from the left side of the sun going to one place and the other to the other place, there is an
That's
angle
so cool.
between them.
I don't think
You
so.
can't escape it.
But anyways, so I will go back to that. But I mentioned subsolar point, right? Do you know what that is?
Sure.
So
The
if
point
you
where
could,
the sun is straight above you, where your shadow is casted down.
right, let me see if I can show you a picture.
I know what subsolar point is.
It's like I mean,
Don't worry,
here's
I
a
heard all the
question, like
words.
just a geometric question, but like I don't know, it's one I'd like to figure out. But it's like, how many suns could you fit like back to back if you could just like take the sun's position and place one before it and after it? Like how many lengths of the sun can the sky hold? You know?
Yeah, so I have the definition right here. The subsolar point is the place where the sun's rays hit the earth exactly perpendicular to its surface. The area beneath the subsolar point receives the maximum intensity of the sun's rays. So this is the
Great.
middle point. This is the middle point of the tropics, right? This is actually around the equator.
No, the sun is above the tropics. Well, there is in the tropics every day. There is a subsolar point somewhere that moves, of course. It keeps moving. But you
what I'm
can in the tropics, between the tropics, you can find a point when the sun is straight above you. That you don't cast shadow right or left, only down. It's very simple. I know what subsolar point is. I don't need to look it up.
No, but I want to elaborate. I'm not even getting to the point that I'm trying to make yet. But here, I'll post the image so that it's easier to convey my idea when I post the image. So, because this stuff without imagery gets a little bit funky. You know what I'm saying?
Wolfie made a video where he showed the sun is straight up above it.
So you
One
see
day,
here,
it's 1 hour.
you see here, this is the sun's rays perpendicular to the earth. This is how the rays
What
should
channel? What channel? I mean,
live stream text.
in main text, it's last thing I see is from Bo the noob.
Go to the live stream text, dude. I don't know. It's above us.
Tag me.
Okay. What's your name?
Chike, Chike.
Hike.
Chike, Chike.
I'm just messing with you, bro. All right.
I have an avatar that the eyes go sideways.
That's
This silly thing.
That's a racial slur. No, it's all right. But listen, so you see how the rays, they're perpendicular?
No, I don't see the image. Where is it? What channel?
I'm about to give up, dude.
In order to see your image, I need to.
Like, how did you get here? Did you click something that made you go
through YouTube, I think.
through YouTube?
This dude don't even know how to use
Yes,
Discord.
I looked for Awakening. I found the page. They have the link to Discord. Came here.
But I mean, more specifically, do you have the app Discord on your phone?
How do I talk to you if I don't have the app Discord?
Are you purposefully being shitty at technology and then being a wise ass too?
You trolling us?
Why is this? In order to see his image, I need to know which channel he posted. Otherwise, he can tag me and I'll find it myself.
He already tagged you. It's the live stream one text. It's right above the voice channel. Live stream one text. You were in there earlier. It's the same text channel.
It's a text channel? I don't see it. Live stream what? Maybe I pressed something. Need to reset my channels and see all of them.
I'm gonna walk away for a second. I'll be right back.
Okay, I think I got it. It's the sun and rays and earth. Yes, that's the one. Okay, yes, I see it. Be good now. So like I said, this is not to scale. Earth need to be 1/109 the diameter of the sun to begin with. Now imagine a ray that comes from the top of the sun and go to the bottom of Earth. It will have an angle. Can't escape it, right? So the rays are parallel. However, you can get a ray that is not parallel because sun is big and Earth is small and they're very, very far away. So we have approximately a half degree between ray from one side to the other side, maximum on Earth. But the rays are parallel. Or they can be parallel rays because we can tell the photon which way to go. But
Does
two
that make
photons
yourself feel
can
better with
go parallel. Like it's drawn in the picture. It's possible, but not necessary. It's not that they are always parallel. They can be not parallel.
So where is it that you
By the
can't?
way, where is Kosho, my man? Where is he?
Maybe he's sleeping. So it's unavoidable that you have an angle when you apply an angle. You can't get away from it. You're saying,
So yeah.
like when I say
There will
I'm
be
going to
an
make an
angle,
angle, like you can't get away from it.
half a
Sure.
degree angle. Not a problem.
Half a degree based off of.
You can average, right? You can average. You can say,
As a,
wait, the
based off
shadow
of
is going from here to
right?
here. Let's put it in the middle, and that's it. So this is between the half degrees in the center.
Like we're going
Average
to use.
it, and that's it. You know the umbra and penumbra. We can average them. It's not a problem.
I mean, nothing's a problem to you.
Nothing. I tell you, once I walk, I'll do live. I know you like to do live. We'll make a
Huh?
simple experiment. Put a thing in the ground, and we'll see
No, I
the
just mean
shadow.
nothing's a problem to you. Like you can just fudge it when it's necessary. When it doesn't
Fuzzy.
make sense.
What do you mean fuzzy?
You just use like a point to an axiomatic sort of basis to
I'll put the
hash
camera
down.
live and do it.
Can I
What
fucking
do you mean?
complete my sentence, dude?
Yeah, if
What?
you can.
I mean, I'm trying to. I'm trying to like dissect what your reasoning is here. You know, do you think that that's like easy to do, or maybe you think your reasoning is so simple I should be able to like just rattle it off real quick?
Honestly, I do. My reasoning is very
That's
simple.
the
I try not to bring complicated formulas. I try to speak simple words.
I don't think it's very strong though, because you're taking so many like easy outs. I don't think it is allowing you to have any
What do you mean
rigidity
easy out? Can
in
you
space.
explain what easy out is? I'm not familiar.
Chica, can you hear me?
Chike. Chique.
Chuck. Sorry, Chuck. You said something about the sun moving closer to Earth or Earth moving closer to sun. Can you just go back on that?
I have.
Yeah. Can you tell us what happens
What?
Can you tell us what happens when the Earth moves 3 million miles away from the sun?
It moves away the summer. It gets closer to winter for the north hemisphere.
No, but what happens?
It's in an orbit, and the orbit is not a circle, as we know. It's an ellipse.
Does it get hotter or colder?
Sorry?
Does it get warmer or does it get colder?
Where?
When the Earth moves away from the sun, 3 million miles away, is it warmer or colder?
In Australia, it's warmer.
No. I'm asking you, what does your model say?
I'm telling you, you asking me. I'm telling you, it's
Can I
in
tell you what
Australia.
your,
It's
can I
getting
tell you what
warmer,
your
and at the
model,
north,
can I tell you what your model says?
it's getting warmer in Australia and colder in Canada.
Earth moves away from the sun, it gets hotter. Can you explain that?
Move away from the sun and gets
I
hotter. I didn't say it.
can put the link
I
to you
say
in the stream if you want,
I
because
didn't
you
say that.
contradicted yourself earlier.
No, I
You don't
haven't.
even know your own model, my friend.
No, I said that too, though. I said that ironically in the north, right, when the sun is at the summer solstice, it's the farthest away from the earth, but it's also the longest day in the northern hemisphere, June 21st, and it's also around the month where it's the hottest, where this and ironically the sun's the farthest away, according to my understanding. It's counterintuitive because you'd think it'd be colder, right? But it's not. But I wanted to go back. To this image, these images that I posted, because the first image, I'm showing you the rays that are perpendicular, and clearly it's not to scale. That's not the point we're making here. The point I'm trying to make is that these rays should be parallel according to the distance of the sun, and they're not parallel. We get God rays. We get all these rays that show that the sun is a lot closer and a lot local than what we've been told growing up, right? And I don't blame you for believing what you believe, Kike.
I have no beliefs.
I don't blame you for that, bro. Hey, I post the images of the.
They say if you know something, it's kind of belief. Let me accept this. I know things. I don't believe them. I investigate. I learn them. I know them. I believe that what I learned is the truth. That's what I believe. But I do put the time and effort to learn.
I think it might be just like calculating your way to belief.
So I got here, and I always forget this word, but it's crepuscular rays, right? And you can see, and they even have the angles. You got 59 degrees to the left, 66, 70. You add up all those angles, you'll get a relative position of the sun where it's actually located, and it's not 93 million miles away. Now you can invoke refraction or light bending, but then we'd have to go into other theoretical physics that at that point it's a guessing game how far the sun is.
So I'd like to see the measurements of the whatever what it is rays that show me that the sun is close to the is the distance you say 3,000, 2,000, whatever. Let me see the measurements. Let me see the angles measured of those rays to the sun, and came to the conclusion that they are not parallel.
Well, the way that
none, you wouldn't find it. Nobody did it.
There's multiple ways to find the distance of the sun at any certain point.
Ways I know.
People have done it.
Know.
People have done it.
I'll
explain how. I'll explain how. So you'd have to have somebody at the tropic, right, at the southern tropic, and somebody at the equator. And at the equinox, you know the distance from somebody in Peru, right, and somebody at the southern tropic, right? And then that's how you find the third angle. Because you have the angle of the sun from the southern tropic, you can point to it, right? You can point the laser to it. You can even point your arm to it and measure the angle of your arm to the sun. So let's say it's 45. Let's say it's 45 degrees from the southern tropic that you're pointing at the sun. Your arm makes a 45-degree angle. So you have 45 degrees, right? Plus the distance from you to the equator. And then you know that the sun is over the equator perpendicular at its zenith at 12 o'clock noon. You do the triangulation, right, the Pythagorean theorem, and you come up with the third side of the triangle, which would be the longest side, the perpendicular side, and you'd get the math. I haven't done it in a long time, though, but I can pull up the math for you. People have already done this.
You need the numbers first.
I got the numbers.
You don't do it. You don't do it with your hand. You get a theodolite, a precise measuring instrument, and you measure the angle precisely, and you do it from the Capricorn, and you go along a longitude from from the equator to the North Pole, and every time you measure, the sun is at different height. Your trig will never find at different points the same height for the sun. That's the truth. But you don't have it all the
agree.
life. You never made this
No,
test.
I agree. I actually agree that the sun is always shifting, and not only in elevation, but its angles. That's why I mentioned that 12 o'clock on the equator at its zenith, which we know its height, we know its elevation, and it's perpendicular.
How do you
It's
know? How do you know
it's
the elevation?
because there's no shadows. Well, no, you don't know. Well, you find out the elevation through triangulation, but at the equator on the equinox, the shadow, there's no shadow. You know it's perpendicular, actually really perpendicular over
I
your
know.
head. So it's
I
straight
get
up
it.
and down at 90 degrees. That's how you
Right.
find its distance.
But
And
why
it's not
did you
93 million
decide
miles away, dude.
why
It
you
varies.
decide that the 45 degrees is right and 50 degrees is not right?
Well, you have a nine. You
Or
have
40 degrees.
listen. You have a 90-degree angle, right? Times a 45-degree angle. That's how you get your third angle. It's
I know,
90,
but it
right?
shows
90
arbitrary.
squared plus
You
45
arbitrary
squared
chose
equals
45.
x
I wanted
squared.
to measure it on 40.
It's all
I
right, dude.
wanted
I
to
don't want to
measure
go
it
to.
on 20.
I already
I
explained it to you,
want you
bro.
to
How
measure
I
it
would
on
do it.
80,
I
one
already
by
explained.
one, and you'll
Hear me
get
out.
different height of the sun each time. Your triangulation will change. Your trig calculation will change with every measurement you make. You will not find the sun at the same height at
Dude.
different locations.
Listen, it's because the sun is moving, right? And it's setting and rising.
No, you did the measurement at the same time, all at the same time. You take a snapshot at 12
Stop it.
o'clock.
Trying to interrupt
Yeah.
people. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
No,
Chaiki, if you could please not interrupt. Let
I'm
him.
interrupting. He repeats himself. I got the 45 degrees. I got it. No need to repeat for 45 degrees. I want 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. Do that. Don't tell me 45. You chose 45. You got we know it's one-on-one. Yeah, so you got 3,000 here and 3,000 there. Very easy. No, I want the 40 and 60 and 20 and 80. And show me that each one give you the same trig result for the sun height. Doesn't happen.
There's a couple different ways to find the distance of the sun, dude. There's many different ways to do it. I just mentioned one way that's empirical. You can empirically prove the distance of the sun. We know that from tropic to the equator is 3,000 miles.
Why I always hear you can? I don't care about what you can. I want to see you do it.
All right. So let's move on.
Can
then.
means nothing.
So
I can lift
thing.
a
Okay,
ton. I can lift a ton. You know, I can lift a ton. I can. It's empirical. But if you put a ton and I try to lift it, I wouldn't be able to. That's a difference between I can and can.
I get you.
Do
bro.
it.
I concede that I have not done it myself. I have not been to the tropic and observed the sun at
I
the
don't
equator.
require you.
on
You
the
can bring
equinox.
something someone else did. I don't care. I don't require you do it.
Oh, okay. Well, I do have documented paperwork of somebody doing that experiment. Multiple people doing experiments like that. You can
Post
find
it.
it very easily.
I look. Post it. I look. I'll criticize it if you have one. But I look. Any objection, any evidence you will bring, I'll look at it.
All right, but
I will not say I can. I don't want to look. This guy's an idiot. No, I'll go over what he says, and if I have criticism, I'll raise it. It's very simple. If he has mistakes, I'll point them. And if I didn't find mistakes, it's probably because I didn't see the mistake that they are there. Likely. So I need Kosho here to help me.
that's all good. But I want to move on to what I really wanted to talk about, which was the subsolar point, because I brought that up and we didn't talk about it. So in the first image that I posted, you see the subsolar point. What's ironic, and this is what the Earth would have to be like if there was a tilt, according to them, right? And if there was a tilt, then you should have a different arrangement than what we have in reality regarding the seasons. And the arrangement would look something like this, right? So if you see the North Pole is actually 23.5 degrees to the right of the opposite side of the subsolar, not the subsolar point, but the perpendicular line to the Earth's orbit. You see it?
Yeah, I see it. I see it.
So the seasons, if they're based on the tilt, right, which they're clearly not, why are these not the same, right? Regarding
You chose
seasons.
equinox. You chose equinox. On any other day, the subsolar point won't be at the center. The subsolar point will be either close to Capricorn or to Cancer, because Earth is tilted. This happens twice a year. Yes, equinox and yes, the equinox happens twice a year.
Spaced apart.
Yeah, at
That's
what day
symmetrical.
exactly, I don't know. I don't know if it's symmetrical. It don't have to be symmetrical.
It's geometrically, it's repeatable.
Yeah, it's repeatable, but I don't know if it's reciprocal. It's I'm not sure.
It's the same.
Maybe
It's
it
always
is,
going to happen on that time, and then that time is.
but only that time. Only that.
We don't
Right.
experience the seasons according to the tilt. They should be symmetrical between the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere, and they're not. Not according to the tilt. Instead, what we have is perfect symmetry according to
No,
the Earth
no, we
not being
don't.
tilted and be yeah.
No, you chose the equinox. Choose a 1st of January, and you'll see that the Earth is tilted.
What I'm trying to say is that the seasons actually show that there's no tilt at all. Like
Yes,
winter
they
and
do.
summer show, because it's consistent between the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere.
No, it isn't.
The temperate regions, the way that the Earth warms up and cools down, it's symmetrical.
It just doesn't
No,
match
it
it.
isn't.
Ball drawing.
It doesn't
What are you
match up
talking
the
about?
tilt. The
We
tilt.
we
This ball
we are
diagram
now
doesn't compare.
have warm weather at the north. The Australian freeze. It's not summer in Australia now.
You don't understand what I'm saying, dude. That's why I brought up the pictures to try to describe it to you. But I really don't. I'm not good at conveying my ideas sometimes. But
Then try.
Snacks. You understand what I'm saying?
I'm trying to.
I think I understand.
So like.
Then relate to me. Relate to me.
That's another challenge. I don't know if I'm prepared to do.
Basically, if there was
If you
a tilt,
can't relate, you
right?
didn't understand it.
If there was a tilt, then there should be an uneven amount of warming occurring at the north, because since we're tilted towards the north, well, it depends on what side of the ecliptic you're on, or not the ecliptic, but
Yes, now it's
in
tilted
your
to the
orbit
north.
around the Earth, it does depend. But either way, there should be more sunlight radiating towards the North Pole, right?
It does. That's why we have the iceberg melting at the summer. It gets warmer because the Earth is tilted towards the sun, and it gets more energy per unit area. It's very simple. If you aim your sensor directly to the sun in 90 degrees, you get the maximum. Once you start tilted, you get less and less intensity. You can do it with the camera on the wall. Take a direct picture of the wall, and then start tilt the camera and see the difference in it. You need a fixed shutter. Yeah, you want to get to the same amount of time, and you'll see that the images get dimmer and dimmer because you can't get the same amount of light from the same area because you're tilted.
Yep. That's cameras.
I would like to see someone who measured the distance to the sun. You doing it trick, but do it right. Not choose 45 degrees at the
Well,
equinox.
calculate it, but you can't measure it.
Sure, you can measure it.
No, no. I
You
don't think
measure
you
an
can
angle.
measure it.
You measure an angle.
You could
You
calculate it.
measure an.
Actually,
He has a
right,
triangle.
you're going
He
to
has a
calculate it.
triangle.
Okay. Yeah,
He has
I'll
a
give you that.
triangle. He
Yeah,
has the subsolar point,
yeah, it
which
can
is
be
a straight
calculated.
line up.
You're
Okay,
not measuring it.
no, measuring it.
No, you're not. You're not physically measuring. You're calculating it.
No, you don't measure with the tape. You measure the
Yep.
angle to the sun.
Yeah, I know. I'm correct. You're going to
You
be
know the
calculating it.
subsolar point. You have a triangle. You do trig. Yes, you get the result of the
That
measurement.
sounds like a good calculation. Yep.
Right.
So that's
But
not a
you need to
measurement.
do the measurements. You need to do the measurements first. The angle measurements to the sun.
You can measure an
Then you
angle
can do the trig. Yes.
for your calculation. Yeah, you could
Yeah.
do that. Yeah, but you're not measuring it. That's just a straight out one thing.
What do you
Like,
mean?
we
No,
have
you
a
take a
one-to-one
theodolite. You
comparison.
take a theodolite. You aim it at the sun. You measure the
You
angle.
want to calculate it? Okay. Yeah, I'll give you
Not
that. You can
calculate it. Measure it with the
no,
device. Again, you
it's
repeat. Calculate it.
it's a
No, you
calculation.
measure
Bro.
the angle. You
It's not.
calculate the height.
It's not. No, you're not. You're
No,
not understanding.
I really don't understand. You're going
No.
to shoot
You're
a
gonna take me to
target
some trig,
with
right?
the rifle. You aim the rifle. Same thing.
Yeah, yeah. Rifles just measures ball curvature for you. Just put the
No. You
no.
have a
Okay,
cross.
so
You put
that's
it on the target.
so
That's
maybe
it.
that's another bad example.
So this
Okay,
device
I'll
called
give you another
theodolite.
chance.
You put the crosser of the device theodolite on the sun. It gives you on the side
Yeah,
on the
it's a
screen whatever
solar
it
measuring
gives you.
device.
The
It's not a
angle to the
calculation.
sun is below zenith or above horizontal. This and this. You get a number.
And then plug it into your equation.
Yes.
Okay, that's calculation. So
Yes.
you're not measuring the distance to the sun.
Right. You calculate the distance to the sun, but you did the
Thank
measure to
you.
you did the measure of the angle.
I rest my case.
You
'Cause you're
rest
not
no
measuring
case.
it. You're not
That's
measuring
how
it.
we measure. That's how we
I
measure.
just made you say it.
That's how we measure. You know why? Because we have big brains and we figured out we
Did you
don't need a
accidentally
tape.
say my
We don't
point
need a
to me?
tape. We don't need a tape to measure it. We can do the calculation and it's equal to measuring it.
A calculation is not necessarily measurement.
Really?
And
And
yeah,
if I prove you that every time I do a measurement, your tape will come up with my result, you wouldn't be able to come with a different result. I tell you.
so
What would you say?
I would say
I
that
can't
I'm gonna
measure
fall.
without your tape. Even I come to the same number you
I'm
come.
gonna just listen to the guys that measure the Earth, the Cedrus group, and what they say is that measurements and calculations are different things.
I don't care what they say. I
Like
mean, not
when
them.
you physically measure something, you can do it up to a certain specificity. When you calculate something, you can do it to almost infinite specificity, but it doesn't mean that your shit's
No,
accurate.
that was
Do you
make no
understand?
sense. Infinite. You can have
Yeah, because it's a
accuracy.
calculation. It
You
will
can
always be as
you have
accurate as your
accuracy.
numbers are.
You
The
have
numbers,
accuracy.
the
You have
numbers do a lot of
accuracy.
things.
How accurate is
It's,
your measuring tape?
it's different than the function of a tape measure.
How accurate is your measuring tape? To what
To
degree?
whatever specificity of your measuring tape is.
Right. To its specificity. So if I have a
So
device
I don't know how many
that
lines
measure
of
an angle, and tell me it measure it to half an arc second, then that's the
I
accuracy
really
of
give
this
a shit if I
device.
measured the sun's distance in feet or inches or millimeters to you. And then from
No,
there,
you
you
can't do it. You can't
yeah,
do
but
it.
I would already have like a one-to-one comparison of like this is that long. That's a measurement.
No, I'm talking about measurements of your tape. You go and measure something, your yard. How accurate is?
So Cedrus says that like you can calculate things, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they will prove to be accurate in the real world.
I will prove you can make them not accurate. They will be more accurate than your measurement. Because you put the tape, you have a graph. It's going up and down. You don't pull it the same. Maybe it stretches. Temperature affected. My calculation will not be affected by temperature. Surely not on small scale of, let's say, 100 feet.
Yeah, it
Nothing.
just won't be accurate. You know,
It will
it'll
be
be
more
separate.
accurate than your tape.
No, it's nowhere near.
You
would-
say so. You say so, but I will prove you it will.
Yeah, no, but you can't really prove it with just
Not
numbers.
I can't prove you. I will prove you.
You won't be doing that.
I wouldn't be doing it.
No,
You
I don't
sure?
think not today. Probably
You
not
sure?
tomorrow.
You sure?
You can do it right now.
No, I can't walk now.
All right. I mean, you could talk. You could talk a lot of
I'm
games.
pinned
You could use
to
words
a
to
spot
even prove
on
yourself
the
right. You
south.
don't even need to bring up the numbers. Just threaten to use numbers, and then that'll be enough to
I'm
prove
not
it.
threatening. I'm telling you. I don't
Well,
make threats.
you're gonna show me with numbers that you can measure the distance to the sun, and then it's equal.
I didn't say I can
as
measure the
calculation.
distance to the sun. I had no such claim.
What are you
I
gonna
said
do?
you can't measure it.
I
Not
can
with
measure
tricks.
it. You can't do it. So like, how do you expect me to do
I
it?
can't do it because the sun is so far that
Where are you
I
gonna put
don't
it
have
on
the
me?
means. You say you can measure it.
I didn't say
Or
that.
one of
Since when did I say it?
said. One of you said. You can measure it. Do the trig and tell me how far it is.
The trig will just tell you the trig.
Yes, and I agree. I want to see it.
But that doesn't mean that that's the mileage.
Well, he claim it is.
It doesn't
Well,
necessitate this knowledge.
and
Numbers
I
enough.
think I need to separate who I'm talking to because everyone has different
That'd be
opinions,
helpful.
right?
It's like me and the other guy.
Yes. So
And then the other guy that just popped in
the
for a
other
second.
guy say he can do it because the equinox he choose
Yeah.
latitude 45, and we know it's 1 to 1. So if the distance to 45 is 3,000 kilometers, then the sun is 3,000 kilometers up. Easy, right?
I'm sorry, I blanked out for a second. You're trying to say that you can measure elevation angle of 11 and the distance too?
No, he said it.
Listen.
Well, if you know that the sun's directly overhead and you had a secondary observation point, then maybe you could sort of
So
get it.
basically, the idea is if you can, the way triangulation works, if you can find two sides of a triangle, with those two sides, you can come up with the x number, right? With the x, with the third side. You understand that, right? So what's wrong with measuring, right, the sun's at the equator on March 21st, right? You're at the equator. You're in Peru. No, you're in Ecuador. You're in Ecuador, right? And the sun's right over your head at 12 o'clock noontime. The perfect time to measure the sun is when it's perpendicular over your head. You have no shadow visibly. There's no shadows. You're looking at all the objects around. There's no shadows. The sun is perpendicular to you, so it's 90 degrees. Boom. You have 90 degrees above you, and in the bottom side of that triangle, right? You have an observer at the southern tropic, which is 3,000 miles away, right? So you have 90 degrees, and then 45 degrees.
245 you have. And we know this ratio is 1 to 1. So if you're 3,000 miles away, then the sun is 3,000 miles up. Easy. But you chose 45 arbitrarily. Why 45? Why not 50?
Because that's the limit of where the sun's moving
What?
to.
So
It's like the
what?
southern limit of the
So
sun's
what?
yearly
But that
transit.
doesn't.
That
The
doesn't
limit
go
of
any
the
further
sun
than
where
that.
it moves doesn't bother me. All
Yo,
I
stop
bother is
jumping in here with with your monkey wrenches. What the fuck? You just your points aren't like that fucking good, man. But
I suggest you draw a picture and try to understand what I'm saying.
if
You
your
chose
points are good,
45
go ahead and jump
arbitrarily.
in. If your points are good, go ahead and jump in. But you
My
could also
points are very good. I have points. for change.
You have points, but if you evaluate them on a basis of like what's actually a good point and what's not, like, you know, I don't mind if you jump in, but
Did you have a point? Raise a point you have.
well,
have no point.
basically you can build the triangle off of the vertical from the sun over the equator on the equinox.
We did. Why
Right.
why do you do it at 45? I want it at 40. I want it at 30. I want it at 60, 70. Why did you
Why
choose
do you
45?
Oh,
Because it's
oh,
convenient to you?
why do you
well,
want
no,
to buff
that's
angles? What does
that
that
just
prove to you?
happened. 45 degrees happens to be the angle that the sun is from the southern tropic. When you measure it from the southern tropic, when it's at the equator, it happens to be 45 degrees
Yes.
from the observer.
And 50
That's what
degrees
the actual number is.
and 50 degrees is the angle when you measure it at 50. We know. You chose 45 for a reason. Because you want it to be 3,000.
No, bro. No, that's actually where the sun is, bro. When it's zenith.
No, it isn't.
At its
The sun
zenith.
is at the
Uh,
south solar point. You move the way to 45 and you measure the angle. The sun is at Peru and you're at 45.
Listen,
It's not where the sun is. The sun is at Peru.
You'd
or
want to
whatever it
measure it at the tropics, from the tropics.
No.
When it's on the equator.
Yes, from the
Yes,
tropics.
when it's on the equator, right? See, there was no need to
No, it
interrupt me with
doesn't
that,
measure
right?
from the
No,
tropics. It
right? Well, there
doesn't
was no
measure from
need
the
for that,
tropics.
right? See, this is just the editing process in your mind. You start thinking like, oh, should I open up my? I can't do it most of the time, but I would appreciate if you could give it a shot.
No, it doesn't measure from the tropics. The tropics is 23.5.
No,
or
we're saying
0.4.
that this
It's
is what
going
we'd
to
like to do.
45. Why?
This is what we'd like to do. Maybe it would just be
Why
to
45?
observe it from the tropics, while from the same line of longitude, right?
Why 45? Why you choose 45? The number 45. Why?
You're a fucking menace, dude.
because when
Honestly.
when you look at the sun, right, all you have to really do is point to it.
Yes. Why did you choose 45?
Because that's what the degree is. That's what the angle is from the observer at the southern tropic, at the equinox.
No, the tropic is not farther than 23.5. We established it long time ago.
When
You
I'm
went
not
away
talking
from the
about,
tropic to
I'm not.
45. The sun doesn't get to
No,
45.
I'm not talking about latitudes, dude.
Of course,
You're
you're
at
talking about
you're
latitude.
at the
Which
southern
45 you're talking
latitude
about?
of 23.5 degrees, right? And you're looking north, right? You're looking north at the equator where the sun is at 12 o'clock noon at its zenith, right? You're measuring the angle from the southern tropic to the equator where the sun is located. It happens to be 45 degrees.
23.5. Yes. What height will we get?
If
We
you
don't
are
have 1-to-1 now.
you, the observer, are standing right at the southern tropic at 23.5 degrees, and you're observing the sun at the equinox. You observe the sun at 12 o'clock noon. It's 45 degrees from you.
No, it's
Yes.
23.4. You just said it.
No, it's not.
The sun never gets to 45 ever. The sun
Dude,
is in Peru now. 0. You go if you want to go to Capricorn to Cancer. Go to Cancer and measure it. It would be 23.4. If you want go to 45, why did you go to 45?
You're silly, bro. Because the sun right now has 190 degree. When it rises in the east and sets in the west, it actually arcs over your head, dude. 190 degrees, and you're telling me that it never goes to 45.
Never. The
Dude,
subsolar
you don't know what
point
you're
don't
talking about.
pass 23.4.
You don't know what you're talking about, dude.
Me?
Yeah, imagine the vanishing point, right? At the horizon, 0 degrees.
I live in Tetutu.
The sun rises at the horizon, right? It's rising up all the way till it reaches 90 degrees, and then it goes down over your head 190 degrees. And you're telling me it never reaches 45 degrees. What are you talking
Dude, I
about?
live at 32. The sun is never above me. There's no day that it's above me. It looks straight above me, but I know it's at most 80 degrees. No, it's never above them. It's 32,
I
45 out of the question.
Yeah, I get that, but I'm not talking about your specific geographic location, dude.
Again, you didn't give me a reason why you at 45. What you're doing at 45? What you have to do there? You want to go to Capricorn, to Cancer? It's 23.4.
You don't have to believe me, dude, but
I don't believe. I'm asking you a question.
But I'm telling you. So at the equator, right, on the equinox, March 21st, at 12 o'clock noon, right, when you measure the sun at the equator in Ecuador, it's 90 degrees over your head. Do you agree or disagree?
Absolutely.
Okay, so
Yeah.
if you have an observer at the southern tropic at the same time period as the equator, you measure the distance of the sun, not the distance, the angle of the sun, it's 45 degrees.
No, it's 23.4.
And how'd you come up with that number?
Because that's the latitude. The sun don't pass these angles. You may measure more, not at equinox. You at summer solstice at the north, you can measure 40, double the 23.4, so 46 point something. But at the equinox, the maximum you can measure from the tropics is 23.6 or 4, whatever. And you go to 45. Why?
Maybe we're misunderstanding each other, talking past each other, but I do not understand your reasoning whatsoever.
The distance between the tropics, the angle to the tropics are between 0, that the sun is at the subsolar point, or between them and the equator, difference of 23.4 degrees, right? That's simply how things are. So you can't get more than 23.4 if you go to Cancer at summer at the equinox.
But this is.
But you went further to 45 now.
I don't know how
Why?
you get, but just entertain this for a second, right? Let's just entertain the idea that the sun is at 45 degrees from the observer, right, in the southern tropic. So you have a 90-degree angle at the equator when you're perpendicular. So that's two 45s, right? So you have 45, 45, and 45. That's 3 45 angles. That's how you triangulate the distance to the sun.
Yeah, I know. It's easy to do because you get 1-to-1. Now you 3,000 miles away, so the sun must be 3,000 miles up. I get it. The question was, why did you choose 45? Arbitrary.
Listen, it's funny that it works out like that, bro. But that's just the way. That's the symmetry of it, dude. It happens to be 345s, dude, by nature itself. You don't have to believe me, dude. You could say, "Oh, why'd you choose 45? Is it easy because it's easy for the mathematics or the arithmetic?" No, bro. That's what it actually is.
What do you mean it is? You can measure any angle you want.
The sun is 45 degrees at its zenith on the equinox.
The zenith is straight above you. There's no angle.
Or the northern tropic. Listen, you can use the northern tropic or the southern tropic, and they're both 45
whichever
degrees.
you want won't be more than 23.4 degrees. You move away from them to 45. Somehow you decided it's a good idea. I need Kosho to relay what I say, I guess.
From tropic to tropic is 6,000 miles.
Yes.
Right?
Right.
And even at the northern tropic, when you look at
Who says? 23
That's what it is, bro.
No. It's
From
23.
tropic is 6,000 miles.
46.8 times 60 nautical miles. That's the distance. How much is it? Let me fetch a calculator.
So, if we have the equatorial position as point A, and point B is 2,500 miles south on the longitudinal, right? That's our B. And so C is what from point B's elevation angle to the sun on the equinox, right? That's that basically that's going to be our B angle to plug back in to get the 2,500 miles plus that angle, and then knowing that we're solving for a right angle triangle because we're getting a plumb basically from the solar to the ground with that
Yes.
shadow. Is that correct?
Correct.
So that would give us our elevation angle.
Yes.
And then, but that's essentially most of the fucking geometry here. It just colors everything in it. So if it's, you know, like if that's variable at all, you know, like whatever that day and that sighting is from that point at 2,500 miles south, if weather conditions are who knows what, like
The
it
only thing. Oh, sorry. Go
it
ahead.
kind of screws it up. Like and then
people-
the sun is like a certain amount of miles different away.
So by this experiment, you can't assume that the sun is 3,000 miles away all year long, and that's what people have done.
Wait. I came up with 2,808 nautical miles. Now, can someone convert it to statue miles?
It's
I simply can't type it,
every 108 nautical is 200 kilometers.
but we want miles. You guys talk miles now. I don't want confusion here.
I like nautical miles actually.
Nautical miles. So we have 2,808 nautical miles.
2,008 nautical
That's not
miles
6,000 miles.
divided by 108 is 26 groupings of 108
Say
times
one
200
one
kilometers.
nautical mile
5,200
is
kilometers.
not 6,000 miles.
5,200 kilometers. Right?
From tropic to the equator is 3,000 miles, right?
No, between tropics.
Between tropics is 6,000 miles.
No, it isn't. It's 808 nautical miles. I calculated it. Give you 3,000.
Go to Google Earth, right? Type in a pin, put in a pinpoint for like the southern tropic, and then do another one for the northern tropic, and see how much you get.
I'll have to install Google Earth. I'll do it.
A waypoint, not a pinpoint. A waypoint.
Fucking nailed that. 5,200 kilometers. That's just the rule of the nautical mile. You know, that's how you do simple conversion. That even I can do it and not be wrong. What do you think? Not trying to flex here, but oh, it feels good to be a gangster. So the nautical miles is the 108 system, you know, and it's lifted and brought into kilometers and so forth. Which means really that like all the modernization with the meter is really falling back to like our earlier measurement system of 108 matrix stuff, you know. There's so many of these things that are 108s. Which I'm gonna guess this probably relating back to like Indo-Chinese fucking tech right there. They're all about the 108s. But then a lot of other things are too. I mean, if you'd agree that there's like a Pythagorean cult that would be enforcing their secrets of geometry by penalty of like feeding them to the fishes, that um, certainly the secret societies of navigation and mapping um, are equally guarded about their information techniques and understandings of the exceptions to rules and things of that nature.
I'm just looking for this PDF, dude. I got so many in here.
My super intense red light on right now, and I find it interesting that the shadows are not black. Yeah, like on like they're just bluish. Is that weird? They're not pure black shadows. If it was just a regular light bulb, they would be black, but these shadows are blue. What do you figure? How's that work? How's that work on a ball? How's that?
You take blue shadows? What do you like? What?
Super intense, super intense red light. No, I'm not on any drugs. The super intense red light, you know, it's casting shadows, but the shadows are bluish. They're not black.
It's tricking your eyes. Take a one.
I think it's interesting. Also, yeah, um, anything that's fast moving in this red light is really interesting to look at. Um, I have like a massage gun, 45 cal. No, it's a lithium powered, and but it just moves so fast. It's like it shifts between this like blue and red sort of light spectrum in a way. It's quite trippy. It's subtle. I mean, it's not like it flashes or anything, but you just notice because the motion and shadows just translate a little bit differently to the eye than it would be normally. Also, like when I turn this thing off, I'll still see things like in a slightly different spectrum for like about 3 minutes, maybe sometimes. And that's quite nifty. Yeah. This red light therapy moment brought to you by 640 nanometers. Yeah.
So he asked me earlier what the diameter of the sun was, and I was hesitant to answer because I wasn't sure. I forgot, and I looked it up. Apparently, the diameter of the sun is around 32 miles. Just 32 miles. And it happens to be the same diameter as the moon. Now, I don't know if these numbers are legit, but I think I've I remember reading these numbers in scripture before. I just don't know where.
Yeah. It's so much different than what the helio model
It's
describes, I guess, right?
I'd be laughed out of a room if I said that, amongst a bunch of professional astronomers. But anyways, it says here that the sun moves about the distance of half its diameter, north or south, depending on its precession. It moves between the tropics, right? So as it's moving between the tropics, it's moving at 16 miles on average, north or south. And this is something that's very important, because my understanding, every time it makes an incremental adjustment, north or south between the tropics, because that's literally what it's doing. It makes incremental adjustments throughout the year. Those incremental adjustments add up to 364 possible increments. 364 possible circuits that the sun travels on, and nothing more and nothing less.
Yeah.
It's just that in certain years,
Right.
the sun will travel around the same circuit throughout the year, and it will do this once or twice a year. And that's why the years average out to around 365 days. Sometimes 366 days, or almost 366, depending on the fractionalization that they do with their astronomical clocks and all this. But in real time, the sun's only traveling in 364 possible circuits. And in order for it to make those incremental jumps, right, it adjusts itself 16 miles. This is very precise math. This has been already studied out. You can check it for yourself. I mean, I haven't checked it myself. The best that I've done is use my sundial as a reference point, and I've been able to mark the shadows and notice incremental changes throughout the year, right? And then in certain days of the year, specifically around the equinox, and maybe I haven't tested it for myself, and maybe one of the tropics or one of the solstices, that the sun will travel the same circuit twice, making it look like we have a longer year. By the time you get to the end of the year, you're trying to measure the sun reaching the same, like if you do the sidereal year, it's when the sun returns to the same position it was at the beginning of the year. By the time it does that, you're going to have an elongated year by day because of that phenomena that occurs. This is something that modern science has not caught up to, bro.
Hey. Yeah. I don't know. I think it checks out that it should average that we basically gain or lose 1 minute every day of light. Right up to a maximum, and then the slipping to the minimum, like around New Year's.
And I missed earlier. I just want to correct myself because I said it was 6,000 miles, and I remember reading this a long time ago, bro. So it's been a while. I got to refresh my memory, but it was actually 3,000 miles, the total distance from the Tropic of Cancer to the Tropic of Capricorn, with the equator located halfway in between them.
Oh, I had it at 5,000 miles, so I had it 2,500 miles south. Okay.
The sun also moves about 1 degree east on the star wheel almost every single day, which will place him, it says here, on all 360 degrees of the star wheel in the course of 1 year. The sun will make one complete perfect ecliptical path through all the constellations from one spring equinox to the following spring equinox. Enoch says that the stars and the sun share the same wheel, and that the moon has her own separate wheel, which spins 10 days slower per year than does that of the sun.
Yeah. See, I think that it's of interest to me, I guess, from the perspective like that that energy is going somewhere. Like the drifting of the moon to the rest of the system is I think just it just shows it's like part of the energetic sort of loop that's going on. You know what I mean? Like it's that that lost hour of time that's going on. That it's not in sync with the sun is like sort of
Okay,
this.
the best I could come up with is 5,200 kilometers between Capricorn and Cancer. It's kilometers.
That's 2808 nautical.
Now divided by 1.6, you'll get 13 miles.
So that's 2808 nautical, 5,200 kilometer, right?
Hmm. That's not 6,000 miles.
That
Yeah,
was your first.
I meant 3,000 miles. I'm sorry.
Not even 3,000. Well, around 3,000, yeah. So what?
So it, but anyway, the whole argument
Doesn't
is
give you
still
a
gonna be
reason to go to 45.
it's still going to be relying upon your local like observational point to get elevation angles. Right. So ideally, you'd want to get this all like in a longitudinal line, and then also get you know, 5,200 kilometers. Well, it's isn't it half of that? Right. So it's like 2,600 kilometers north and south of the equatorial point. That's what we want to get. Hello. Hold on.
I need to step away. I'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Okay.
He's digging it up. No. What were you saying, Snacks?
It's 2,600 mile 2,600 kilometers south is where the observation point should be to make this triangle observation happen. If you're right, we're getting equatorial to ecliptical.
Yeah. No, yeah, absolutely. You want it to be accurate. But at this is a rough estimate, bro, because even if we do accurately triangulate the sun, there's still variables like the firmament and its doming, its lensing effect, right? And what if the sun is actually a projection? Like there's so many other things, bro, that you can't discount completely.
Yeah.
Even refraction.
Yeah, I don't think we're even like explaining the way that the sun appears on the horizon to its transition to noon and then ultimately going away. Geometrically, that it doesn't jive to me. I mean, I explain it in a different way for myself, like because I just think the whole thing is sort of an illusion due to like the refracting of optics, and that also due to the temperature of the upper atmosphere that acts as a lens. So it's like where that path of the sun is also like warming up that area, and like the colder it is, like the steeper that refraction angle is. So I think that it could work in like two different ways where it's atmospheric and optical, and also that the sun itself as a point is like moving like this incremental way. But then this allows for like the projection of that uh, to be perceived as we see it, and I don't know, man.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it, is because we already know that the sun's moving, bro. Like, I don't care what anybody says, the sun's definitely moving, but you have to be able to track its movement accurately throughout the year to actually measure an accurate distance. So that what best time to measure the sun's elevation than the equinox, when it's literally right in the middle at the subsolar point at its zenith at 12 o'clock noon. There's no other better time to measure the sun's distance, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You have both the zenith and the subsolar point.
Yeah, and I would just complete the make a greater triangle, and get a north observation point too, pointed south to the equator. Or it's not really south. It would still be
So
I don't know. It would still be noon, really.
So the math should add up, both north and south. So at the northern tropic and the southern tropic, you have a 45-degree angle showing that the sun is actually in that position that if the southern observer notices a 45-degree angle and the northern observer notices a 45-degree angle, then that's most likely where the sun is. It's not like an optical illusion. You know what I'm saying?
And it'd be interesting to just for context, it would be cool like if we had those points available to just like also look at what the moon's doing the month into that and the month out. So like take one full moon cycle in, observe the thing, and then watch the moon cycle drift out. You know.
Yeah, the moons will be even more difficult.
It feels like a shorter year this year. Like just once that heat wave popped, there there wasn't another one. I don't. We might get like an Indian summer, like late summer, like you know, reissue summer edition for like 2 weeks or something. But then that'll be the end of the season, sort of, and then we'll. But I think this is gonna be like a longer winter.
Possibly. I've been hearing about this dark winter for like 3 years now.
I don't know about dark winter, but yeah, it's right. I mean, so you like I don't know where we are in the Metonic cycle. I don't know if it would be nice to know like where in that 18-year period we were at, you know.
I mean, the Jews know. They have a 19-year cycle that they intercalate. They use a Metonic cycle. But I don't follow that.
So like I mean, let's say we could be like in year 3 of the new cycle, you know, or not. You know, we could be for you know what I mean? Like maybe it just kind of reset itself. You know what I mean? Like it yeah, sometimes it may mark it with like some kind of event or whatever, you know.
Yeah. The sun. I don't. I'm reluctant to use the word recalibrate or calibrate itself, but it seems to calibrate itself. It has like a specific rhythm that it does where it oscillates, but the oscillation is part of the system itself. It's like part of the autocorrect.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So yeah, I wasn't sure. What I thought was going on was that it's an alternating cycle of like 18 and 11 years, but this might just be like an interplay with another cycle. But that they kind of like make a great cycle, and it's like these two cycles are resolving themselves over the whatever entirety of however this record plays out.
So, like,
I mean, don't you find the record player to be
Yo,
so
Dawn's
cosmological?
back. Yo, Dawn, what's up?
Mac.
Return of the Mac. Yeah, there you go. Wow.
The Druid is back.
What was that question again?
That a record is like so cosmological. Record player.
I don't really see them as a record. I know
But
Mal
like
does. Mal sees it as two plates.
But don't you see like the constellations kind of turn over your head like that at night? You know.
Relatively from my spot, without thinking about the heliocentric model, yeah, they go round in a rough circle above. But I believe if you take more into account, you see them as a celestial sphere.
Or even those astrological charts, you know, the planisphere like squashing. It's just like planar.
But we have to remember that the people in the south see their own other dome, and if you connect two domes, you get a sphere.
I know. Yeah, it's the horror of unique position. But we actually do have that.
But I don't mind discussing your models. What were you actually discussing? How the sun moves?
Hubble's nightmare is real. You know, we have to throw on like the disinfo claimer of like space-time like instantaneity. You have to say it like you're half drunk. Instantaneity, to get it right. But anyway, that's how space-time overrides like the unique position observer point. I don't know. Everywhere appears to be sort of its own different place. You know, like the sky kind of plays out. Yeah,
Personal
like
dome, yeah.
uniquely locally to where you are.
Personal dome and the information that there's two celestial poles. So,
like maybe.
I mean, I can't forget that information because it seems important.
Well, we only have like night for a certain period of time. You know. Is it that these rarefactions, asterisms are caused by? What are they actually caused by to start with? Yeah, is to say like it's that there's a separate pole. It could just be like the non-pole. Because the pole is really coming down from the center of, you know, if
I'm just going from what you said about a record going round. I'm just going. If I look up and I'm near the north, which I am in the UK, I can see the middle of the record above me, but the record is curving down to the horizon as well. It's not just flat above me. There's stars right on the horizon, so maybe it's a really big record stretching out, but I don't believe that because I believe all the other information about the rest of the Earth being hidden behind itself on the horizon. It all suggests a sphere inside a sphere. But I don't want to get into it. I don't want to promote the sphere. That's not what I need to do. I'm not religious to it. I mean, I am, but I'm not here to preach it.
Okay. On the spherical massive. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to preach the sphere, but that's what I believe about the sky.
Gotcha. But what I'm saying is like when you see it, it's not spherizing to your eye. You know, it compresses in a horizontal band. Like
it's in arcs, and they're not arcs on a flat plane above me. They're arcs down to the horizon and round.
Like if I just had I wish I really maybe at another point in life I'll be back up in the desert with like a bunch of cameras and shit to. I mean, I guess I could simulate it too, probably in like some kind of software, but it's just like the constellations you kind of don't know what they are because they're just like kind of bunched up on the horizon as they're kind of rotating to your eye. Like if basically I was like looking at just 180-degree field of view from California up to Polaris and the Draco constellation and Dippers and stuff, you know.
In that video.
But Like you would just see like a bunch of stars group up in the horizon and then just like rotate to your eye like it were a disc kind of moving around, and as they get closer they expand out, to your field of vision. Your
I don't see a disc. I see
human eye.
a sphere.
Until they're like above you, and when they're above you they're like as splayed out in the sky as that they can be, to your field of vision. So
Hi guys, I'm back. I have a question. So we established that the how you call them, Cancer Capricorn are about 3,200 miles away apart, and that's the reason you chose 45 because it's also 3,000 times. Is that? Do I get it right?
Oh, Chike.
I'm trying to get to the bottom of this. Why you chose 45?
Well, from my point of view, you won, Chike. You were correct about us. So you won when you first come in.
I'm not here to win.
Well, you did.
There's
Anyway,
no
you
win.
did.
The Earth is a sphere.
Have a little
That's a fact.
celebration.
Otherwise, what's
You
going
didn't
on?
need any numbers. You didn't need anything. You just had to say, remember, guys, all the evidence points to the globe. What, God, why is it suspect? I told you it's the most reasonable Earth sky model. There's nothing suspicious about it. Just because the Jesuits come up with it, that actually makes it better. Because they're very smart Roman Jews, aren't they? They could afford very good telescopes.
But you're not here to sell cosmology, are you?
Yeah, there's nothing suspicious about rich men finding out what the sky looks like when they zoom in. It's not suspicious. It's normal.
There's nothing more evil than a Roman Jew.
But they're smart. Evil people are smart. That's the paradox that we have to face.
It's that they can have a sky, like a telescope, and they can have like sky church, where
the Gnostics were right.
I was being a little facetious when I said that, though. But
okay, so what did Jews invented the telescope now? What do you blame them for?
Let's go.
I don't think.
know. Did you think Galileo invented the telescope?
I don't know if he invented it, but I know Newton invented the mirror telescope. He sure did, and he sure it wasn't Jew.
Like he was the first person to do that.
Mm-hmm.
He just like innovated.
Then the lens.
He's like, fuck this. I'm innovating. He's mostly like an alchemist. But
have you seen this video of the sun zooming in? I can't decide if I believe if it's real footage or CGI because I've been fooled by lots of things in the past. I want to believe that if the sun is a big hot ball, it would look similar to that, and they would be spouting hot stuff out, liquid gas. It all seems logical, but because the best globers in here can only zoom in and only just see a sunspot in grayscale, we have to believe that the elites have got super zoom, where they can zoom right in. And that's quite a hard belief.
I've seen people
who can zoom right in.
The elites, NASA or James Webb or whoever, whatever
They have frauds.
No,
They don't zoom. They have probes there, close to the sun.
Oh, is
yeah,
that is that from an orbiting probe? You reckon? Really
they're
close?
just nested in solar cam A and B. They're just quaintly nestled in the little Lagrange point neighborhood.
Honestly, Jake,
You might
that's
want to put your probes up in this. You know, they got good schools up in there in this Lagrange point. You know,
that is a different thing
There
for me
is
to investigate, but it's
yeah,
just
it's
as
pretty
hard to
hard to work.
believe.
Mhm.
there is a site I think called DSO or something. You can. They have the sun in various wavelengths.
Okay.
You can see.
So you believe they've got the orbiting probe and they're zooming in and seeing all that sun
That's
stuff?
what he thinks.
Yeah, it's possible,
Why not?
man.
Yeah, they just have it keeps working.
You never saw they sent rocket twice a week now, like sausages, and you don't believe we have probes in space? What else do you need to do? Do I need to tie you to the rocket for you to believe and see there's no air up there and Earth is round?
Yeah, they should have done that by now, Chuck, but they haven't done it yet.
Yeah.
Suppose we bought you a ticket.
Few of them
to
did
space.
do
Would
it,
you go?
and
Would you
then they
go?
just hid
Would
their
you
own
go?
evidence.
Would you go? Suppose we got you a ticket. 2 days in space.
Oh, you're gonna play that game? Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Mhm.
I
Would you
wouldn't.
go? Would you go?
No.
Would you come back? Say, I saw in my eyes, Earth is a globe.
If you get safety and like insurance of
This is not fake
maybe.
footage from NASA. This is from my phone.
No normal people are going to space, Jake. It's only the Masons who are really going, and some Russians.
We'll get you connected with the Mason. You'll be in space. Would you go?
Closer to space than you have.
You go first. You
In
go
a
first,
perfect
Mike.
world, world where I trust you, yeah.
I don't need to see Earth. No, it's
You go first. Tell us how it went for you.
no, me going there has no way because you say it's fake. I'm not a shield. It must be you. The guys, I was a flat earther. No, Earth is not flat. That's what I want to hear. Let's say, check, you went, how was it? Here I have pictures, it's fake. CGI.
Yeah.
It can't be me ever. Or anyone else other than you.
I guess it really depends like what you've seen, with your eyes.
No, it doesn't. Because anything I'll say, I'll show you. Of
it
course,
does.
that Earth is a sphere, you'll say it's fake.
Oh.
And there's no way for me to go around it. I'm NASA shield.
Oh.
It must be someone that is not NASA shield. Better be two to support each other and say we went there, we used our phone, we didn't edit the footage. That's how it looks like.
No, I think it's just made your logic's weak. And it has been this entire time because it's mainly just relying on too many like fucking cotton candy fucking ideas.
What kind of the idea? I want you to do it. Why don't you want to do it? You're afraid of something? Tell me, if you find out that Earth is a sphere, and not flat, by the way, does it change your life in one bit?
Like if you just proved it just now with your shitty proofs.
Never mind my proofs. I'm asking you.
If that just happened, yeah, that would blow my mind.
As a person, if you find out that Earth is a sphere, does it change your life in any way? Mentally, physically, does it make any change?
Like it's made a
otherwise,
change.
other than you can't come here and say Earth is flat.
It's already made a change in it being flat. So you're saying for it to go back then, would that make a change? I mean, yeah, that would be some adjustment. Yeah. I think
for your life, it will be adjustment just because you know the Earth is a sphere.
At this point, now that I know that it's flat, like for you to have convinced me just now, yeah, that would take some adjustment. Yeah.
Look, if I saw
I was convinced by what
evidence,
you said.
If you show me
survive
evidence
the
that
macro world.
if you show me evidence that Earth is indeed flat, then I run and put myself in a nut house because I know I'm delusional. Because I always
You didn't do
thought
anything
that I
wrong.
should.
No,
I
just one
thought I
thing you
saw.
got
I
wrong.
have evidence it's a sphere, and it
Just one
appears
thing.
not.
You just have a program of information that you've run through, and with the assumption that it's all
You
valid
don't.
and
You don't need to go in a nut house just for getting one thing wrong.
Well, I know I'm not well, right? If I thought it's a
you
sphere and
didn't
you
do
prove me it's flat, something is wrong with me. I need to deal with it.
No, it's not necessarily wrong. It's something wrong with you. It's just you didn't work one thing out properly.
No, I worked everything out, and to me, in my mind, it looks very clear that what I do is logical, methodical, and precise.
Paid for you to come to the pyramids and meet God. Would you come?
What if I told you you needed a straitjacket because you thought the Earth was a globe? You know what I mean? Like
I'm
that's not
telling you,
really
if you
fair.
prove me that I do,
There you go.
I would wear it.
There you go. You think you're right, so you don't have to wear it, but they would suggest you
No,
should
it's
wear it.
not. I'm telling you what will be. I don't know the outcome. If you might surprise me and come with, you wouldn't surprise me. I know you wouldn't.
I don't trust you.
And bring me a proof that Earth is flat. And I'm fucked.
If I took you to the pyramids and I showed you God, would it change your life at all?
Mm-hmm.
It would.
I'm not far from the pyramids. You want to go there?
I'm saying, would you come if I paid for you?
I'm in Tel Aviv. I'm guessing 500 kilometers.
You're in Tel
Maybe.
Aviv right now, dude?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Why? It's a city. We have good communication, transportation, and weather.
So
What's surprising?
do you mind if I ask you some personal questions? So what are you? Are you Arabic, Jewish, like
In my ID that I love, nationality is Jew.
so you admire Einstein? Is this why you believe it's a globe? Like what?
Admire? I wouldn't say I admire. Well, I know he was one of the greatest minds. And I say one, it's like one from two or three of ever lived. There's a joke I remember. They say the first president of Israel took a boat with Einstein from Europe to America, and Einstein explained to him I don't know if it was general or special relativity. Every day he was talking with him, and he was a scientist, our first president. And when they came. He says, after 2 weeks, he explained to me in detail his theory. I'm sure he understands what he says, meaning he didn't. When Einstein came with special relativity, people looked at him like, "What you talking about, dude? Delusional."
Yeah, that's a good point. So, I mean, it could be the same for flat Earth, right? We're calling them delusional, but in 20 years, it could be found out to be the truth again.
No, the world wasn't ready for it. They didn't know what he's talking about the you space time. What's this?
That's the same for flat Earth, maybe. We just don't know what.
But some mathematician jumped on it just for the fun, probably, to see what they can do with it.
You keep feeding an archetype, and you'll manifest it. You keep talking about it. You know, it becomes reality. That's what archetypes do. They have a nature of coming into existence. Not that they actually are, but
No,
like
it's not like he published
Yeah, in
it.
the mind. In the mind.
in
Yeah.
the
stored
mind,
in.
the collective unconscious manifests these things, and they become part of your paradigm. You know, so yeah, when Einstein first
Paradigm.
talked about it, it was like so foreign and odd and weird. And then over time, people just kept talking about it. Now it's like everybody in the world basically agrees that we live in a globe and that space times exist and all this stuff. You know what I mean? But does it really?
Nah, it's very selected few that know what space even means. Like you say,
It's not all
handful.
about space
Even if
time.
it's a million, it's nothing in our big world.
Relativity is like a philosophy as well. It applies to more than space and time. But that's my struggle with it. I can understand it philosophically, but I find it hard to apply it to reality because I'm not a scientist or a mathematician.
Neither am I. Have no degree in science or math.
You know Hebrew?
בטח, מדבר כל היום, מה אתה חושב?
I would say yes, yes. I don't know what you said.
That was Hebrew. I said, of course, I speak it every day. What do you think?
Man, I could use you to help me learn how to speak it.
Nah, don't even try. It's a backward language. Yeah. It's not structured. You know, in English, you can read a sentence and you can drop letters and you can still read it perfectly. In Hebrew, doesn't work like. It's a different language. It's processed in the brain in different parts. The talk, the reading, everything, they are separated. English and Hebrew are not the same place. They're different. I know the French do it also. Everything is either female or male. There is no it.
Sorry, I didn't want to get into that. I was just wondering. I'm taking classes right now, so that's why. But I've only I've been skipping a lot of them.
Read me something.
Read you something?
You see, you take classes. You probably write Hebrew and say it and talk it and read it.
Yeah, I mean, I have the alphabet memorized. I have the
Oh,
sounds.
that's bullshit.
You know, Aleph, Bet, Gimel, Dalet,
Yeah,
Hey,
that you read
Ayin,
you
Hef,
read
Hef.
letter by letter. It will take you a year to read the line.
What about I am a lion? Can you say that in Hebrew?
What?
I am a lion.
Ani Aryeh. Aryeh is a lion. Ani. Oh, this is funny. Look, Hebrew and English. I'll start with Hebrew. First word is Hebrew. The second word is English. It says Ani means me in Hebrew. In Hebrew, Ani, you say in English me. Me in Hebrew, you say it in English who. Who you say in English is he, and he in Hebrew is a she in English. אני זה מי, ומי זה הוא, והוא זה he, והיא זה she.
Oh my God, that's confusing.
Funny, huh?
Don't even try, dude. You gotta be extremely passionate to learn this language. It's insanely hard. The hardest
I don't want to learn the language, but I like studying the beliefs.
The hardest part is because like a lot of languages use the Roman alphabet. It makes it a lot easier because at least you got the same alphabet. Even Spanish.
No, we had the alphabet before the Romans did.
But I'm just saying, it's like you have a completely new alphabet, just like an Asian language. You know.
It is. First of all, I live at the edge of Asia. The Mediterranean is the west end of Asia. Of course, the region called Mediterranean, but it's part of the continent, Asia. and then come at the south is Africa. Is Caucasian somehow related to Asia? Caucasian.
Somehow, yeah, it's somehow related.
Caucasus Mountains.
That's like a lifetime study, Jake. That is.
But how about like
Not
I
that
think
curious.
I think these Jews made it out to like Japan, even like had like little communities out there.
Yeah, they caused a dispute with Hitler and Caesar.
Let
He
me try
asked them. They were allies. He asked the Japanese, "Give me your Jews." Japanese said, "No. Why should we give you our Jews? What for?"
I would suggest it's related through words, not through Europeans coming from Asia, as in evolving from there.
You say Jews. There were tribes here, all kind of tribes. And finally, some gathered and said we're Jews or something. How they call it? Like Palestine, like Palestinian. The people that here were Palestinian. It was, I think, it was like a mocking word of the Romans.
So did you?
So I'm Palestinian.
So did you purposely call yourself a kike? Like
Chaik. Chaik is how to pronounce chaik, like Chuck with an I. No, I didn't make it up. I was in the army. They called me Chaikun. And it turned out to be Chai. And that's it. And I like it, and I keep it.
Hang on. You were in the army and now you're a Glober. Oh, fucking hell.
What?
Shocking.
What does it have to do with it?
Absolutely
Everyone
shocking.
here served, but by law I have to serve 3 years. And then every year for the next 20 years I did about a month a year.
And now you argue the Earth's a globe on the internet.
No, now I'm talking to you. I'm not arguing. Can't say anything.
Oh, you know what I mean. You fell into the pattern. It's all good.
Yeah. Best time. Boredom basically when I did have work because before I got sick.
You get
I was a
immunized?
workaholic from 12 hours, 10 hours minimum a day. 12 hours usually. I didn't have life. I didn't have a vacation. Actually, going to the army to the 1 month was my vacation.
Yeah, you get to see
In 30 years,
the world.
I got 2 months,
Yeah, some people
3 weeks. In 30 years, I got about 21 days vacation.
Wow. So you must be older. So how old are you? Like 50?
I'm 61.
61?
No way.
All
Oh,
right.
you didn't see my picture? We posted.
You sound in your
No.
40s or 30s.
I don't judge you anymore for not knowing how to use Discord, dude. Earlier, he was struggling to get around navigating Discord. But now I see.
This is
I
me and
wasn't
my
trying to
princess.
poke you on it either. I was just being like, how did you get here? Because that's the page that has like the one with the join button is the same one that you used to access the text. That's why I was asking you that question.
You see the picture? Me and the dog. Dog. It's the princess.
I don't see what you're posting.
Tell me, do you know when you pin down to a spot on your sofa all day long, what's the best thing to do?
What is
Get
it?
high. Get high. I don't need to move. Don't need to do anything. I get high all day.
That's fine. That sounds like fun. Also, it's glad to have you back, Jake. Where you been? You been busy?
Yeah, I'm glad to be back. We had good chat, right?
Yeah.
I'm
I don't know where you
waiting
posted
for
your
the heavy
picture
the
at,
heavy
but we're
caliber.
in live stream text. I don't know where you posted your picture at, but we usually use live stream text one.
It's main text chat.
Yeah, our main text chat is the live stream one.
I don't think we have a main
It's a
text
text
chat.
channel.
Trike's probably looking at a different server and just happens to be in this VC somehow.
Yeah, that's probably it.
Right. You're right. I'm fucked up. You see what happened when you stoned. Hold on.
Did I guess that right?
Yeah.
When I'm wrong, I'll admit it. So where would I put it? Live stream.
The live stream text one. It's right above the. It's like directly above the VC.
Oh, you both got little cute heads.
Yeah, you got a titanium cranium. Look at
Both
that
got
thing.
white t-shirts on, and then
The
What
small
is-
one is 5 years old, and the big one is 9 months old.
what is
Yo,
that
if it wasn't for your
phenomenon?
dog's ear, your forehead, the reflection off your forehead would have burnt the lens in the camera out.
She's cute, isn't she? Those big ears. Very funny lightning with this light water. I'm not that cute. This second dog is ugly now. I keep telling my wife. His ugly face.
He looks like he's had his face in a pile of dirt.
It's her dog, but by the way, officially it's her dog, not mine. She adopted it. But he's a great dog. He has empathy I don't see in other dogs. He have feelings for both animals and men, humans.
Yeah, you know what? I think dogs are part of the Illuminati paradigm. They were given to us by the ancient bloodlines, and they've been.
Who's talking? I can't hear you. I need to increase your volume.
It's me, Dawn. Dogs have been biogenetically enhanced to live with humans in the distant past by the Anunnaki. And that's why they're so smart and so human.
You talking about your AI girlfriend?
Do have you on
doggies? Dogs, I said. Dogs have been.
Oh, just joining in. Sorry, brother.
Dogs have been
What's up, Don?
programmed by the Anunnaki to be our best friend.
Thank God.
Yeah.
What would we do? What would we do without the Anunnaki and our best friends, brother?
Exactly. It was nice. I mean, dogs are great, aren't they?
Duram, it's called a picture of me. That's what you're looking at.
If only we could extend their life, because they die quickly, don't they? Dogs do. And then it's sad for a little while.
Right, but the Anunnaki did that so that we would learn about love.
Right. Yeah, that's fair enough.
Come on, Dawn.
Life and death.
Come on, man.
But we can learn a
You
small
missed it.
cycle of life and death, but it's not our actual child, it's just a dog. Yeah, that's perfect.
By the way, you can feel free to Mimi if you wish.
What are you trying to have a meetup? Oh, you said meme you? We put you in a meme?
If you wish. Yes, I wouldn't take any offense. It's not like whatever. Actually, it's amusing.
I imagine your head and your little dog's head poking out of a trench, an army trench.
Well, they already put the Rampos there with the dog ear near me. And the dog says, "You don't know how bad things are."
The realm is suspicious that that's not you, Chike. It's just some
I would
random.
go live if I can. Can I go live here?
Let's go live. Yep. We've done it.
That's what you call scientific proof.
Yep. Yeah, you're inaudible now. Cannot be heard. He's muted. Or do you have to be in his live stream?
Do I have to
I don't know. I
to
can hear
lie
you.
about what I look like for what? What benefit is it for me? I told you I'm brutally honest. Don't ask me question you don't like to hear the answer to. So am I handsome? No, you're fucking ugly if you're ugly. Don't ask.
If we have a man who claims to only talk the truth, I think that's interesting because you can ask him about anything and get his real opinion. See if you can trip him up into lying.
Is there a
Tony, how you
way
not
to
forget?
see, is there a way to see who's talking like we see on the shows on YouTube? Like the name pops floating on the screen big. I can see who is circled with green, who is talking.
You swipe,
My eyes.
swipe in from the right. No, it's from the left to the right, and then press on the live stream, and it goes into the live stream.
Yes. I can't watch the live stream. It's annoying. I want the names, only the name, the talks. You know, it's like on the videos you see the name bigger, floating, not in the list, and circled with the green circle. I know this one is talking. Here, if I look at the list of who is talking, it's so small I can't see the degree. Just an annoyance. I get used to the voice, but the first time I need to know who is talking.
So red light therapy. Hoo ha. Totally rules. Mm-hmm.
I'll go roam other servers. I'll be probably back later.
Good morning.
Yeah, what's up?
Long time no hear you.
Yeah, you've been gone.
Yeah, I was gone. At least six, four, 4 months from any computer activity. I'm back. What's going? Have you managed to explain the hump, the hump and the drop and the on this diagram you have to
No,
Asimov?
we do it. We we do have an airplane that traveled 3,000 miles, and the stars didn't move 1 degree per 69 miles, though. So that's weird.
No, the question is how can you have a drop at the hump? You remember the drawing that Kosher made for you?
I know how to jump in the the drop in the hump works, but there's a problem because we have these stars that didn't deviate 1 degree per 69 miles over a 3,000 mile flight.
So you have a problem with flat Earth now.
What's up?
So you understand that Earth is not flat.
Well, I don't know. We got this star thing where it didn't. If it was a globe, they would have to deviate, 1 degree per 69 miles.
That video you posted.
I didn't post any videos.
How pilot ended the globe. That one I need to watch. I haven't seen it.
It was taboo conspiracy.
Hey, I promised I will look at any evidence anyone will bring.
No doubt. We'll go get you the video
I never
later.
dismiss anything. If I have scrutiny, if I have points to show that what they say is bullshit, I'll do it. But I'll either have a rebuttal or have to accept it. I have no problem with it. Have you seen my latest argument for not flat Earth? Have you seen my debate with Bev?
Yeah, I heard you a few times over there.
No. My debate. I had a debate with Bev. I lured him in for a real debate. Not the one that I bring evidence, you bring evidence, he says what he has to say. He had to bring his argument, make a geometric proof that vertical is perpendicular to horizontal. He's vertical and he's horizontal. He needs to define them. He couldn't define them. Well, he could define vertical, but he had a problem with horizontal. And it's really and he left in rage, of course, when he saw I'm pinning him down, and claimed I was dishonest, and said he will go over the debate. He have to go over the debate, and like 4 or 5 months later, he didn't go over it. Why? Because Bev talk all the time. I hardly talk, and he has nothing to go over. Only his failures. But let me watch your video first and see what they say.
What up, Visa?
Issa, I love it when you play guitar on the stream.
Jeremy, you still here, buddy? Oh, hold on, I haven't finished the video.
Morning, everybody. We got another nail in the cosmological coffin. Just thought everybody might want to have a look at that.
Let's do it.
Say what?
Let's do it. Where's the nail?
I just posted the nail.
Okay.
Have a look. It's a brief 60-second thing. That's one nail. I found 2 nails today, but I don't want to overdo it.
A few more nails you could nail a coffin down.
Yeah, that's the idea. The cosmological coffin. And guess what? They're working on modified Newtonian gravity. 1 step forward, 3 steps back.
Okay, that's interesting. Who's this guy? Is he an astrophysicist or a scientist or what?
Yeah, he's one of them big wigs, yeah.
Oh, okay. He doesn't want to call gravity a force because it's not a force, etc., etc.
Is it that beautiful or what?
It was kind of just like a painting.
Uh-huh. Slowly, it's coming out. You're going to see the name Einstein is going to be relegated to everything wrong with cosmology. The guy who got it all wrong, that's going to be the genius that we call now Einstein.
But they're
I'd
just
like
gonna
it.
gloss over that later, though, aren't they? Like they did everything else. Like all the past people that they try to tell you about, with like the Greeks and like what is it like who is it? Was it Aristotle? Not Aristotle, but like
Euclid you're looking for.
okay, there we go. Like they were wrong, but yet we're still taught about them, still taught that they were right even though they were wrong. How the fuck does that work?
Well, yeah, I thought you meant the ancient Greek Euclid, who was right, and they try to make him wrong. Like they try to change one of the postulates. Yeah, they do that all the time, bro.
Yeah, they come out with wrong thing. Like, so I think that's what they're gonna do with Einstein, dude. Even though he's wrong and they're proving that he's wrong, they're still gonna have like a little caveat at the end being like, oh, but he's right and we depend so much on his research. What research if it was all fucking wrong? Like,
Yeah, they're gonna do a double speak for sure somehow. Yeah.
or it could be like, what if in like 100 years they do with like Einstein what they did with Newton and with Cavendish and with Coulomb, and just jumble it all up and then just feed it to that generation?
That's possible,
He was
but
just solid.
that's possible. But if enough of his living peers refute it, then something else might happen.
You don't think that could have happened with Newton and it was still pushed on us 150 years later?
No, I agree with you, and they could do the same thing in the future. But if enough of Einstein's living peers come out and say things like this guy is saying, then maybe something else might happen too.
True. And also, one thing I just thought of is that we have to take into account the access to information that we all have now as well. Because like when they did that with Newton, right, and they were pushing on everybody, you didn't have things like the internet to where information was so accessible at everybody's fingertips, you know?
Exactly.
So yeah, I get what you're saying. How's it going, gentlemen? That's a good
Hey.
one.
So I posted that, and Quiet Riot's response is, so how does that prove that it's flat? Like they have a one-track mind.
It doesn't prove that the Earth is flat, but it proves that what you're believing is wrong. Are you fucking serious? Like,
You just brush off one of the most important things, like gravity.
He's not the first one to say it's not a force either, with good standing in the community.
Yeah. A lot of people have said that. Yeah.
well, and his theory of relativity is the only thing that saved the globe model back in when was he? The 40s or fucking 20s, 30? Fucking what? I mean, I gotta look this up. I don't remember. Honestly, dude, half the time I could care less about what dead people are doing now. I'm more worried about the people that are living around me. You know, like
they're not doing much. Pushing up daisies.
yeah, they're not going anywhere, right?
Don't forget the guy that gave us this cosmological model, Newton, also thought that something will travel forever. So this is the mindset of the man that gave us what he thinks the world, the universe is. It's truly comical, man.
Yeah. So Einstein won the Nobel Prize in 1921, right? So it's been 100 years now.
Yep.
Dude, this is really starting to like look a lot like the whole Newton thing with Newton and Cavendish 100 years later.
Yeah, it's really sad. This Einstein dude set us back at least 100 years, at least minimum. And then you had Michio Kaku with his crazy, nonsensical string theory, which many scientists had no choice but to go into. They were even complaining, like if they wanted to advance their careers, they'd have to go into a field which was funded, the only field that was funded, and they had no choice, even though they disagreed with string theory.
Hey, here's an interesting question. I don't think I've ever heard anybody talk about. Was Einstein a Nazi?
No, I don't think so. He's Jewish. I mean, no, that we can firmly say no.
Well,
on that.
okay. What about the Jewish people that were turning over Jewish people to Nazis? Kind of like how the COVID people were turning over their neighbors to the authorities.
Say again, because I got a call in between there.
Oh no, just saying like, what if he was wasn't there a name for like the Jewish people that support that like turn each other in?
Zionists?
No, those are the people that want to go back to Zion. Like they're looking for the motherland. No, I'm talking about the Jewish people that like ratted out the other Jewish people to the Germans. Like well, okay, so and is he a true Jew or is he one of the what's the name of them?
Bad Jew?
No, it starts with a K. I think it starts with a K.
Kufa. I'm just kidding.
No, it's here, give me 1 second. Sorry guys. Khazardic. Yeah, that's it. Is he a Khazardic Jew? Or am I pronouncing that wrong? Well, give me a second.
Khazar sounds about right.
Yeah, so this one dude that worked in a patent office that stole everything. Nothing of his, even the photoelectric effect, which he won a Nobel Prize for, that wasn't his work. He literally came up with nothing. Literally came up with nothing. All his stuff was stolen from other scientists. And he's the smartest man in the world? I've heard him talk. They asked him a question, a simple question about the speed of light or something, and he didn't know the answer. One interview I saw of him, and he sounds like a buffoon. Literally. He sounds like a buffoon.
He just stick his tongue out at you.
All right, guys. I figured out the word. Ashkenazi, dude.
Well, the Ashkenazi Jews, yeah, the ones with the curls on the side.
Well, okay, so the last part of that word is literally Nazi. Like,
well, they come from Russia, no? Those people? They come from in those areas, I think.
Well, they're supposed to be the people that literally watch like Moses do some shit. They're Mosarians.
Yeah, well, since we're into the subject, it doesn't really matter. But look at the Nobel Prize winners, the scientific ones. I think like 70% of them are Jewish. So I don't know if that means anything, but it's either the Jews are so much smarter than everybody else, or they're just peddling nonsense, which they are versed in. I would take the latter as my answer. And a lot of people say this Adam thing is like a Kabbalistic. I never read the Kabbalah, so I really don't know. But they say a lot of that stuff is in the Kabbalah. Relativity and all this nonsense.
the Kabbalah or like the.
You're thinking of the Torah.
No, not the Torah. The Talmud is the one I'm thinking of.
Like
the extra one that all the crazy Nazi Jews. Okay, that sounds so weird. The crazy like hardcore like Orthodox Jews follow more than they do the Torah.
I'm not so sure, like really, and this really is not a religious thing. But yeah, it's funny that most of the Nobel Prize winners are all Jews. Now that could be a coincidence, but I don't believe in coincidences. So, not to make this like a religious thing, but how come? Why are all these supposed Nobel Prize winners? Why are they all Jewish? Are the Jews so much smarter than everybody else, or are they onto something?
You get a lot of money every year for being a Nobel Prize winner.
Well, you get $1 million, I think, up front, one shot.
Yeah, up front, and then I think I'm probably wrong. Last time I looked, it was like 10 or 20 grand a year.
I wasn't aware of that. Okay, wow.
Yeah, for life. Life. I think I could be wrong. I better go check.
Yeah, let's move away though from the ethnistic stuff. Like, forget about that. It's purely the scientific thing, right?
It's kind of hard to with the Jewish people though, because like their culture is their religion. So if you talk like you almost can't talk about them without talking about religion, kind of.
Yeah, I know, and it ties into this this quantum stuff. It's basically Jewish scientists. You know that, right?
Yeah, same thing with the solar system and everything. It's like the newest age of sun god worship. Because when you look at Egypt and well, not just Egypt, but the Romans, the Greeks, right? When they had the gods up there, they would have the main god in the middle and the other one surrounding them, or they would have the main god on top and all the other lesser gods underneath them. when you look at the model of their solar system, they have the largest, most powerful god in the middle, which they used to be Apollo and now it's the sun, right? And then look at all the names of the planets are all a bunch of like other Greek and Roman gods circling it. It's just a model of sun god worship.
Nothing could be clearer than that, what you just said right now. I mean, it's in your face, right? But no, nobody sees the, you know.
Because they're too busy worshiping.
Yeah. By the way, I found another nail today. I'll present the evidence later, but I just want to tell everybody. And this is devastating. Devastating. There's going to be a lot of black tears. There's going to be a lot of crying on this one. I just recently found out that the dark matter has been disproven to the accuracy of sigma 5. Let me repeat myself. It's been disproven to the accuracy of sigma 5. Now, the ballers know exactly what that means. Sigma 5 is the highest possible, for sure rating, that they're sure that this is what it is. The guy was explaining like something like 2 million observations, that it happens every time to get to the sigma 5 rating. So, gentlemen, dark matter, remember the day, remember the time, it's dead. Officially, sigma 5 verification. Ooh, that hurts, man.
Wow, so 5 sigma is actually 3 to 10 to the negative 7th power.
Something like that, some crazy number, yeah. So this is devastating. Like it can't get any worse. Dark matter is officially dead. Dead.
Well, isn't that another like large piece of the puzzle that they use to understand the universe, right? Like, isn't most of the universe of what they teach made up of dark matter that now is not scientific? So how does that work again?
Well, wasn't it only scientific because it's trying to like make up excuses for holes in the model?
Well, yeah. Now they're desperately working on a new model, and they're doing what they're doing now is they're doing a Newtonian modification model. In other words, they're going to modify Newton's model. That's what they're working on now.
So what? Maybe we might get lucky and a body at rest won't stay at rest?
Maybe, yeah, maybe.
Or maybe somebody will be able to view something moving and not stopping ever.
That would be really something, yeah. So they're in a bad place now, man. Sigma 5 verification that dark matter doesn't work, that is devastating.
Dude, you know what I'm like imagining right now with the whole like the universal globe model, dude, is like in a cartoon when you see them in a ship and it like springs a leak and they try to plug it with their finger and then like 3 feet over like another hole pops up and they try to plug it with another finger and like another one pops up and now they don't have any more hands to plug it, so like they use their foot. Like
Yeah, it's like the little Dutch girl in the dam. Yeah, yeah. I call it a bicycle tire. You know when you patch your bicycle tire, the old tires that had a tube in it?
Oh, the slime.
Yeah, yeah. Now there's so much there's so much patches that the whole tire is just one big patch now. So they're starting to patch the patches.
Yep.
Yeah, it's really, really bad, man. I mean, yeah.
It sure is an interesting time to be around though, right? to see all this
Yep.
happening right now?
Oh, yeah, it seems like every day somebody's coming up with another nail in the coffin.
True.
I found 3 things in the past 2 days: that the sun could indeed be electrical. I found out that Newtonian, Einsteinian gravity is gone, period. And I found out that dark matter has been disproved with the accuracy of sigma 5. Sigma 5. It's unbelievable. So that's 2 days, 3 shattering discoveries. And what Whitsitt came up with the star thing the other day. It seems like every day we're coming up with new stuff. I came up with the baby galaxy destroying the black holes that they found. Like, I can go on and on. It's like really bad to be a baller now.
Unless you're just completely happy in your beliefs, and no matter what arguments presented to you, you'll hold to it like a kid that believes in Santa Claus.
Yeah, don't look here. Don't look. If you want truth, stay away from here. Stay away from us. Do not enter this room, because your fantasy will be shattered. That's a fact. Like, just the 3 things I said right now completely destroys your cosmology. Just those 3 things that I found out.
I think you're wrong.
Let me have it, bro.
Well, that's it.
That's it? I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Okay. That
Of
sounded
course.
like, yeah.
Yeah. Of course that's Don. What's up, dude?
What's up?
That's
Another
all
day.
done. Hat, an
Another day.
I don't
This is wrong.
understand. Misrepresented. Did you see the thing I posted on?
No.
No, but I'm wrong. Yeah.
Heliocentricity cannot be debunked. It's an evolving observation of where we exist.
Well, gravity has been disproven,
Obviously
and
not.
so has
Obviously not.
dark matter
No,
by the
it's
accuracy
not.
of sigma 5. Do you know what that means?
If we had no gravity, I'd float off, wouldn't I? Things wouldn't fall down towards Earth every day like they always do if there was no gravity, but they still do. Things still do fall. So,
And they always will, but it's just that Einstein was wrong about the explanation of it.
not as wrong as
You want me to
you.
repeat that? Einstein was wrong.
He was more correct than you, though.
Dead wrong.
Still.
Like, absolutely wrong.
If he was
So
really,
wrong,
really
Don, that they're
wrong,
working
imagine how
on a new
wrong you
model
are.
now.
If he's really wrong, imagine how wrong you are.
Well, I'm not even in the game.
Exponentially wrong.
I'm not even in the game. I'm watching your shadow giants destroy your model,
As
and
soon
nothing
as you
could be
talk,
better.
as soon as you talk on my cosmology, you're in the game being judged.
I'm in the game in the sense that I'm watching the players destroy themselves.
You chose the flat earther role.
It's like we're watching Chelsea and Liverpool and destroy each other. So that's what we're watching now. Your scientists, one on one side, one on the other, and they're like bashing. They're bashing the ball. They're bashing the model.
So wait, I missed your answer on why it's wrong though, Don.
Oh no, it's too much to go into. Everything he said was wrong, and I'll sum it up with heliocentricity can't be debunked because it's an evolving observation of where we exist. It's not a concept or a theory.
But we're talking about gravity.
Yeah, gravity still exists. So your idea that it's gone or it was wrong is just wrong, isn't it?
It's not my idea. It's the current cosmological model by this so-called genius called Einstein that was proven wrong.
You know, it just sounds like you're desperate to defend something
If you tried to cite it being proven wrong,
Oh,
you'd
it is.
cite
It just
some
sounds like you're
probably
desperate to defend
article.
something. You're just desperate to go against us for no reason. Do you have any evidence to back up your claims?
No, I'm not desperate. I've withdrawn from doing it all day, bro.
Do you
So I'm
have
not
any
desperate. I
evidence
just
to back up
decided
your
to do it
claims?
now because I heard SE say loads of wrong things in a row. So I just wanted to butt in and say, I
Right,
think
but
you're
just
wrong
because you
personally.
say it's wrong doesn't mean it's wrong, right?
I know, of course. But for me, when I say it's wrong, that confirms to me that it is wrong. That's me
Confirms
stating
to
my
you,
opinion.
yeah. Doesn't confirm to anybody else but you. So, but if you're happy, whatever helps you sleep at night, more power to you.
Yeah.
Dude, I think that's exactly what I told you the other day when you were talking to me about Venus, Don. I was like, dude, if you're happy with what you think, dude, go for it, man. More power to you, bro.
I know.
I don't know why you spend all day hanging around here talking to us about this kind of stuff. It doesn't make any sense if
I
like
haven't
we're
been
all wrong
talking.
all the
I've
time.
only just
So
said something 2 minutes ago, so I haven't been here all day talking to you, have I?
I'm not talking about today, dude, but you're in here all the time. Like you're in the chat, right? Like dude, you've been
Maybe me
hanging
and you.
around flat
I
earthers
think.
for years, bro. I remember having
Yeah,
conversations with
that's
you
true.
like 5 years ago.
That's true. Yeah.
You're still here. Right?
Do you need
Like
me to
don't you have
explain?
something
Do you need me
better
to
to do?
explain why, or is it just what it is? What it is?
So maybe you should watch this 1 minute video that I posted, Don. Maybe you'll get an idea. Maybe if you hear it from one of the shadow giants, you might believe it.
I've already given you that Einstein was wrong on some things, like you, but not as wrong as you. You're more wrong than Einstein on more things.
Well, obviously, I mean, he's the learned one, right?
No, he just happens to be more correct than you on stuff.
So this is a wrong competition. Who's wrong the most?
Yes, you're accusing people of being wrong, and that's made me accuse you of being wrong. Wronger.
But it's not me, bro. It's the scientist, which the
It's
video
you.
which you refuse to see. It's not me that said he's wrong. It's a scientist.
You just claim it destroys heliocentricity.
No. Don't get it wrong. It's not me. I'm just relying the information. Don't shoot the messenger.
You made claims.
It's him. It's the
No,
scientist.
you made claims that probably
Hey Don,
aren't made by him.
dude, is there a scientist out now that if they came out and said that Einstein was wrong and he was an idiot, that you would actually take their word for it? Like if Neil deGrasse or like Michio Kaku or one of
I'll
those other
give you
idiots
he
did.
was wrong about some. Einstein was wrong about some stuff. I'll give you that.
So then what are you arguing right now then, dude?
I'm arguing that SE was wrong.
He just wants to say everything I say is wrong. That's his argument.
Most things you say are.
There it is. Name me a right thing that I said.
Some things you say when you say like Christianity is silly. That's right. That's correct. You managed
But that's not
to get
cosmology.
that.
That's
I
religion.
know.
Can I ask
Tell me
what you would
something in
agree that
cosmology.
hey Don, can I ask what you would agree that Einstein was wrong about?
I think he was wrong about lots of his space-time theories.
But isn't that also what holds like the whole idea of gravity together back
No.
then?
Sorry, no.
No?
No, it's a theory. It's a theory about how gravity works through empty space.
Gravity is still technically a theory.
You can say Einstein was completely wrong. We've still got 9.8 meters per second of things accelerating towards Earth, and we're still observing orbits falling around other balls in the sky. Yeah, nothing falls apart. Heliocentricity stands strong.
Why do you use the word fall? Like, I mean, it's
Fall.
going around it. It's not falling around it. Like, if I walked
Isn't that
around
what you
you
thought?
in a circle, would you say that I'm falling around you in a circle?
Oh, yeah. Well, I believe orbiting is a type of falling.
Do you hear yourself right now? You just,
Why
like,
don't
I
you
believe.
believe?
Like, I feel
Why
like I'm
don't
in
you
church right
believe it?
now.
Why don't you believe stuff about this guy?
I'm sorry, say that again. I can barely hear you on my phone, dude.
What do you think orbits are?
I don't think there is such thing as orbits because we don't experience anything orbiting around anything here on Earth.
Right,
So if I don't see it here on Earth, I don't believe that it happened somewhere where I can't see.
What do you
That's
think?
like logical to me.
Hang on. What do you think of the claims of people saying they saw a circle go in front of another circle in the sky?
They saw a circle go in front of another circle in the sky.
Yeah, they say they're planets, balls, spheres. What do you think about the claim? Some people have seen that in the sky. They call it an orbit.
They are lights moving in the sky. Like it.
We
Like I
see the
don't
same
think it's
ones.
an actual object.
We see the
So there
same
you
little
go.
lights going across one of the bigger lights when we zoom in, apparently.
When you zoom in with your
A zooming tool.
high-powered telescopes, right?
Yes.
Or not even telescopes, you're not actually looking at it. All you're doing is getting a radio signal from somewhere that you say is a gazillion miles away, and then you get data from a computer, and then you analyze that data, and then spit out an answer.
No. I'm talking about zooming with a tool into the sky and seeing a little light go across in front of another light, a circular light. Little black circle going across a bright colored circle in the sky.
Okay, but that's still not. So you don't know whether that is just passing in front of it and the other one's behind it. You don't know that the
Right.
one object in the front is now going to go around and behind it. You're assuming that.
We're assuming, because it comes back on the other side, we're assuming it doesn't just teleport from the right side back to the left.
How do you know it's the same object,
in 3D
though?
because it's 3D. We're assuming it's 3D and it's gone round a circle, come back, because that makes more
You know
sense.
what they say about
than
assuming, right?
teleporting.
Like, you know what they say about assumptions? Like, don't assume. Makes it an asset of you and me.
Assumptions are a really
Don't
good
say
way
like boomer
to
sayings,
come
dude.
through,
That's so lame.
come through knowledge. Assumptions are a good way to have knowledge. You just got to be clever, intelligent, or logical about your assumptions.
So if Einsteinian gravity is all wrong, this fantasy of fabric of space-time, what now? What you guys do now?
Not all wrong.
All wrong.
No.
Yep.
No.
So wrong that they're working on a modified Newtonian model.
They aren't, dude.
So it's not all wrong then. It's just a bit wrong.
It's completely wrong. That's why
No.
they're going back to Newton. Yeah. It's a
They aren't.
regret.
You don't
It's
have
not me.
any.
It's
You don't have any
scientists.
evidence or any citations suggesting it's
Posted a
all wrong.
video, full video on it. A scientist explaining it in detail, Don. Detail. Yep.
He won't say it's all wrong.
He said it's absolutely all wrong. Not only that, he gave a number for how wrong they were about dark matter. Sigma 5, Don.
Dark matter isn't Einstein's
Sigma
theory of
5.
relativity, is it? Dark matter is a different thing.
Try not to interrupt while I talk, Don. Have a look up of Sigma 5. Sigma 5, what does it mean? Sigma 5 certainty. Have a look.
Dark matter isn't Einstein's theory of relativity, is it? That's two different things.
I'm giving you two things that I found today. Actually, three. I found three things in the last 2 days. That the sun is electric, proof thereof. That Einsteinian gravity is dead in the water. They're looking for a new model. modified Newtonian gravity, and I found out that dark matter is wrong with the accuracy of sigma 5, Don. Sigma 5, have a look.
I'll give you another one. The universe stopped expanding.
Yes, that's another one. Yep, I read that article as well. Yep.
That's not even shocking to me. It's still a globe in a universe, isn't it?
See, no matter what they say, Don, you're still gonna believe in the fantasy. That's like Stockholm, bro.
I told
That's-
you.
Wait, Don, you're a
It's an
globe
evolving
earther now?
observation. You what?
Thought you were like a flat earther.
No, I've never been a flat earther.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you. Red tape. What shape's the Earth?
Don, you know what sigma 5 certainty is in the
No,
scientific
but you
jargon?
keep saying that. Okay.
Is it a globe like a ball? Or
Yeah,
is it,
yeah, whatever. It's
is
not
it a
really something I
puddle?
care about.
Is it flat like a puddle? Yo, you wanted to know, and I told you. So now I want to know. Why are you ignoring me?
Huh?
What shape is the Earth in
It's
your
a
mind?
globe. It's not really something I care about, though.
There you go. Maybe I argued about a different conspiracy, like maybe I was trying to red pill you on other things.
Why do you go to shape right away? No matter what we say, you go to shape. You're shape obsessed.
You guys are the ones who constantly talk about it every day.
The flat Earth
they
directly breaks the bonds of Satan, so it's important for Dawn to diffuse that initially. So that's why he first goes to the ball, and then he'll
Okay.
and then we'll move over to the Dark Lord.
I'm just saying, not even just a globe, it's still heliocentricity. The whole cosmology is still there, even if the universe starts retracting.
No, it's all lies, you know.
Don, how many times have I destroyed your cosmological model using the James Webb Space Telescope?
You've had a positive effect on my cosmological belief, because the more you lie about how bad my cosmos is going, the more I know it's actually fine.
See, you got to check when you say I lie, because I'm not lying. I'm just repeating what your scientists are saying. So if you claim that I'm lying, by default, you're claiming that your scientists are lying. So be aware of that.
When you say things that I think are wrong, that helps me know that my cosmology is correct.
But it's not me, Don. I'm repeating the shadow giants.
No,
That's a
not
problem.
I'm pretty sure you're misunderstanding something.
You change things when you repeat them.
I posted the man saying it himself. Don, sigma 5, certainty. Dark matter is finished. Sigma
say
5.
there's
There's
a small
nothing
change.
could save it from sigma 5, Don.
Let's say there's a small change in a cosmology belief from one person. It's like, it's a 5%. Ooh. And you'll exaggerate it to a 95%. Oh my God, the cosmology is in the bin. And I have to remind you, no, it's not. Sorry. You got that wrong again.
Well, no, you're wrong, because your percentages are off. Dark matter accounts for 37%? So that's a pretty big mistake, bro. That means 37% of the stuff they thought was wrong. By their own admission.
No, you think the amount of dark matter relates to how wrong people are. That's stupid.
No, there's no such thing as dark matter. Dark matter was invented in the minds of pseudoscientists.
It's a type of
No
matter
such thing.
It's a type of matter that we don't know what it is. That's what the name dark means.
No, the thing dark means you got gravity so wrong that you invented something to make it right.
Oh my God, how wrong you
That's
are.
what it means. So dark equals wrong. Whenever you hear the word dark, replace it with we have no freaking clue what we're talking about.
There you go. You got it right. We don't know what that is, but we know it's matter. We think it's matter. We've decided we think it's matter, but we don't know what it is. What's causing the mass?
No, it should be that they were trying to make up stories about it and hide it for a long time. So it's obviously something that goes against the grain of their argument, isn't it?
That's not what dark means.
That would only make sense, but when you say something is dark, it means it's like sort of it shifts it outside of the normal order
Mysterious.
of the topic. You know,
Mysterious matter doesn't
you know
mean
how like a
wrong.
topic is something, and you're
No,
like, oh no, that's a
come on.
dark matter. Like we won't talk about that exactly.
Doesn't
We
mean
won't
we
talk
were
about it right
wrong. Does it? Doesn't mean
now.
we were wrong.
No, it just
It's
means
like
that we're
you
trying
have
to
a
hide
garden,
it.
Don. You have a
Yeah,
garden,
Never
right?
found it. Our model says there's loads of matter, energy, mass there, whatever you want
your
to
model's
call it,
trying
but
to
we
hide
haven't
the fact
found
that
it.
it can't prove any of that.
You can't
And
straw man not finding something into being wrong about everything else.
no, but that's what dark matter was, is basically the incompleteness of
Yes.
the Lagrange model.
Yeah, I'll give
Because
you that.
they can't account for all the matter in the universe. Therefore,
That's
this
still
has
true, though.
has
We're not wrong
implications.
about that. No
It
one's
has
wrong about anything.
it has implications mainly because of the claim of the Big Bang universe, and that this big crunch would happen if there wasn't enough matter in the universe in order to avoid this. So the dark matter populates this sort of the other people could disagree with it, it's fine. But that's
You can, if
based
you
on
can
what
word it, Snacks, how would you word what we were wrong about? Quickly, better than SE.
well, there was never a Big Bang to start with.
You're just going with SE. We're wrong
And you're
about the
not
whole
gonna
cosmology.
well, you're also not gonna be able to just like estimate the amount of matter in the universe. And you need to in order to get like your Lagrange point
It's a percentage.
sort of universe together.
I know what you're saying. That doesn't equate to SE saying dark matter means wrong matter. That's not sensible.
It does. It's
It means
always
the mysterious bit we couldn't find, and we're still looking, doesn't it?
no, it's just been bullshit to cover a lie. It's the dog that ate your homework. It's always been that.
Yeah, you might think that, but that's not what they mean when they say dark matter.
No, but that's what they're then they're duped.
Yeah.
But that's what it really is. It's just it's hiding.
Okay, let's agree to that then. That's what you think, but that's not what they mean.
What do you think it means? You think that they're just like, oh yeah, there's dark matter and dark energy, Jimmy.
No, I
You
think
can learn all about
I
it.
think there's much more energy in the universe than what we can find with our tools. And someone's done some good logic and worked out there has to be more energy there, but we just can't see it. And then we've made up a name for it, dark matter, because we're occultists and dark.
They've merely worked how to
Oh.
cover the lies right. That's all they've done. Their understanding was incomplete to start with, and it's still incomplete. They can just cover the lies by calling
You
them.
have to assume it's all made up to make that true.
It's not all made up. It's the fact that they can only understand so much. Therefore, the things that they cannot track, that they make up that X factor and they call it something else. And calling it something else makes it almost seem like you have control over what you don't know. But what they've always not known is due to the. Do you get it? This is not like, I mean, you're like
Disagree
this.
with you. You're explaining
This
it
isn't
better
like
now.
some kind of fifth
Explaining
grade
it as your
like.
opinion.
No, this is like higher level. The way it's being laid out.
I know what you're saying. I don't need to tell you you're wrong. You're wrong because you've explained it as your opinion, and you're not asserting it as this is what the whole model thinks.
What do you mean?
If the model is correct, why are they working on a replacement model?
I didn't say it's correct. Of course, it's an evolving observation. I've said it twice now, 3 times now.
So they're not wrong, but they're working on a replacement model because what again, Don?
If you have a house, yeah, but round the back, you didn't quite do the right foundations for the new extension you want. You have to adjust your model, right? Your house. So you do work over here, work over there, but the house still exists. It's still a family home. You haven't destroyed the family because you've changed the back wall. Do you get it?
Yeah, but this is more worse than that. How about if you figured out that you're in a sinkhole and your house just sank in and disappeared? This is more of an analogy. The house is no more. It fell into the hole.
Yes, you're having to make up a sinkhole in my hypothetical family home, but there is none.
Not me, bro. The scientist did it. Not me. This is not me.
It's a straw man. Bullshit straw man.
See, you're making it
Yes.
out like the dark matter is not an essential defense that's there to like prop up the heliocentric expanding universe model, but it
I'll
is.
give no, it's not.
It's not just like a hood ornament. Okay, it's needed.
Yes, I think it suggests there is loads of energy out there we can't see yet. It doesn't
This
hold
is what they're working on now.
heliocentricity together.
I mean, that's your opinion. You
It's
think it's
predictions from the Big Bang that most people used to agree with. It doesn't mean heliocentricity falls apart.
well, it does. So because it's like the
Oh,
underpinning of like a matter distribution and gravity and energy and all these important things that
like me saying, Snacks, that
you're happy to look past it, so you can have your fake ball model, so you can
Right.
worship the Dark
this is
Lord.
my analogy, Snacks. It's like Dell claiming that the Earth is now rising upwards at 9.8
I don't want to talk
meters per
about him.
second. Yeah,
I ain't
that
talking about him.
means that your whole of your flat Earth model that you believed in for 6 years is falling to
Don't-
pieces and down a
don't-
sinkhole under the dirt.
You had to do that, didn't you?
Just because
But
Dell
you know,
said
I
something
don't
different,
talk about
yeah?
that. Dell's the center of somebody else's universe, but
So the
not
Earth
mine.
can't be flat anymore because the flat Earth relies on stationary, right? And
I don't care.
Dell is the shadow.
Dell might run
what
somebody's
does that
universe,
call
but
them
not
again?
mine. You know?
Shadow giants.
No.
Yep.
Shadow giants. Now you're talking.
Use his logic for what Dell said about your model, and then see where you get.
You're gonna have to wait now for instructions from the shadow giants how to respond to this, because definitely you're not prepared. You don't have critical thinking. So what you're gonna do now is you're gonna wait. You're gonna hear for the correct answer, and that's what you're gonna be selling from here on in.
I'm giving you my answer.
Yeah, I'm wrong. That's your answer. I'm wrong.
And all the other things I said.
Like what?
Like
You said nothing of concreteness. Nothing.
heliocentricity is an evolving observation. It can't be debunked just because one guy in glasses said Einstein's mostly wrong. I'll give you Einstein's wrong. Earth is still a globe going around the sun in a universe.
No. That all changes if Einstein
No,
is wrong.
that's what you're wrong about.
All that your whole cosmological model has to be changed.
What
If you lose
statement?
If you lose gravity and dark matter, bro, it's game over for
No
you.
one's losing
There's nothing
gravity.
left to cling on.
No one's losing gravity. Things fall.
Well, you've lost Einsteinian gravity. That's gone.
No,
Gone. Bye bye.
doesn't.
Gravity's still there. It's just not a force. Huh?
You've got one guy,
Hey.
SE, one guy saying he doesn't think it's right anymore.
It's not one guy.
Well, put another citation.
This is research. This is big time research. Yeah.
How many shadow giants have you found? Just one today?
You know how many shadow giants are working on this mods theory? Quite a few of them.
Oh, it's a theory, is it?
Well, yeah, of course. What do you think it is? You think it's a guarantee? They have no clue, bro. They just make stuff up.
That a few men with a theory has pulled down the whole of cosmology.
Correct. Not this one man.
Nonsense.
This one man brought
Absolute
out
nonsense.
the. Try not interrupting. Maybe we might get somewhere. It's not just one man. It's a whole bunch of scientists working on the modified theory because they know that the Einsteinian one is wrong.
Okay.
And not only that, I'll tell you
How
another
many
reason.
exactly?
Go on.
How many?
What do you mean, how many?
You said there's a whole bunch. How many?
I haven't counted them. I don't know how
Okay,
many
do you
there
have a
are.
rough
This is
estimate?
a known.
Do you have a rough estimate?
Probably means less than 10.
Oh wow, amazing.
No, is this a number game for you guys?
What,
Is
so
it
far,
how
one.
many scientists said it that makes it true? Is that it?
Well, that's part of it, yeah.
So you guys have
A
never heard of
population
the
of billions.
modified.
You know, like could be having like a small, like at least like more than 100. I could call it credible.
I'm surprised that you guys haven't heard about this. You haven't heard of the modified gravitational theory that they're working on? It's been years now
Who's
they've been
they?
working on
Like, is this the international like academia? Like, what's going on here?
it. Yeah, this is wide known, well spread in the scientific community. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, yeah, but can you post something about it? Like maybe like some statistics about like how many people are working on this, universities, stuff like that.
No, I don't got no statistics of how many people are. That's an unreasonable request.
Well, you're the one bringing it up.
Yeah. So you think I should have every statistical known thing towards this thing?
Okay. Can you give me a rough estimate of how many people are working on this? Like a rough one.
No, I cannot give you a rough estimate. What I can do is tell you again that this is a well-known problem in cosmology.
Okay.
And there's a lot of scientists working on this modified Newtonian gravity.
Okay.
Now, you can easily research it and check and see if I'm wrong or not.
You could easily research it, but could you do it?
I don't need to do nothing, bro. I
Yeah,
just
you're the one
brought
bringing
something
the
up
claim.
now. Either
You're
you
the one
take the
bringing the claim.
information. Listen, dude.
You're the one
Either you
bringing the
take
claim.
the information. I
I
know what
will
you're doing here.
assume it's
Now,
wrong
please
until
don't
you
interrupt me.
bring the claim forward.
Please don't interrupt.
I will interrupt you.
Then I will mute you.
Okay, liberal.
So this is your thing now. You admitted that you're gonna interrupt me.
Yeah.
Because you're triggered. I brought something out and you have
No,
nothing.
I want you to like post the claim.
I will not post anything for you. How's that?
Okay, liberal.
How's that? You don't get
it's
to make
fine,
demands
it's fine,
here.
It's fine, liberal. Whatever.
That's fine. That's right. Exactly. You don't get to make demands here.
Okay, liberal.
Okay. So now you came here. You have nothing but ad homs, and this is what we make you guys
I don't
do.
care.
You're squirming now. You see? You're squirming.
No.
I'm proving your cosmology wrong.
Care.
And you have
Just
nothing but ad
post a
homs.
link or something. Like, give me a name.
I'm not gonna give you nothing. I posted a
No
video. If that ain't
names,
good
no,
enough for
like,
you,
I'm just supposed to
that's just
believe
too
you that
bad,
this
bro.
is okay. Whatever.
Yeah, whatever. Exactly. You don't get to make demands here.
Yeah. Whatever, liberal.
All you get to do is what you're doing now, and I want the audience to see. You have nothing.
What audience? Like,
just
like 10
ad homs.
people?
You have nothing. Just ad homs. How does it make you feel when somebody
Dude, you're triggered just
demolishes
because
your
I'm asking you
cosmology?
for like some like links or something or a name.
I posted a link.
When did you do it?
Look up. Scroll up.
What time? Like 5 minutes ago? 10 minutes ago? Like where?
I'm not gonna tell you. You're gonna have to do it yourself.
Oh my god, you're so lazy. What the fuck?
Yeah, exactly. You don't get to make demands here, and
All
I want to
right, I'll
expose
just,
you for what you're doing.
From to Montreal.
That's right. Say my name. Say my name.
Okay, whatever, liberal.
Say my name again.
Okay, daddy.
That's right. So let's reiterate what happened. I came in here today and I showed devastating. If you interrupt me, I'm going to mute you.
Okay, whatever. I don't care.
I would just mute him.
Who is this guy? Could somebody just mute him so I could get a statement out? Who is this guy? What's your name? So let me tell you what happened today.
Come on, man. Don left. I wanted to talk to him about 9/11 shit, not this boring flat earth shit, dude.
Like Earth.
Oh, he went. Okay, he went to another.
No,
side.
Awakens. Maybe you should just.
So this is what happened today. I came up with devastating evidence of their cosmology, and all they have is a guy like that coming in with ad homs. Nothing of sufficient value. That's what they do. That's what we relegated them to.
Yeah, that's par for the course. Nothing changes in 6-7 years.
Yep. So imagine he had the floor, he had the mic, nobody was muting him, and all he had was ad homs. That's it. And interrupting me, not to get the information out. That's all they have. Instead of looking at the data that I posted, he said, how many scientists? Can you give me a number? Can you give me statistics? Yeah. I love to hear them squirm.
It was in the local newspaper too. I think it was when Einstein brought his relativity out. There was quite a few. I mean, he probably wants us to go and get their names, date of birth, and who they're married to, and how many kids they had, and where they were born. But there was quite a few scientists of the day, well-respected scientists, that were calling him a joker, or they had absolutely no faith in what he was saying, and thought it was totally unbelievable, no proof, etc., etc. This is, it's reality, it's recorded history, but I don't know.
Yeah, everybody knows that that they're working on this new gravitational model. Everybody knows that cosmology is in a crisis, and all this guy has is atoms. That's all they have left. They have nothing. They have no argument whatsoever. They can't even back up their argument. I brought in 3 arguments today. Not 1, but 3. Electrical sun, gravity, and dark matter being disproved by an accuracy of sigma 5. That is like absolutely devastating.
I don't think they give a shit, really. I think it's just entertainment for them. They're not really interested in finding the truth.
No, this is not for them. I couldn't care less about this guy. If I ever speak to him again, I couldn't care less. All I want is people to hear the findings. That's all. This is for the people listening.
I love how he's calling you a liberal when you're speaking against the liberal narrative.
And he called you
Yeah.
daddy, so that says everything you need to know about him.
Imagine calling me a liberal, like I'm the complete freaking opposite. And what does liberal have to do with science, anyways?
Well, it's funny because, liberal, well, when I was a kid anyway, it just meant to be respectful of other people's beliefs.
Not anymore.
But then the powers that shouldn't be, I guess, I don't know, they must have had fun kicking that one around the table. Will turn all the liberals into fascists, apparently. So it's an oxymoron. Liberal fascists.
Yeah.
That's now an insult, apparently.
Yeah. What I want, Andy, is at least one baller to make a comment on this Sigma 5 destruction of dark matter. I want them to make a comment on that. What does that mean to them?
Yeah, it just fits into their science doesn't prove things, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's how science works, is we figure out things more and more as we go. And just because we don't have literally everything right doesn't mean that everything's wrong.
Yeah, but you understand the significance of Sigma 5, right? You know what that means? Sigma 5 certainty?
It just means that we're still learning.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, at least we have a model.
Yeah, at least we can modify our model, give it another patch job. Oh, wait a minute. We got no more surface. Well, just patch the patch. Don't worry about it.
I actually don't know exactly what you're talking about.
So check this out, bro. They did a study on the dark matter, and they found with a Sigma 5 certainty that there's no such thing as dark matter. It doesn't exist. They did various tests. I'll post a video in which I found this information. So with Sigma 5 certainty, which means the highest observable certainty they have, the guy was saying like they did like 2 million observations in order to get this certainty, something like that. So yeah, very devastating.
What exactly are they observing?
Well, I'm not sure exactly what the hell they were observing. He was saying, I think he was saying something about the cosmic background radiation and all kinds of stuff. I posted the video, so everybody wants that.
Let me make sure I understand this. So, like, the idea is that with the highest level of precision that we can make observations, they still can't detect dark matter.
Exactly. Precisely that. Yep.
Yeah, I got you. But obviously, they're just going to say maybe it's just not detectable because it doesn't interact at all with the electromagnetic spectrum. How are you going to detect it?
Well, yeah, of course they're gonna come up with some bull, right? But this
Well, I
is
think that's
disproven. Hold on. It's not that they didn't detect it. This is disproven. He says it's disproven with the accuracy of sigma 5.
right, but that would be like a guy that's really proud of his observational technique or equipment, and he's like, "This is so good that we would detect it if it was there." So, in my opinion, it disproves the notion of dark matter. Have you heard what? Have you heard what Professor Park says dark matter might be?
No, what does he say?
He says that it's little tiny, infinitesimally small debris from asteroids. And since it's such dim matter that we just can't see it from the Earth, and actually it's just a bunch of asteroid debris all over the place.
Oh my God, you gotta be kidding me.
No.
Tell him it's not baryonic matter. Maybe he understands what that is.
Well, yeah, he's saying that there are some people, some of his colleagues think it might be baryonic matter, and it's just so dim and so small that we can't see it. But then this would definitely refute that. I would think, like the highest level of precision of observation, not detecting that kind of would eliminate
Oh
the
yeah.
idea that it's baryonic.
Have a look at the video. I just posted it. Now this is the part I clipped out about the gravity part. That's another thing that he says is wrong, and they're working on the modified Newtonian. Of course, you know about that. Yeah, it's really bad, man. It's really bad, especially with the sigma 5. Oh wow! I mean, there's no way out of this. There's no way out of this.
What's a sigma 5? Can you elaborate?
Yeah, sure. They have like different levels of certainty when they make scientific observations. Sigma 1, 2, 3, whatever. And sigma 5 is the top. Now, the way he was explaining it, it's akin to making like 2 million observations of something to be certain of it. So sigma 5 is the top scientific estimate of correctness that they have today. So when they say
Basically,
sigma 5, they mean for sure.
right. If it's under sigma 5, you can't be sure. It says sigma 5, that's it.
Exactly. Yep. This is not me making this stuff up, eh? This is this is the current cosmological understanding, science, and all that. This is not me making any of this up. I didn't make any of this up. I'm just reporting what the finds are. So this is like devastating, bro. This is 37% of dark matter, give or take, whatever they say. Now that's been proven wrong. That's 37% of what they think is absolutely wrong. That's pretty
Wow,
bad.
dude, this dude straight up says like, yeah, gravity is the least well understood phenomenon in all of physics. And
That's
then
right.
he says, so we had a theory on people. It's no surprise that people lean towards Einstein because that's all we've come up with, but it just provably doesn't work. And so now we just need to acknowledge that and move forward. And that there are other theories that can try to explain it, such as gravity is emergent and the particles are actually waves, and that it's emergent from a medium. Call it an ether.
Yeah, I'm glad you saw that part. I was waiting for you to see that part. Yep. That's
Well, that's fucked
exactly
up.
right.
Does
That's
this
fucked up
have
because once
anything to do with the shape of the Earth?
Oh, come on. Get off your damn crazy nonsense, bro.
Are you talking about the highest level of science that has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth? Why? What for?
We're talking
What
about the mainstream models provably wrong.
mainstream model? I don't know about such one.
Okay, well, a globe requires gravity.
It does.
Yeah, but you don't have any evidence for that, or even a
You
theory.
don't have gravity. Can you fly?
You don't have a theory that even works.
Works
Well, that's
perfectly
weird.
well anywhere on the surface of Earth. You wouldn't be wrong with Newton formulas. No need for dark matter. Nothing.
Okay, but it doesn't work. So you know how science. This is what science doesn't do: is ignore all the places that the theory doesn't work, and then turn around and claim that it works.
Yeah. So the thing is with you know, once you have a theory on something. I mean, the Glober's tout. This is the most experimented theory ever. You know, the most tested theory ever. And once you test it, once you have a hypothesis and experiment and you test it, and now you know the cause of the effect, it's understood. We understand what the cause is of the effect if you've done science, done an experiment, and had a hypothesis, and now you have a cause to an effect. That's not something you would say on the most tested thing ever, most tested theory ever. That's not something you would say. Like you would say, we understand this because we've tested it to the most extreme, we can. But they haven't, and they can't. That's why they don't understand it.
Yeah, you know what's so funny, dude, is if you read.
Oh, go ahead.
First of all, no one
if you read this,
ignores anything. No one ignores it. It's under the investigation. And second, I don't need dark matter to get excellent result here on the surface of the Earth. So don't run to the sky. Don't run to dark matter. Talk about Earth. Don't get anywhere that is above the ground. Okay, we'll stay on the ground.
Talking about gravity on Earth.
Investigate the Earth. We
So
won't
don't
look
look
at
here.
the sky.
Jake, we're talking about gravity on.
Don't look here.
Jake, we're talking.
No sky. I will not look at the sky ever.
okay, then go on. We're talking about
Well,
gravity.
I posted the challenge. I want to see your
We're
rebuttal.
talking about gravity, man. If you don't want to talk about it, that's okay. But that's what we're talking about. What's with this approach people have now to just come shut down the conversation instead of intellectually engaging? Okay, we're having a conversation. In order to claim that the Earth's a sphere, gravitation must exist. It's what supposedly coalesce the Earth into a sphere. It's what supposedly causes water, the immensity of the oceans, to be specific, to bend convexly and adhere to the exterior of a spinning sphere. It's supposedly what causes the Earth to spin, tilted, wobbling, revolving around the sun with other planets. The entire model requires gravitation, point blank, period. So we do have to address it. And if you're claiming that gravity exists because we have Newtonian equations that work on the Earth, well, if that was accurate, it would apply to all of the things gravitation is needed to explain in the globe model. We're talking about how it provably doesn't work.
No, that's just false. It works on Earth. It doesn't work on the universe.
It doesn't even work on Earth. It doesn't work on the
Yes, it does.
scale.
When
doesn't
did
work on the
something
quantum
not fall on the ground when you dropped it?
On the quantum scale, Newtonian mechanics doesn't work.
9.8 meters per second square. Where did that happen?
All the time. Things don't actually fall at exactly 9.81 meters per second squared. It fluctuates.
No, we know. It depends on the latitude. Various things.
No. At the same latitude, it falls at different rates.
Yeah, same spot, same exact location. Chike, there's a location on Earth. Chike, there's a location on Earth.
You made a positive claim. I want to see the data.
Yeah, it's a positive claim. Yeah, there's a spot where all they do is drop things. It's in the UK somewhere. All they do is drop.
Come on.
Chike,
changes.
Stop interrupting, dude. There's a location on Earth where all they do is drop things. Now they get, dude, stop interrupting. Hold on a second, Chike. I'm just gonna temp mute you so I can finish my sentence, then I'll unmute you straight away, okay? Just 1 second.
No problem.
So, no problem. There's a location on Earth in the UK where all they do is drop things. that drop rate changes in the same exact spot. They don't move, they don't go outside, they just stay in this one spot and drop things. The excuse for it is there's clouds, there's lightning, different. They have various excuses for why that happens, but it does happen.
Correct.
Now, can I see where this place is in the data?
Yeah, we got all the data.
Sure, I
Kosho's got
wouldn't.
it.
I'm sure I
Kosho's
wouldn't.
got it.
Oh,
Yeah,
Kosho is
so-
here. Hey, Kosho. I
So
need your help.
Anyway, I got to point out, like, if basically your argument is that since you have an equation that can give you 9.8 meters per second squared, therefore it must be true. So if I apply that same logic, I can use a kinematic equation that uses initial velocity, height, and time to actually get that same value. So now applying your logic, thus that must be the true explanation and it must be accurate. So we can do the same exact thing without Newtonian equations. So you've actually refuted yourself.
You can? Show me you can.
Yeah, kinematic equation. I've dropped it in here probably 30 times. So
I
let's
haven't
just move
seen it.
back to the more productive conversation.
So
which
where is
is
this
that
place they drop things that fall in different rates?
They do it
Where's
all over the
data?
place. They do it all over the
That's nice. That's nice. I want to see one, not all over.
If I go
Why does it
what was
always
your
come to this that I ask something, I don't get it?
All right, we'll get it for you, Chike. Don't worry. SE, remember the name of that place was the NERC, or what were the initials? Nobody remembers? All right.
I don't know. You aim a bullet to target, it hits. How can you do that
I'll go grab
if
a
you don't
paper
have
that shows.
gravity in check?
Hey, if I go grab this paper, you're gonna actually read it.
Yeah.
You promise?
Are you going to concede that things do fall at different
Anything
rates
I
in the
say
same
is
location? I
true.
don't know. I might
I
have been
don't lie.
talking, maybe. I don't know. Did you hear me talking, Chike?
I looked at the joke video that Jeremy gave me. I have criticism. There's no measurements there. None. Zero.
Oh, I'm about to
Here, the
drop a
star
paper.
here, the
Are you
star
ready?
here. Anyone
I'm
count
about to drop
pixels?
a paper, bro. Just calm down. I'm about to drop the paper.
Sure.
And then you can just go on mute and read it, maybe.
I mean, this was evidence brought to me by Kosho of this place where they just drop things nonstop. He was the one that brought this to my attention. I don't know. This isn't even in contention with the Glovers. They already know this happens. I don't know why we're even having to go through this. I can understand wanting to see the document. I wouldn't believe anything off face value either. So we'll get it for you though. No rush.
I'm sorry, is this in a
There it is. There it is.
Is this in a what?
Yeah. So this is highly precise measurements of a gravimeter, which is a vacuum-sealed chamber that uses interferometry. And during thunderstorms, the rate at which the BB was falling was changing. And at first, they tried to say it must be the cloud, but upon further investigation, they saw that there wasn't a direct relationship with the mass of the clouds and how fast the object moved, which means it must be something else. And they basically just throw their hands up and say, "We don't know." So let's
Could be
go
a
ahead and get out
change
ahead
in,
of it. Good.
I was gonna say it could be a change in electrostatics or something.
Yeah, wouldn't you think when you introduce interference into the system, it will interfere? Hmm?
Oh, okay. Well, it's a
What? Oh, what?
gravimeter.
Oh, that's what they examined,
Okay.
and they
Okay.
didn't. The calculation didn't work. but it's obvious that if you introduce magnetic field, electric field, there's a chance you'll change something in the gravimeter.
Oh, so the object didn't fall at a different rate. The lasers actually didn't measure it
No,
properly.
gravity didn't change.
Oh, but well, what actually happened was there's a vacuum chamber with lasers, right? It's called interferometry, and it's inside of a building. And when a thunderstorm approaches, the rate at which that BB falls changes. Okay, you said that it doesn't change, and now you've changed your argument to, oh, well, it can change with other variables. Okay, well, thanks for
Sure,
your concession.
shake the earth, it will change.
Thanks for your
Just
concession.
shake the earth. A concession.
Thanks for your concession.
No concession, I agree.
Yeah, oh, yeah, that's a concession. Yeah, it's okay.
It's not concession. It's not something
So anyway,
I was opposing to.
the rate of gravity isn't constant. It's known to change at the same location.
Put a magnet strong enough, it will not fall at all.
They didn't put a magnet anywhere. All they're doing is dropping things.
Yeah, exactly.
So what? So gravity is gone?
No,
you have to
are you
put some more.
ready to concede that? Are you ready to concede that things drop at different rates in the same location over time?
No.
Well, that's
Not
what's happening.
Not if the conditions are the same.
That's what's happening in reality. They're just sitting in one spot and things are falling at different rates over time.
Not if the conditions are the same. That's why we have control parameters. You have variable kind of parameters when we do an experiment.
No, the math
we
stayed the
agree. The
same.
conditions are changing. So we agree. The conditions are changing, causing things to fall at different rates in the same location on Earth, right?
Right. But
right. So
gravity
things are
doesn't
not
change.
falling at the same rate at the same spot on Earth.
But if we take gravity as it is, as we know it is, and combine it with those conditions, we get the right result for the changes.
Okay, so right now,
They didn't. They made some mistake probably.
Okay, so right now, as it stands, we agree that things are falling at different rates in the same location, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Poof, I'm glad we got bypast that.
I saw frogs levitating. They don't fall at
So
all.
so you're saying the electric field of the Earth changes the rate at which things fall?
Maybe. It's
Okay.
too weak. The Earth's magnetic field is too weak.
Well, that's what's up, bro. Because that's my argument. So I'm glad we agree.
You can compare it to lightning.
We can't compare what to lightning. You know, like during thunderstorms, even before
Earth's
lightning.
magnetic field is very weak.
We're not talking about magnetic
lightning.
fields.
Yes, you do. You just did.
No, it's not.
Tell me about
No, I
magnetic field can alter the rate of something falling.
I didn't say that.
Someone did.
No one said that.
Then I hear things.
Probably. So you said you were going to read the paper. So why are you debating against it? Just read it. Geez, such a diversion away. It's just funny though. Like Esty, that video is funny. Like they're coming out now. Like physicists are coming out now saying, "Look, Einstein's wrong. We know he's wrong, and it looks like gravity may be an emergent property from a medium akin to an ether."
That doesn't bother me. We still have gravity on Earth. Stronger or weaker, it will make it a ball.
Well, we don't deny that
without
gravity.
lightning.
We don't deny that gravity exists because gravity means gravitas, which means heavy. And yes, objects are heavy or have weights. We dispute gravitation. Yeah, we dispute gravitation, right? Your cause
So
claim.
we don't need dark matter here, right? No need
Yeah,
to
your
talk
model
about it.
does need dark matter.
I don't have a model. I didn't mention the model for a second.
Oh, well, you're not defending the official globe model, so you should just sit this one out.
No.
Yes.
I have evidence that Earth is a sphere.
Name one piece of
without any model.
Okay, name one piece of empirical evidence there is a sphere.
Huh?
Name one piece of empirical evidence that the Earth is a sphere.
I have I have a picture, and its analysis.
What?
Picture and its analysis. Taking from the
Okay.
ground to the ground, not looking at the sky, nothing.
You have a picture of what?
Picture of Earth. No location,
Okay.
distances, sizes.
What about it? A picture of what?
Let me show you.
I'm excited. I'm sure it won't be the horizon, though, right? Because we know that's not a physical location, so I'm sure you won't be
I
showing
don't
us a
care.
picture
No,
of the.
no, I don't talk about that right now.
Okay, so you have a picture of the Earth showing that it's a globe, but it isn't of the horizon.
The left
Oh
one
my
is the
gosh.
picture. The right one is its analysis. It's explaining what you see. Rebut it.
Yeah.
Rebut it.
Yeah. You don't understand how this works on the flat Earth?
I don't know. You will tell me.
Did you know that things get smaller as they get further away?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
You think you scare me, huh?
What? No, that's how simple the answer to this is.
Well, walk me through it. Why do I?
Okay.
Why none of the level locations are parallel to each other?
Yeah, just like I can put my thumb in front of my face and I can cover up a 50-story building in the distance.
What does this has to do with the numbers I put in the picture and in the drawing?
Well, you said it has nothing to do with the horizon. So, how are you determining horizontal? That was tough, wasn't it? You need to just accept, like, the globe is so far beyond dead that it's just.
Is level horizontal. Is level horizontal.
Wait, no. Your picture says the word horizontal. I'm asking you, how did you determine horizontal?
Again, it's Bev horizontal, not mine. It's his definition. It says level is horizontal. So I choose two equal elevation points, draw a straight line, call it horizontal. It's
You draw a straight line.
Yeah, it's in quotes. Horizontal. It's not
Wow,
horizontal.
you drew a.
Quotes, it isn't. This isn't horizontal.
How did you establish it was level?
One point is 1,200 feet. The other is 1,200 feet. Level.
How'd you get 1,200 feet?
Well, look, the mountain in the background is 1,750. Choose any point. Choose any point you want and call it 1,200. It's below the 750 feet. The observer
My
is
question.
at 1,200 feet.
Yeah, my question is, how do you get elevation?
We'll survey it.
What?
It's
You don't realize I'm
surveyed.
setting you up with every question, man. Like I'm like.
You're not setting me up.
I am though.
No. You are 1,200 feet looking at a mountain that's 1,750 feet. I let you choose the 1,200 feet elevation point wherever you want. I didn't want to argue we see the whole island, not the whole island. I said we see the whole island. Nothing is obscured. This is 1,200 feet based on counting pixels. That's it.
Counting pixels. That's interesting. Yeah. So the way we determine elevation is we measure a vertical distance perpendicular to the horizontal baseline of sea level.
Not really.
No,
But that doesn't
objectively.
matter. It was established. The
It
mountain
was
is
established.
1,750 feet. The observer is at 1,200 feet. You can put it at 1,100 feet or 13. If you want, it wouldn't change my argument.
You don't have an argument.
I do. I have the numbers. I have the analysis, and I show you the two equal elevation points are never parallel to two other equal elevation points. Ever.
Dude, your argument is retarded. It is that it's taller, that the shorter building looks taller, like higher up, as if you don't understand angular size change with distance.
Okay, I don't understand. Tell me, Richard, in your world, when you look from a higher elevation to a lower elevation, do you look up, straight, or down?
You're gonna look down, but you also
Down.
have to account for
Thank you. That's it. That's
perspective.
it. Oh, no need to elaborate. You answered the
Yeah,
question. Now, if
you have to
you
account
look
for
to something that
perspective,
is
though.
higher than you, if you look to something that is higher than you, do you look up, down, or straight?
Oh, well, it actually depends on the relative heights and how far away it is because things change angular size with distance. I
I
debunked
know.
your argument before you even said it. You haven't even said it
No,
yet. I've
you
already.
haven't answered my question.
All right, I'm disengaging.
When you look at a mountain that is higher than you, are you looking straight, down, or up?
Buddy, look, are you going to address what I said, which is that it's
Yes, I'm
relative to
addressing what you
height?
said. You didn't answer my question.
I already did. I
Direct
said it's
question,
relative.
please.
It's relative to the heights, so the two relative heights, and the distance because things change with angular size with
I am
distance.
not talking about sizes. I'm talking about elevation. Points. They have no size.
No, you are talking about angular size because you're drawing a.
It possible? Is it possible?
All right, I'm
You stand on the
disengaging.
ground.
You can't
Hold
control
on,
yourself,
Chike.
dude.
Chike, hold on. We don't do that like crazy shit show interrupting thing anymore. So just let's let
I'm
everyone
asking
finish.
for a
Please.
direct
Some
question. That's
interruptions
all.
are going to happen. Dude, you're doing it right now. Chike, listen, some interruptions are going to happen. You know, we're not going to catch them all. But let's try not to interrupt, please. All right? Let everyone
Like
finish their shit out.
Yes,
Like
sir.
Pokemon, gotta catch them. Gotta catch them all.
So geometrically, is it possible for you to look lower?
What? I gotta go, dude. I gotta step away.
Mhm. Simple questions, no answers. Why? Because Earth is not flat.
No, it's because my baby's crying, and I've already destroyed your argument, and you're still behind. So
Oh,
if someone else
congrats!
wants to talk
You
to
have
you,
a baby.
if someone
Yeah,
else wants to talk
let me
to you,
take over for a few seconds. I'll take over. Thanks. Like I said before, thanks for your integrity, Witsmith. Well done with Jim Fetzer. He blew his top. Well done. That was the second time that he engaged Dave Weiss with this flat earth, and the results were pretty similar. So well done anyway. You look after your baby boy. Make sure his nappy's changed and that. And I'll take cheeky cunt to pieces. Now, you have no curvature. You have no spin. Goodbye.
Jen, don't call names. What are you doing?
I have nothing. It's the world, not me. In short, I have no rebuttal to these two pictures. None. Things get smaller in the distance. That explains everything. Can you quantify it? Tell me what angle I should see things. Why do I see the tower that is lower than the mountain above the mountain? What happened there? How come I looking down and to the mountain I should look up and see the tower that I look down to higher than the mountain in the background? Because it changes size? Planar, it's hard to read what you're trying to say there.
I think, what was your question?
You posted the edited pictures. I can't see tell the colors there. I can't read it. What you trying to
In the
say?
distance. What happens to things in the distance?
What happened to them? Nothing.
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 I'm asking you what happens to things in the distance.
Nothing. If I go away from you, you change? No. It's still the same you.
If you are 2 meters away from me compared to 20 meters away from me, what is the difference going to be?
Difference in what? I'm guessing the angle. The angle will change. I'm
So
talking
if
about location. There are points to understand.
let's say you stand 2 meters in front of me. You can see, you would be able to figure out what height I am. You would be able to estimate. If you are 10 or 20 kilometers away from me, are you going to be able to figure out what height I am?
Easy.
How?
If I know the distance, I'll know your height. If I know your height, I'll know the distance.
There's something wrong with you. Things go down.
Because I can answer your question.
Perspective.
Something is wrong with me because I can answer your question.
Perspective is something you globers don't understand. If
Do you know the
think
difference
that
between size and location?
If you're standing in front of the mountain, can you see the top of it?
Yes.
And I mean, right in front of the mountain, and you're looking straight at the mountain, will you be able to see the top of the mountain?
Yes.
The top of the mountain, you'll be able to see the top of the mountain if you stand on the ground and look straight at it.
Well, I wouldn't be seen.
No, my friend, you won't be able to. And the further you get away, the top of the mountain will start coming into your view. And
Yes.
why is
So why is it below the tower?
Can somebody
It's a
else help?
location. It's a point. A location is a point. Has no size. Do you
Guys,
know
give me
trick?
a second, please. Just two seconds. Jeremy, can you roll up Nacho? If we know who he is. He's been asking for a
Roll him
speaking
up.
role for a while.
Oh,
Thanks
we're
for
about
your
to spark
service.
something up. All right. What's his name?
Sorry, guys, go on.
Hold on. What's his name?
Pacho. Nacho something. I can't see the other word.
What is it?
He has like a penguin with a hat on it.
It's not so physics.
Who is it? Who's Nacho?
Not so
It's
physics.
good white. It's good white light. Flat D. Is that who that is?
I don't know. I really don't know who he is.
Yeah, Nato Physics has been around a short while, so he's okay. I'll vouch for him. Let him come in and have a word with you lot.
You can
It's all right.
always unroll him if he's not okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
he's
thanks,
all right.
Tyke. Thanks.
Yeah, he's not. I've seen him around and that, and he's not usually a nuisance or anything.
I'm telling you, bureaucracy here is the nightmare.
Tyke, you know what happens when we get farther away from each other? When you get farther away from me?
Mm-hmm.
Something does happen.
The distance increase.
Well, I get sad because now you're so far away.
Listen, I need your advice about the earpiece. Cheap and good earpiece. I can trust.
It depends on what kind of earbud you like, bro. I mean, I don't know. You know, do you like the
You're the expert of earbuds.
Why are you rumpusing me in the middle of earbud conversations? Like, what is it? Are you okay, Chai?
Yeah, I just need advice. That's it. Save me a buck.
You just gotta shop around, dude. I don't know. I buy the fake AirPods off of Amazon. The ones that I like, the style that I like. It depends on what style you like.
How much
I like
that?
the Beats. I get the Beats. I think it's made by Apple.
I don't want anything above $30.
Yeah, the ones on the fake
Preferably
AirPods
10.
on Amazon. The fake AirPods on Amazon are like 30 bucks.
Okay. I'll look
I
into
think
it.
in Israel
I
they're a
shop
little
on
cheaper though.
AliExpress.
You actually type fake AirPods into the Amazon search bar, and you probably get them. You just gotta browse around, check the reviews. You know about reviews? Like, don't buy anything that's got like 2 stars or no reviews, or make sure they got a couple hundred reviews and shit.
Yeah, but I don't shop on Amazon. I shop on AliExpress, and most the reviews is pictures of the earbud, not the performance.
I don't know what you're saying. You go to Amazon, you type fake AirPods in the search bar, browse
I
for
don't
some ones
use
that look.
Amazon.
He goes to Alibaba, dude, and he says that they
AliExpress.
don't have
I don't know what
AliExpress.
to
Same
tell you,
shit.
man. I don't know what to tell you.
They the one that's cheap to Amazon. What do you think?
The ones on
same
Amazon
stuff.
are going to be $30 about. I don't know how much the Alibaba and the 40 Thieves ones are going to be, or if they're going to be legit or what. Did you see that TikTok with that crazy like white fake gangster dude, and he's like, "Don't order Amazon AirPods from friggin' Wish or something," and they were like huge. They were like the AirPods were like the size of his forearm. It was hilarious.
All I need is something that doesn't fall from my ear. If reasonable, I'm not looking for the best stereo, and I don't need to throw it after 2 weeks when it broke. That's all.
Chike, what happened to your accent, bro? It sounds like it got way stronger, bro. Did you move or something, Chike? I haven't talked to you in a couple of years, but
I haven't.
Yeah, I'm usually great with accents, but I'm struggling with you, Chike. It's a fun game for me. I can't pin it down.
well, it sounds like he moves or something to like France or something. It sounds like you live in Transylvania and a vampire bit your larynx out. Like what? You are in Transylvania, right? Right, Chike? It sounds like he went from Israel to France, dude, and his accent's all confused now. Oh, he got butthurt. Did he leave? Come on, Devin. Probably sick of your shit, Dice Low. Sick of your shit. That's what happened a couple years ago. You got sick of my shit. Should I send him a DM? Tell him I love him? Tell him when he gets the farther away he gets from you, the more sad you get. Tell him things happen when people get farther away from other people. Well, I told him I loved him, dude. It usually helps.
Hey, you made him go deafen himself. That's not cool.
Good White, you want some of this, bro? This ain't financial advice, but I can definitely deafen your shit too.
Oh, you can? Oh, you
I don't know.
deafen Chikey?
No, I didn't deafen him, but you know.
Nah, I'm good for financial advice, dude.
What's up with that XRP, bro? Did you get any yet?
I know, dude. What's up with it? Ouch.
That shit dropped down to like 64 cents yesterday, bro. I was like, what the?
Yeah. If it's gonna bounce, I'll tell you where it'll bounce at. Yeah, if it was gonna
Using the
bounce.
Fibonacci, the Fib levels.
No, not that.
What do you use? Support and resistance lines?
Dude, look at Jeremy, dude. He's like,
I'm just wondering how you're getting your exit point.
my entry and exit points.
Yeah. Well, you said if it's going to bounce, it's going to go to here. I'm assuming that would be your exit point, right? So how are you doing it?
Jeremy's a chart professional analysis, dude. He's
Yeah, technical
graphs
analysis.
all over the bathroom stalls.
I mean,
Yeah, man.
I'm vaguely familiar with charts. I actually suck at trading. I can't. I've tried to trade everything: crypto, forex, stocks, whatever you name it. Can't do it.
It's hard to explain my strategy. I don't have a name for it. I don't like to even give out my secrets, but I will tell you one thing. There is this
You're not using indicators.
No, there is this chart that will show what happens on a certain pump. The emotions that a trader will feel when it's going up, and versus
you use that.
what the emotions will a person will feel as it's coming down that held through that pump. Because obviously, if it's going to pull
What do
back,
they call that? Do they call that like the fear and uncertainty index or something? There's like a name for it.
I don't really know what they call it, but it's similar to what I use. But I won't. I'm not gonna say what I actually use, but it's similar, and that's kind of what is happening right now with XRP. I mean it should pump again. I mean, it's only logical, right? Now,
So you're following the emotional sentiment of the market and basing your analysis off of off of what that emotion is at that particular time in that particular coin. Because yeah, that is true, dude. Like there's like a whole slew of emotions that come with the rise and fall of a crypto, and if you can anticipate 90% of the emotions involved, then you can definitely play the market right.
no, it's any it works on any asset, but it's not quite exactly what I do, but it's very similar, and I do look at that as well. So I will consider that while I'm actually trading. But yeah, I don't hold any bias, dude. I can trade both sides of the market as it's coming up, as it's going down. It's not supply and demand. It's not SR. It's none of that crap. It's just I don't know. But yeah.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
But I mostly trade like stocks, futures. I don't trade options. I don't trade forex. Yeah. So and like I said, I do have one of my main prime brokerage accounts, but I also do for my futures trading, I have a AMP futures account, and I'm running that one up pretty quick.
Why do you think it is hasn't shot up yet, being the only legally regulated crypto in the entire world?
Ask that again. You're kind of breaking up.
I was saying, why do you think XRP hasn't skyrocketed? Everyone's anticipated. After this whole court decision, because it's like,
well, not
because I bought now it's the only legal.
Go ahead, bro.
I was just saying, now it's the only legal crypto out there, but yet, like, you're still seeing other cryptos rising, although XRP is the only legal fucking crypto right now. Everything else
wants you to blow.
Yeah, bro. Like, what the fuck is that?
They're like, yo, Slow and Jeremy's got XRP. Don't raise the price.
Yeah, they know what the fuck's gonna happen when we get rich, bro.
Well, what do you think they did? What do you think happened when they started trading the XRP and all of crypto on the futures market? Well, I think it's just a few, right? I think the main three plus XRP. So like Litecoin, Ethereum, Bitcoin are traded on the futures exchanges now.
I thought it was only
But
commodities that could be traded on the futures exchange.
dude, you didn't know that
Talking about-
Bitcoin is actually listed on the futures market?
No,
talking about
it didn't.
Forex?
No, bro. No, it's actually listed on one of like the Chicago. No, I don't think it's Chicago Board of Trade. It has to be in New York. So the
What
New York
futures? Where do I
Mercantile.
trade it? E-Trade?
I'm pretty sure it's a
No,
derivative. Either way, this stuff has been going on for ages. What's the surprise?
Well, dude, something has to happen when that asset is traded on one of those exchanges, dude. Like,
Where is the
it's
futures
like,
market traded?
well, in any like clearinghouse that'll clear it, but once that happens,
Ameritrade,
it's manipulated,
Schwab?
dude. Like, it happens to any like any asset that gets able to be traded, like Tesla or any company. It's
Where-
like it's bastardized.
I think they have to IPO first. Yeah,
Where-
before any of
where
that can
is that-
happen. And I don't think
Where are the
XRP's ever IPO'd.
You guys think it's
Where are the futures
decentralized,
traded?
but it's actually commandeered by you know the money the money rulers, dude. Like,
You don't even know where this is traded at, bro. Why are we even talking about it? You don't even know where to trade this at.
okay, look, let me find out, because you can trade Bitcoin on the futures market.
Where? E-Trade, Ameritrade, Forex, JP Morgan. Where?
Dude, you're thinking retail, dude. I'm talking about the actual clearinghouse, dude, and the people who take the other side of the trade. Like when you have like a futures market, you have like three general groups that are trading it. You have the commercials, you have the speculators, and then you have the large hedge funds, okay?
All right, I'm
So
a
I'm not
speculator. Where
talking
do I
about
trade it at?
eToro, or I'm not talking about fucking, you know, one of those retail firms, dude. This is like big shit. Like,
So you're saying I can't
big
trade
orders.
futures?
Oh man. Okay. If you're not gonna listen to me, dude, that's fine.
I'm trying to listen, bro. I'm trying to figure out where do I trade these futures?
He's saying it's not for the retail investor. He's saying that this is all like where the big boys play. Like you've got to be one of these like commercial institutes in order to have the access to it or something. Is what it sounds like.
Cool. Where do they trade it at? What's the market
On
called?
the
Where- you know, where
CME
is it?
group. If you know what the CME group, it's the overnight or electronic
Off-
market.
The offshore broker, CME.
It's not an offshore, dude. Do you know what the Chicago Mercantile Exchange is? It's in Chicago.
So I can't trade it though. You're saying because I'm small.
You got to
peanuts?
be a 21
Oh,
Savage.
man.
But you're saying I can't trade it though because I don't have enough money.
When did I ever say that?
I don't
You
know.
said you were broke.
Listen, I may work for peanuts, but they're chocolate coated, so.
And they don't melt in your hand.
I mean, you know, you can trade futures at all kinds of places, right? Though.
Yeah, you can, but once this asset has or derivative has been listed on the futures exchange, it's highly manipulated. Meaning they can peg the price, they can take it wherever they want. They can
That's
use
what's been
manual
going on.
intervention.
That's
Well,
what's been going on with
obviously, right?
Bitcoin, dude. Yeah, like
Yeah, they
Tether.
haven't let it. They haven't allowed it to move at the type of rate that it was moving before, right? It's just straight vertical.
It's
It's not
market
doing that
manipulation.
anymore.
Tether holds more Bitcoin than any other institute, bro. Like they just openly came out and said that the other day. And I've been saying, dude, for years now, how we're gonna see another crypto crash coming soon due to the fact that Tether and Bitcoin are synonymously related, and they're artificially increasing the price of Bitcoin.
Yeah, if
And
Tether's
it's all
got any
the cat's got.
my bad, I thought you were done.
Yeah, I was dude.
If Tether's got any kind of goofy shit
But
going
yeah.
on, my bad, I thought you were done. Go ahead.
No, they do. They got goofy shit going. Yeah, go for it, man. Say it.
Yeah, if they got any fucking monkey business going on, and you know those guys, I've heard bad things about those dudes that are running Tether, and yeah, everything's run off US. Everything's run off Tether in the crypto world. Not everything, but a lot of stuff runs on Tether. So there could be serious issues.
Yeah,
like big time.
That's kind of why I'm hoping we see the XRP pump before that takes place, so that we get 2 points of entry into making a shit ton of money, dude. I'm anticipating
Well,
this crash, but I'm also
you
anticipating the
alluded
rise of.
that it's legal, right? What was actually established when you said it was legal now?
That the secondaries market exchange does not constitute a a security, meaning that if you bought your XRP on like Coinbase or an institute like that, then it's not a security. So all the shit that we've got as the retail investor, it's not a security, bro. Like they were trying to say that all crypto is basically a security except for Bitcoin. Like that was like their sideline interpretation of it. So now that XRP's got regulatory formal clarity on the matter, and they're not by law a security, that means other cryptos are perceivably a security, including Bitcoin. So now with the this bill that they just did, it's called the Blockchain Regulatory Certainty Act. It's going to allow cryptos that are approved to function in real time within these commercial banking institutes, meaning that XRP is going to be the only crypto to be adopted by all these commercial banking institutes and actually used. Formal clarity on the.
That's strange because these companies started in the 2010s. It's already 2023, soon to be 2024. Well, yeah, Bitcoin started in 2009. Okay,
well,
so it's almost 15 years, man. Like if we can't figure out how to use this technology and the government doesn't adopt it, they're obviously stifling it. Doesn't that tell you something? Now there can be another setback, right? Because you think now, okay, the banks have to adopt it, right? Or they can not have to. They can, right? They can start using XRP to move their money. Okay, but just hear this scenario. This could happen. Do you I can envision another lawsuit of take your pick, but maybe not even that. They could even do some other sort of tactic. Lawsuits are easy, but damn, they can even just blow up the exchange itself, like corner it or to stop it. They could do whatever they want, dude. But I guarantee XRP won't be the banking form of of the way money gets moved around. There's just no way, dude.
There's
I
no other
guarantee it.
technology out there that can do what XRP can do. And if you're going to try to recreate that technology, you're decades behind. And also, not including the networking that XRP is already established. They're already networked with the most powerful institutes out. So,
do you know what you're talking about, though? Like, I don't think you get it. Like, the implications of letting some
Wait, are you
decentralized
doing like
currency.
a Xanic or something? I don't
Let
think
the
you can
guy
understand, man.
No, it's all right. Go ahead, bro. All right.
No, don't
You're
interrupt,
accusing
please.
me of
My
being
lord.
Xanax, but I'm just.
No,
I mean,
yeah, you got
God.
interrupted. Go ahead, good one. Right.
Oh, that's all right, man. I'm just talking about, what money actually does, for countries. It's, it's their power, dude. Like, the United States is not going to hand over their power to a decentralized private company like XRP, dude. It's not going to happen, dude. Like,
Well,
I
yeah,
don't
they're
know
not going to
why.
hand over. They're not going to hand over the power. But the problem is that you have to understand, Goodway, is that the faith in the fiat U.S. dollar is diminishing worldwide. Nobody wants
Well,
it.
you can
Everybody's
claim
trading.
that. You can claim
Everybody's
that, but
trading in the yuan and all these other currencies. Like, so with that being said, what the rest of the world's woken up to the manipulation of the U.S. dollar with all these QE 1, 2, 3, and 4, and it's never gonna end, bro. They're printing money like no one else's business, bro. And nobody wants to have their wealth tied up in an asset that's easily manipulated through all this fraudulent activity. They want something that's a little bit more solidified in the sense that it's going to be stable to a large degree.
so I've heard BRICS is the answer. So you're going to take 4 menial, unstable countries and try and build a stable currency out of that.
No, this is the answer to that. This is the way to prevent the BRICS from taking over. It's allowing innovation and technology to pave the way for the future and keeping America, a superpower.
But BRICS would never take over anyway. Like, even
What are you
if
talking about there?
Dude, those countries are so unstable. Like, you act like
they're unstable because of us. That's the whole reason they created the BRICS. Because we've been manipulating their asset classes for far too long, and they're awakened to it. They don't want to deal with the bullshit. That's why they're separating themselves from us and trying to do their own thing, and they're becoming more and more powerful. And unless we thing and adopt this digital technocracy, then we're gonna get left in the dust, bro.
Okay, we're not gonna get left in the dust. I'll tell you why. Like, America's gonna keep doing the same thing it's always done, which is, produce, innovate, and just. I mean, we hold all the technology, right? We got Google, all the infrastructure there, and
But that's the point, Good White, is it's all going overseas without any formal regulatory clarity on how to interact within this industry.
I don't think
from
it's
government
going
oversight.
overseas.
Then,
I don't think
yeah,
it's going overseas.
So let me finish. Let me finish real quick. If the summary judgment didn't come from Annalisa Torres the way it did, XRP, Brad Garlinghouse, and David Schwartz already openly said, "Look, we're just going to move out of America. It's as simple as that. The rest of the world wants to use us. America's our last hurdle, and if they don't want to use it, we'll go elsewhere." And a lot of companies have already left America. A lot of technology and innovation has already left America because of this whole stifling of it. And
well, I'll tell you what's going to happen. Those 3 people you just named, they probably won't be living much longer. And anybody else who tries to develop that technology is not going to be alive either.
the technology is already there.
Like,
it's not dependent on somebody's life of whether or not they're living. The genie's out of the bag. There's no putting it back in the bottle. It's over, dude. The technology's here. It's either going to be implemented, or we're going to see a fully totalitarian government that's going to just say, no, sorry. Nobody
Yeah,
wants
we
that.
will see that. Haven't you noticed? That's kind of what's going on here.
And that's why a lot of people are like, have had it. They're leaving America. They're moving their businesses overseas, and yeah, nobody wants to be governed that way, and put into poverty intentionally. Like, it's not fucking ideal.
Well, what's the alternative, dude? You let some. We're not about to let some, radical government take control, have, start a world power with a decentralized cryptocurrency. That country
That's not how it is. The dollar will still remain. The dollar will still remain. Just because XRP is being implemented in the system doesn't mean that the fiat and the dollar just goes away. This is the currency between currencies. It's the exchange between world currencies. That's all it is, dude. It's just a way to transact globally quicker and more transparent. That's all it is, dude.
Dude, you think the United States wants transparency, dude? When we allow and regulate a black market just south of our borders, we allow them to operate with cash for years and years. I don't know, 30 years, and before that, it was even further south, right?
Talking about Mexico?
Yeah, I'm talking about Mexico, dude. They are not going to allow cryptocurrencies to be the normalized exchange and
How do
do
you
away
know?
with cash. Because you know what would happen if that
I
happens?
said, how do you
There's
know? Not why do you know? How do you know?
well, it's just common sense, dude. They're not going to allow this to happen.
So that
Because
this is
first
your
of
vague
all,
speculation. This is your subjective position, yeah.
okay, then why don't they start right now then? Let's just let's boots on the ground to Mexico and crush
an argument nor a response to my
all the
question.
tyrants and all the cartels down there, and let's just crush them all. Because there's a
Dude, I
big
asked
problem
you,
down
how
south.
do you know?
How come
I'm not saying
we're
whether
not
you're
going
right
after
or
them?
whether you're wrong. I'm asking you how you know, and the best you could give me is your subjective opinion.
Well, that's
Hey, we're
fine.
gonna
That's
let
all.
him
That's all
respond
I
now.
pretty much. That's pretty much all I have, right? But something that can be tethered to that is the time, the intrinsic time that's allowed for these things to operate. It's not like we're pumping the brakes and saying, "Hey, we got to stop these cartels."
Such a dick.
They're using American dollars as their funding tool. There's people dying, right? Because that's always a big motivation, right? We've started wars on, this such and such country, like say for instance Saddam Hussein. Oh, they're using chemical weapons on their own people. That's a great reason to go to war, right? And we can convince the American public that we need to intervene. Well, same thing for Mexico. There's a lot of people that are dying over there. They're being there's these cartel tyrants. They're being bullied and killed at alarming rates. All the women are dying. The men can't go to work. They're forced to join these, pick a side between the cartel or get killed as well. There's a big problem. We got to fix it. I don't see anybody doing that. It's kind of like let's nothing's happening over here. Let's just let business continue.
The way I see it is it's the FBI and the CIA's little puppet, dude. It's their scapegoat. They get to use these guys in whatever way, shape, or form they choose, and for all their dirty work, dude. Money funneling, population control, you name it. That's how I see it. There's a divine connection.
Yeah, how are these little operations? I didn't mean to interrupt, dude, but before you keep continuing, how do you think these organizations are going to be able to operate without cash? You think they could use XRP, dude?
Well, no, that's why I said I don't think cash is ever going to go away. That's not what I'm saying. We'll still have cash. We'll still have dollars.
They could just use um, private cryptocurrencies, and then they give us the public ones. So the dumb fucks are sat there using FedCoin CBDC, and if they want to transmit FedCoin CBDC to Canadian fucking central bank coin CBDC, that's what XRP does. It's cross-border payments. So you would transfer your Fed coin in the US to central Canadian bank coin with no charge, essentially money changing instantaneously for a fraction of the price it usually costs. It's an extremely useful case of technology. And
Do
then
you know how much money would
for
be
the
lost with
cartel
that?
for the cartels, for the fucking big business banker fucking types, they're gonna have their own they're gonna have their own private blockchains where they can do their accounting and move their resources without you looking at it. So that would be the replacement for cash, something that they own privately. Because all it is a ledger, right? That's what it is. These are ledgers.
Yeah, on the ISO.
Okay,
people
so
fail
currently, to change money. Go ahead.
Nah, I think you got first. Go.
No, well, I've been talking a lot. Go ahead, man.
All right. Well, I just saying because you're going somewhere else, but on the whole topic, I think people don't tend to acknowledge the state of reality before crypto even came up, which is that things were already digital. So the idea of this digital thing is like, oh, it's not going to be there. It's already been there. You don't like nobody's bank account is a vault full of cash. So all this is a delineation and a more like a higher form, if you will, of digitization of the middlemen, hook-nosed degenerates that have already been there. Now, obviously, I'm throwing in hyperbolic fun just for lols, right? But that's all that's happening. And I think the assumption that this isn't going to happen is a weird one to make, because why wouldn't you just assume that they did this on purpose and that they're just playing it as if it's decentralized and all the rest of this narrative that they throw in the mix?
I think they keep things where they want them, and I mean, a big ship, like a big cargo ship, is going to take a long time, to change its course. Maybe that's happening, but I highly doubt it. I think it's highly calculated, highly manipulated, and the way a country like the U.S., for example, the way it sets its course is kind of the way they want it, and I don't think they're going to allow like a company like XRP to come in and make banking and money transferring easier. I think that can blow up a whole forex market. If you think about it, who's gonna be profiting off the buying and selling or the changing of value and devaluing of currencies? There's a
Well, that's the whole point.
multi-trillion
That's the whole
dollar.
point. That it's not. There's minimal expenses. Like if you let's say $5 million from Japan to the United States, it would happen in virtually seconds, like less than 3 seconds, for probably about
Well, that's
5
the whole
cents.
problem. Yes,
Well,
that's
that's
the
not,
whole
but that's
problem,
not a
dude.
problem. If you look at the big picture, though, if you look at the big picture, the way we do it traditionally right now is through nostro vostro. If you look at how much liquidity is tied up within Nostro Vostro, it exceeds the world debt combined. So if you've got that much liquidity tied up, sitting in an account, waiting for a future fucking transaction to be had, and you were to remove that and disperse that liquidity back into the economies, imagine what that would look like. That would essentially in itself be like hitting the reset button. Not even including all of the other remedies that come with it. So just
No,
that in itself.
That's not what I'm saying, dude. Okay, hold on, real quick. What I'm talking about is the current system, like kind of the way we have it now, is people lose money off the value of a currency, right? Some company wants to do business, or they want to build something in Europe, say, but their currency is in US dollars, but they have to, transfer it to whatever, the pound or the euro. Well, that takes time. Now, it's that time that is gonna be that person can lose, that the value of that money. There's trillions of dollars made off of that. Now, if you fix that problem, where is that money going to come from that they made before?
Like I said, liquidizing the whole Nostro Vostro world accounts. That's where that money's going to come from. It's going to change the purchasing value of your currency that you're currently holding now. It's going to increase the purchasing value of the dollar and of the rupee and the yuan and everything.
No, but increasing the purchasing power, that's not generating new money. That's only.
You don't have to generate new money when you're increasing the value of the money you're already holding, dude. That's the point. So Mexico, where they're using like a 1,000 freaking pesos to equate to whatever the conversion is.
It's not
like
1,000,
all of that.
It's only 20.
Or whatever. You get my point. It's not one for one. So it would start to decrease that margin of a divergence between those two currencies.
So what does that do? That just inflates a
curves question.
A money value. That just makes things more expensive or cheaper. That's all.
Bro, you're not actually asking direct questions. So you can't.
No,
disagree.
he's not. He's just saying that it's going to increase the purchasing power. That doesn't change anything.
Bro, you keep going on these long things, but then the question isn't very clear, and then you answer to the other person as if that doesn't answer my question, but your questions have not been clear, so no one can really answer them.
Okay, let's nail things down then. Where do you want to start?
I don't know, bro, but when you go on this long thing.
Okay, you can keep attacking me personally, but let's stick to the actual topic.
Maybe you could shut up when I'm talking, dude. What's wrong with you? I'm just saying, dude.
No, let's just.
Well, he keeps trying to attack me, but okay, if that's what I'm doing, let's stop that and let's nail down an actual point that was made.
Okay, I got this under control. All right, Noah, stick to the point. Don't hold on, Noah. Just stick to the point, and nobody interrupt. Okay, go. 1, 2, 3, go.
Okay, so the point is yeah, you can't say my question isn't being answered when someone responds to an unclear question. That's
so let's clarify these questions then, dude.
All right,
can we move on? You keep saying that we can't move on. Well, you're the problem then.
Moderation.
Take a previous point. Were you done? No, hold on, Flat D. Hold on. Were you done?
No, I wasn't.
Oh, dude, don't interrupt. Let him finish. Go ahead, Noah. Say, we'll know when you're done because there'll be a long pause. Go ahead.
Fucking bullshit. Okay. Yeah, bro. The whole thing. I don't know if this is gonna answer your question because, like I said, your questions are vague. They don't really have answers because they're not specific.
Look, he keeps doing it, dude. I've asked him multiple times to stop.
What's going on?
Straw manning me, dude.
Address
this
it
is all
after.
his argument, dude.
I'm just gonna tap. Okay.
He's only
hold on,
attacking
no, I got
me,
this.
dude.
I got this, Noah. Hold on. All right, listen.
Did he strawman you or did he do an ad hom? I mean, which one is it? Just let him finish and then
Well,
you can address it. Noah, please just stick to the point. Don't,
I'm trying.
don't. Okay, go
Around to
ahead.
it. Moderation. This guy just fucking blasts through me every time I get around to
I
it.
know. I don't even know what's his screen name. I'll temp mute him. I got this. What's his screen name?
Our curves, I think. It's fucking
All right,
ridiculous.
go ahead, Noah. I know. Go ahead. Finish your
Okay,
thing. Good white. You'll be able to address it all of it after. Please don't add hom or strawman or anything crazy.
yeah, nothing crazy really went on. Okay, so I'm gonna get to my second point now. So essentially, there's these central banks, and then there's these like commercial banks underneath them, like the banks that we go to do our checkings and day to day like bullshit with, and we have accounts, savings account, checking account, all that shit with them, right? Those guys are essentially acting as agents for the Federal Reserve, like legally, they're acting as agents for the Federal Reserve. Every time you exchange your signature to get some physical cash over the counter, that signature actually goes back to the Fed because they're acting as an agent. And so essentially, with this central bank digital currency, I don't really know about other countries, but I'm sure it's a similar situation. But in the case of America, instead of banking through a middleman, which is acting as an agent for the Federal Reserve, if they had a Fed coin, you would just be directly banking with the Federal Reserve, giving them like direct control over you, but also giving you, I guess, direct access to the source of your money. So in a sense, um, is essentially with these cryptocurrencies and with this like whole currency exchange with the XRP and stuff, where you can essentially change one currency to another for instantaneously for like thousandth of the price, 10,000th of a price, all of that shit. That's just both those two, I guess, solutions that this technology, I guess, lends itself to. Just cut out the middlemen, but the top big wig, top hat, the big bankers, the big fish, the sharks, it actually profits them more. So it's like the extremely elite rich are cutting out the lower rich that are closer to us, essentially. But no, it's not like all the rich people are losing. The uber wealthy, the fucking international bankers are gonna make much, much more money and power from this. It's just the loser teller at your fucking neighborhood who's gonna lose out.
Okay, go ahead, good white. Noah, don't interrupt him, please.
I don't even know where to begin because this guy was being 100 times more vaguer, if that's if that's a word, than I was. He kind of stated the central banks and the middlemen that go in between these banks. That's not even what I'm like. Like he's just stating like already known facts and just claiming that an XRP coin is going to be able to make it better, like by saying already things that we already know. But if that's the case, why don't we adopt it? 5 years ago. How come we don't do it right now? How come Biden isn't blasting on the like Biden, whatever agenda they're trying to push, like, I mean, I follow Biden on Twitter, right? And he's always talking about, something that has to do with either guns or some minority or some, environmental issue, right? That we need to work towards or jobs. Those things. I never hear him talking about XRP and we need to make this our, our designated coin we all use. Like none of that. So until that happens, I'll believe, what you're talking about. But until then, it's just a pipe dream, dude. Like
That is a very illogical way to view the world. You listen to what the guy says, and instead of what the administration is actually doing. Daiso's been telling you what's actually currently happening. That they've passed whatever the case was. That now it's deemed acceptable in the legal framework, right? So that's
No, but
the
it was
actual action. So it's like if you're watching somebody saying, "Well, I don't like ham, I don't like bacon." Meanwhile, they're eating a hot dog. It's like, well, I don't really care what they're saying because they're eating the hot dog. And the way you're arguing is that no, I don't care what they're doing because they said that they're gonna do this or they're saying something else. It's not
Or
a
they
very
haven't said.
it's not a very sound way to approach the topic at all.
okay. So that lawsuit wasn't actually for what? Okay, look.
Ever heard that old saying, good white? Don't bet against the Fed. Never bet against the Fed, or even Wall Street for that matter. You kind of place next to the dollars. Like whatever they're doing, you just follow that. Like, and if you look at that trend, you'll quickly start to see like what's being adopted and prospected for the future utilization of future transactions, and it's revolutionizing the whole industry. It's like analogous to what the internet was prior to prior to that. How expedient and efficient it was to send messages or emails for that matter, or what's the other one, or the internet to the library, sourcing information. How inefficient it was to go to the library and pull an index card and walk the aisle and physically find the quote or the citation or whatever it was that you're looking for,
Can I
versus
just
having it
point
at
out that
fingertips
this?
in a matter of seconds. Yeah.
Can I just point out that this the dude that was talking before, when he said about the lawsuit, let me just point out that the lawsuit is between the U.S. I don't even know much about the lawsuit. I don't even follow it. But I'm reading now that it says the cryptocurrency secured an early victory versus U.S. regulators. So let's look at this here. You got the cryptocurrency industry is versus the U.S. regulators. Why is the U.S. regulators trying to regulate cryptocurrency?
Well, it wasn't the U.S. regulators. It was specifically the SEC, the Securities Exchange Commission, and
That
they
is the
stepped
main
out of their
U.S.
judicial
regulator for
boundary.
any financial.
No,
It is.
no,
It is the U.S.
no.
regulator.
Well,
That's the main one. SEC.
hold on. Hold on. That branch
That's the
specifically is
Security
for
Exchange
securities,
Commission.
hence the name Securities Exchange. And then you have commodities exchange commission. You've got all of the different asset classes, right? Have their own branch of authority, legal authority. So the problem is they stepped out of judicial boundaries to perceive it as a security, as a hammer would perceive everything as being a nail, and they tried to stifle innovation in doing that, and were quickly swatted down by Congress and many other government branches.
Why didn't you, look? Wouldn't it be wouldn't Biden be able to say, hey, no lawsuits against Ripple or XRP. Let's start using them as our official money.
No.
And let's just be done with this. Why are they letting this happen? Why are they letting this stifling continue?
Why are you asking rhetorical
Biden
questions?
doesn't have the power to do that.
Well, I'm saying if XRP was supposed to be this, God gift to the money lenders, why aren't we adopting it? Why are we trying to stop it? Why are we trying to regulate
It is being
it?
adopted. They're pushing it through the way they want to push it through. You're just not seeing that.
Yeah, because
you're being
the problem
you're being played by the
problem
pantomime.
is when it first came out, right? All the banks bought it, and so they realized that they were breaking the law. They dumped it, and they kept their hands off of it until this whole thing had to transpire. It was like kind of a way to create law on something that didn't exist prior to. So this had to happen in order for laws to be created and understanding to be had. So
okay,
It's, to-
so
it's
the
totally
lawsuit
intentional,
was
though.
that
So.
it's the lawsuit was that it's not um recognized as a security, right? That's been established. Is that what happened?
right.
Okay, so now it's gonna have to be here's the problem now. Isn't it gonna have to be redefined and then uh, I just foresee a new lawsuit saying, hey, this coin or whatever isn't even established or recognized. It can't be used, period, until you do such and such, or whatever. This coin can't be used. Is that possible?
Well, that's without it being said, that was kind of the case because the banks don't really want to get themselves involved in legal matters unnecessarily. So, like, they had to have formal understanding on the matter before they could adopt it and utilize it. So now that the whole ruling has happened, there's something to defer to when understanding how to perceive it. So now that that's established, they can now start to acquire it. And the whole thing is, the powers that be want the large banking institutes to have first dibs on getting their ducks in a row before the rest of the public sector dives into it and profits off it. So it was kind of a way
This is tough.
to manipulate things in a large way, kind of like what they did with Bitcoin. Like the whole beginning of Bitcoin, they were telling you that it's a Ponzi scheme and it was problematic and people are going to lose a ton of money from investing in this. Stay away. All while they were acquiring it themselves. It's been shown on record that Diamond, Warren, a lot of these major players were all purchasing this stuff the same, telling you to stay away.
Yeah, everything that you see on the outside is just narrative management. And like Dyson was saying earlier, this stuff is all built on faith. So if they're going to garner faith for the populace the way they want to, for the game that they've already planned ahead of time, because whether people like it or not, XRP is owned by the man, to simplify it, right? I'm not going to go into detail because it's boring. But it's not the it's not the freedom that people think it is. So they're doing this on purpose. So when they do something like this court case or whatever the suit was, this is management of the narrative so that people accept what they want them to accept. Everything else is irrelevant.
So you're saying this was a control mechanism, kind of like to roll out the crypto market, but
the whole crypto market is a control mechanism. You got to roll with it. Fiat currency is a control mechanism. You either learn how to use it or you get abused by it. If you don't like any of this, your option is to be an Amish person or a cave dweller or whatever. But the reality is the reality. Like dismissing it because this wouldn't happen if this, with a whole bunch of assumptions, is a silly way to view the world.
Okay, but you're saying that's what they're actually doing. You don't have no proof of that. Like you're just saying, of course they're rolling out the crypto market in this way so they could control it. How do you know that's actually happening? You're saying
it's actually happening in front of your actual eyes.
No,
on
it's
a
not.
Daily basis. What's so hard to understand?
My point is the way they control, money now, and print money and do all these things. That's the way they want it.
Now, when you say
they don't want
who's
it,
they?
like the central bank. They don't want another currency in there to compete with the U.S. dollar.
Your
Well, it's
scope
not
of reasoning
necessarily
is beyond
competing.
limited, man.
It's not necessarily competing as much as it is enhancing it to be like the dollar isn't even what you think the dollar is. It's just a promissory note. It's not like actual value itself. Like it's all connected to other things stored away from your prying eyes, and you just have faith that whatever's there placing the value upon that paper you hold in your hand is actually where it's supposed to be, and said it is. You know that the Federal Reserve is
Well, there's different notes, there's different values, there's bonds, there's dollars, there's promissory
Yeah, it's all made
notes.
up.
No, I'm saying there's different values, like or different.
Yeah, the values are made up.
Well, to whatever they want.
Right.
And
they just make it up. So, it's like the value of meat. Why should meat be more expensive somewhere else? Or cheaper somewhere else? Who determines that?
Well, we usually have markets to determine values of things.
Yeah, but who's making those values up?
Well, they're set based off whatever, supply and demand factors that are currently in play. Which, I mean, like if you talk about the meat market, strange that, several, processing plants, blew up, or they had to kill, certain amount of cattle because there was a virus. Like, have you seen
Is
the
that
amount
really
of
strange?
Yeah, it is
Or
strange.
does that, or do those seem like methods to control?
Yeah, that's the method. I'm referring to the supply and demand aspect. Well, less supply means there's going to be a higher demand, higher cost follows.
Well, originally you said this wasn't about quantity and demand when we were referring to XRP. Why'd you say that? Not somehow going back to contradicting that it is.
I didn't quite understand that. What was that
So
again?
when we got into the original conversation, XRP and the Ripple token, you said that this isn't about quantity and demand.
I don't think I said that. But exactly to what about the quantity was I referring to? I don't actually remember saying that. What I was alluding to was the inability for I've kept this main tenet that the U.S. government won't have power to control that currency anymore. It's going to be owned by those three people that you mentioned, or like XRP and its staff, right? That's not what's ever going to happen. Like, you're not going to allow a coin to take over the world currencies.
I think you understand
that's ridiculous.
how the world works, then this is the problem. No, you're putting the argument backwards. You're assuming that this wasn't what they wanted in the first place.
Well, they haven't rolled it out yet, and seems like they're stopping all these coins. So
what do you mean they haven't rolled it? They're rolling it out in front of everyone's eyes, and
okay, are you using XRP right now?
People don't seem to let reality speak for itself.
Have you been using XRP for 5 years?
What does that mean?
Well, obviously you're not using it, so it's not being rolled out.
No, how is that relevant to the discussion?
Because it's not being used. That's highly relevant. So it's
Are
not.
things
It's not even
happening as we speak? Are things not happening as we speak? Has
Dude, that's
this whole quote industry not been rolling since like
it's not being able to be
2008?
utilized. It's like
What
the same
exactly
thing
is
as
your
like,
point?
okay, look, let's use
Says
an
who?
analogy. Let's use an analogy of different types of energy
No, let's
that could be
not.
used.
Let's stick with reality. Is it not
Okay,
out
so
there?
reality, I told
Are
you, are
things
you
not
using
happening?
XRP? You said no, so therefore
What have
it's
I got
not
to do
being
with it?
used.
What do I have to do with it? I could be a cave dweller climbing up a tree talking to you with a wire. What the fuck does that have to do with this discussion?
Well, my point's
Absolutely
made.
nothing.
Like, my point stands.
No, it's not a
not being
point.
used.
A point. That's not a point. That's just a refutation without any evidence.
No, it's a
Just
declaration and it's
nuh-uh. It's
established.
boring.
It's not being used.
It's
So what?
it's boring and it's
So my
banal,
point
dude. Don't do
Hold
stands.
that.
on, Elijah.
Don't present something without any evidence.
Elijah, you have an echo for one, and you're over talking constantly. Please relax. I don't hear
know
the
where
echo,
the
Jeremy.
echo is. Just making that shit
Yeah,
up.
he's good on that. But yeah, guys, let's keep it to one mic, man. There's no need to, throw down, so to speak. But
Just
so
relax. You're right, man.
your point is, Good White, that it's not being used. Is that your final stance on the matter?
Pretty simple, yeah.
What if I were to tell you it actually is being used?
Okay, who's using it?
You got various other countries that are actually using it. Their beta test went on like years ago, passed flawlessly, and ever since then, I think you've got, I want to say, South Korea. Currently, XRP is in the works with the UK on creating their digital pound at the moment. So they're all networked together. You've got all sorts of projects, dude. That's XRP is involved with and is actually currently functioning at this very moment.
See, the way I see it, okay, you said there's a whole bunch of countries that are using it right now, right? You made it sound like, well, of course it's being used, right? And then you said they rolled out a beta years ago in South Korea, and they kind of stopped there. And then you went on to another country, but you didn't really name the other country. So then you said they're doing many projects. So just let me. I know, but okay, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I could green on a little 2-minute clip. Like, their networking is so vast, it's kind of hard for like me off the top of my head to just start naming stuff off. But if you want, I could share my screen. I'll watch a small 2-minute clip where this guy like really quickly just lays it all out, like the whole who they are, who they're networked with. If you're interested.
See what? Yeah, I am interested, but if I can say one thing that I know for sure, there have been numerous penny stocks that have promised certain benefits to buying their whatever, right? And if you do, it's going to go up in value, and because of this, and all the promises to the world, right? I mean, take any companies that have recently, been bankrupted and you never hear from again. They close their doors and the money's just all gone, right? It's kind of like the same thing that's happening here, except here's one thing: we haven't seen the doors close yet. So that has to be taken into account. But I don't see like South Korea like becoming the world superpower.
All
So
right,
if
well,
they
I'm gonna
had the
share my
data,
screen.
they had the technology, why isn't South Korea like taking over the world, like with their dominant in banking and and money transfers.
Right. I know you got questions. It's all good questions, but I'm gonna share my screen if you want to check it out real quick.
Yeah, I'm sure I'm going to see a lot of promises of what XRP can do, but like I said, there's many companies that have promised many things, just never delivered. So
That's fine.
but I'll stick on.
Yeah, and I agree with that. All right, so let's
Every
watch.
fiat currency is a promise. What's so hard?
You're roboting, Elijah. We're watching a video.
One year later, Better Than Cash Alliance featured one social company on their website.
Hey, so I mean, yeah, it's kind of like like it's kind of what I'm saying, right? How many number of like ideas or whatever stocks have had, these same promises, same people backing them, and then come to find out, that CEO is dumping, whatever, how many percentage of that stock, uh, and then he resigns, right? Like all these guys come and go to all these different companies, like Enron, or that's just like one of the more like
That's such
infamous companies.
such a weak comparison.
It's not a
It's not
weak
even in the same
comparison, dude. Like,
stratosphere, dude. It totally is a weak comparison. It's not in the same ballpark. It's like comparing
I'm just
Major League to Pee Wee. It's stupid.
okay. That's your opinion. You're entitled to it, but
No, it's subjective.
there's plenty of these pump and dump schemes that happen all the time. This is nothing new. That's my claim, and I'm entitled to it.
Well, okay,
So what?
cool claim. I guess
I'll
I
tell
guess
you
keep
what.
making that claim until future tells
We
you
we
you're wrong.
can observe it in the price of or the value of that actual on the market, and and I'll just say time will tell. What is it going to take? 1 more years, 2 more years, 10 more years? They're talking about 2030. That's
Dude, you're gonna be saying the
ridiculous.
same thing in 50 years. You're gonna be saying the same thing when you're dead if this is how you think. Silly.
Well, and then I'll ask the same thing. Hey, Elijah, are you using XRP? No, not yet. We're still waiting on fill in the blank.
That's neither here nor there. Completely
Well, if it's
irrelevant
not being
to the
used,
topic
then it's
that was
not
raised,
relevant.
to the argument and to the presentation that Daiso was making. it appears that you're just really not having the conversation that we're having.
So I don't know if you guys are watching what's going on in the text. The thing I brought out today, they're all freaking out. They're all jumping, dancing, insulting me. But yet, not one of them has come up with nothing instead of, I don't understand. That's it. Nothing. I challenge any one of you, 4 or 5 against 1. Let's do it. This money talk is making me fall asleep. Any one of you guys got any cojones? Come on in, defend your model.
There's no Globers here, dude.
Come on, Blue,
They're
Dawn,
just
pick a
bored in the text
username,
chat,
all of
man.
yous.
Just ignore them. They're not real, man.
I
They're
like
bots.
that Hezbollah.
Just bot them out. Just send
Star
them memes.
Carter, come on, grow some cojones.
Hey, since we were texting earlier, and you said that you had destroyed the globe before that taboo conspiracy video came out. So let's go back to some of those old globe destroyers.
Well, yeah, the model destroyers, I call them. Where would you like to go? We can go with the axis of evil. We can go with the baby galaxy paradox.
Yeah. You know what? Let's do the baby galaxy paradox, because I quite don't understand that. But if you want, go ahead and lay it on me, man.
Yeah, sure. That's very simple to understand. In the cosmological model, they have a Big Bang, and they have a time frame of what happened after that. Very precise. You know how they always say we make predictions? Our model makes predictions, therefore it's correct. Well, it turns out they found 6 massive galaxies that are well formed, one of them many times the size of our galaxy. And the timeline just doesn't permit it to be there. So in other words, there should be a 5-month-old there, but they found a teenager, a monster, 6 monsters actually. So
Well,
that just destroys it. Yeah.
You know what they did? What I actually seen is now, instead of the universe being 13.8 billion years old, they now updated it to double that.
That's
Right?
correct.
So
Yes.
that's their way out.
That's one of the way up, but that doesn't work. And I explained this before, and I'll tell you why. Even if they double the size of the galaxy, I mean the universe, sorry, they still have to have 2 cosmological time frames. One of early galaxy and black hole development, and one without. So we have 1 bang, and we have 2 evolutions, like 2 digestion periods, like not digestion, when a woman is pregnant. Yeah. So that won't help them in any way, shape, or form. Does that make sense, what I said?
Not really. So let's go to, I guess, the first or second point you made about the black hole development.
Right. They have a certain time frame in which a black hole develops, and it needs matter. It needs a lot of matter to grow to a certain size, right? So the black hole problem is they have a black hole early in the universe, but there was no matter for it to eat, right? Black holes have to eat stuff, right, in order to grow and stuff. But there wasn't enough matter there in the early universe, according to their own cosmological model. So that does in the black hole.
So wouldn't that just mean a smaller black hole? I mean, because we have different sizes of black holes, right? Obviously, here they say CERN could potentially make a you know, a super like tiny black hole. So why would the size matter? I guess that's what I'm trying
Well,
to understand.
good question. Good question. Well, the size would matter because they found massive ones, right? If there's no matter for the hole to consume, the black hole, how will it grow?
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
If you have no food to eat, you won't become fat, type deal, right?
Right. So there's no other way a black hole can grow without having that matter there. And if it's and if the universe is still in its infancy stage, if you will, how can it get bigger? But
Yeah,
are you
that's it.
sure
Got
that's
it,
the
bro.
only way it can grow? Like, there's no other way it could grow? Like, how about just with time?
Well, time, well, obviously you need time according to their model, right? But no, you need the matter. Time won't do it. Time is just a measurement of events or whatever you want to call it, right? If you have time but you don't have matter, like if I tell you, okay, I want you to grow 20 pounds and I sit you on a table and the table is empty, you're going to look at me like I'm crazy, right? How am I going to
Well,
grow if I don't have food to eat?
yeah, but okay, for us, let's say, 20 years, like I can gain weight in like I can go on a bodybuilding diet, and in 6 months, I can get big, but I can also do the same thing in 20 years just with less food.
Yeah, but there's no food. There's no food in the early stages.
Yeah, but there has to be some.
Very,
And
very
is
little.
that
Not
some?
enough. You have to
Yeah,
understand, bro, this is by their own calculations, right? They're the ones saying this. There just wasn't enough food, according to their model, in that early stage. It's not a debatable thing, this.
so
You
what it
understand?
is there's not enough food for that size of black hole that they found. Is that the
Correct.
case then? That's wow.
Two
Well,
things, not enough food and not enough time for the growth. Correct.
so so what could be the alternative then? That could there be like another side to the universe we're not seeing, or could there be like how did that black hole grow if there wasn't uh, matter to consume?
That's a very good question. And that's what they're asking now. But first of all, we have to concede the fact that their model was wrong. Then we can proceed to, well, how did this happen now? But they're not even admitting, well, the scientists are, the guys in here are fighting it tooth and nail. The fact of the matter is, they first have to admit that it was wrong. The Big Bang model is wrong. The how galaxies developed were wrong. How black holes were developed were wrong. And then we can proceed to something else, like the scientist here in Ottawa that said the universe is twice the size. That's the first fix I heard.
Yeah. Hey, so we don't have any Globers in here that could defend their model, right?
All they tell me is I don't understand, and they got the measurements wrong. That's all I've heard so far.
Yeah, that's kind of like the normal rebuttal we get from them.
Yeah,
Like,
don't forget.
nuh-uh.
Yeah, they also said you're wrong, so therefore you must be wrong.
Yes. I'm wrong. I don't understand the model, and and they didn't mean what.
And you know what? And what they'll do is they'll go on to explain like the things that are already known. Like then this is what Zanuck does all the time. Well, I shouldn't be talking bad about any one person, but this is what they do. Like they'll try and roll out their model again, as if they're trying to teach us something. But it's just like a diversion tactic, right? Like, so then they're going to take you somewhere else where you don't need to be, like that's already been established, and then try and somehow like convolute things to where, you know, the problem that's at hand is not being addressed.
Exactly. Yeah. Like my buddy Blue, right? He saw the thing, he saw the video, and instead of addressing what it says, he asks me if I know what 5 sigma means. I mean, I'm the one that dropped the video, right? I'm the one that
Yeah,
saw it
there you
before him, right? So surely I know
Yeah.
what 5 sigma means. Yeah.
Well, I don't know what it is, so what is it?
5 sigma.
And is it relevant? And is it relevant to black holes?
Absolutely. It's relevant to all scientific experimentation. They use the sigma system as certainty. What level of certainty their observation or their experiment is. And 5 sigma is the top level of certainty. The way he explains it is, and he uses an apple, it's so freaking beautiful. He says, look, scientific certainty, when we drop an apple once, we're not sure. Even twice, we're not sure. But if we witness the apple dropping 2 million times, something like that, I'm not quoting him exactly, then we're sure. So that's
So
what sigma, 5 sigma is.
Yeah, I just Googled it, and it says the p-value or probability value of 3 times 10 to the 7th power.
Yep.
So, or about 1 in 3.5 million times. So you'd have to say, in order to be sure, you'd drop it 3.5 million times, or to do it faster, just use the sigma formula, which is 3 times 10 to the 7th. Okay, so are we going to have to apply the 5 sigma rule? But all that's going to do is like, that's just going to torture data, right? It's it's manipulating data, basically.
Yeah, bro, I'm with you, but you got to understand, these are this is the stuff they prey upon. When they hear sigma 5, it's like hearing, it's like hearing like angels sing for them. You have to understand that, bro.
But that doesn't address like the actual fact of the one question, right? Like, God, I see they're like way out of things. It's absurd, man. Like, okay, like you have established something that has happened. Like safe, yeah, like as simple as an apple dropping, but we can't be sure. Let's apply the 5 sigma rule and go ahead and waste 3.5 million drops of an apple to make sure. That's, oh man, that's absurd, dude. That's all he got? That's all he had?
Yep. That's all they ever have when they talk about certainty. Which of course there's no certainty for them, but then there's sigma 5 certainty, right? It's absurd, bro. They contradict themselves at every level. There's no such thing as proof, but we got 5 sigma proof. Certainty. Yeah.
Hey, why don't we use 5 sigma on their model then? And what's the term I'm looking for? Use their poison against them, right? Because we could say, oh, well, your model can be applied. We can use the 5 sigma as well and make it not relevant.
Yeah, I was trying to tell him that with Newton's second law, right? Now apply the 5 sigma to Newton's second law. It's not even a 1. It's not even a -1 sigma on this, right? You know why? Because they never observed it, not even once. So the second law is
Newton's
-20
what is
sigma.
it? The motion? What's Newton's second law? I don't even freaking know.
An object in motion will remain in motion until a force acts upon it, something like that.
Oh, at
Something will travel
rest.
forever.
Yeah, will
Yeah.
remain at rest. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, the rest is one part. It's all a hodgepodge, you know. The first one is at rest, and then until a force acts upon it, and then there's an object will remain in motion forever until a force acts upon it, more or less. It doesn't matter how we worded it. What he's saying is something will travel forever if you set it on motion. Complete and utter nonsense, because take the 5 sigma rule, law, whatever you want to call it, certainty. He didn't even witness it once. So it has 0 sigma probability. How do you like that?
Oh, you're actually saying he actually went forth and applied the 5 sigma rule to Newton's second law?
No, I'm saying I'm applying it. What if we apply it? Yeah.
Yeah,
What if we
so
scrutinize it?
what you found was negative sigma?
No, I'm just joking. Because he didn't do it once. What sigma would it be? 0 sigma if you don't do it once? How would you, what's the probability of that? 0, right?
Yeah.
If you did not witness of an event even one time, is there a probability there at all?
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So the apple falls once, twice, a million times, then we got 5 sigma. But if we never see something accelerating forever, what sigma do we have?
Yeah, I gotcha, man. Definitely.
Like, this is really bad for them, bro. They're like, this is like, there's no way out of this.
Yeah, dude, we didn't even need the taboo conspiracy video, but that one's pretty good, dude. That one's good as well. Man,
They're
this
all good, bro. Shout out Taboo
Yeah.
Conspiracy. They're all good. They're all nails in the coffin, I call them. Yeah.
Hey, dude, like when I went to go find the video, because I heard Witsit talking about it when he was debating that Jim Fetzer guy, and God, that guy was like out of control, dude. Did you see that video?
Of that old guy?
Yeah, the old guy.
Them literally say 2 sentences, and the way he's stretching the words, I couldn't handle it. I turned it off.
I know it's very hard to listen to that guy because he talks with like such a condescending tone, and God, like he doesn't even like have an accent like that's, you know how most accents like, oh, that guy's from New York, that guy's from such and such. No, this guy's like accent is like unrecognizable. Like it's odd the way he talks. He chooses to talk that way. But anyway, that's, you know, he's not here to defend himself, so I shouldn't talk bad about him on that. But what I will say is, you know, how he would lose control, which obviously means he's being defensive or, you know, projecting defeat. But not only that, like, you know what his rebuttal was for God, what I want to be specific because I don't want to be talking out of line, but like at the end of the video, Witsit was explaining gosh, which concept was it? Oh, the for the geocentric model and how it could also work, and as well as the globe, and I think it was trying to like how we could like observe curvature. Yes, that's what it was. And in Einstein actually quoted and said, "There's no device that we've been able to like measure or observe curvature." So, dude brings out a video of a rocket launch, and it's over there twirling in space. And Jim's like, "See, there's the curvature right there." And Dave Weiss and Witsit just busted out laughing because it's obviously a fisheye lens, and they're like, you know, they're like holding back their laughter, and it's like because they knew at that point, like this is all this dude has, right? And it was like clearly like, you know, slam dunk, right?
Yeah, when you hear some of their top guys and how they embarrass themselves, I mean, this is coming to a head. This is really bad, really bad.
Well, yeah, dude, pretty much literally embarrassed himself with. That's all, his not even anecdotal, but like his video proof. It always easily be debunked. So, but he's like,
It's so
there it is.
bad,
There's
bro.
the curvature. What more do you want? And he's like, and then from there, he just went on to like every red herring fallacy of the argument, right? He wasn't even attacking the argument anymore. He was just attacking Whitsitt and Dave like personally, and like it's like, oh man, it is beautiful.
Yeah, kind of like what they're doing now in text, right? I called 4 of them out, 4 against 1. They're not coming to challenge the thing, but they're ad homing me in the text. Yeah, that's what they do. That's all they have left.
I just peeked at the text right now, and Terry Tibbs, I don't know where he's at. He's not in here, but he's in chat saying sonar does curve. Yeah, dude. Have you ever looked into that, dude? Sonar curving?
I don't think I have, to be honest with you, but
Okay.
I've heard them talk about it. Yeah, it's kind of funny.
Well, yeah. So there's this special. See, look, they always do this, right? Okay, like this is another one of their tactics, right? So scientists have observed and like measured like different transmissions of sonar waves thousands of miles, right? First we got the whales, then we also got like certain buoys and stuff that have transmitted far across the ocean. Well, supposedly there's a special channel, right, where the temperature is just right, and what's the other factor? It's temperature, pressure. The pressure has to be just right, and this, the sonar wave will stay right in that special. It's called the SOFAR channel. It'll stay in this specific channel, and it's allowed to travel a lot further than say the other mediums, right? Like say closer to the surface, it's not going to be able to travel. The wave isn't going to be able to travel as far. But there's
Now
this
the
special
SOFAR
channel. Yeah, the SOFAR channel, deep underwater. I think it's 1,000 meters underwater, and
now
it
that I know
follows.
a little bit about. Yeah.
Yeah, and it follows
There's
the curvature of the Earth, man, just perfectly.
It's freaked out, bro. That channel, right, is
Yeah.
yeah, just perfectly, yeah. But it's so people could know what it is, right? It's like a tube. Think of it like a tube, like a layer of different salinity water, and the waves, they say, bounce in between there. That's what the whales use, and I think even the Navy is using it. They call it the SOFAR channel. Yeah, you're right, bro. That's exactly what it's called.
Uh-huh. Special circumstances, right? Special pleading fallacies right off the bat. If there's, I mean, they can make up any they can concoct any solution for the problem. It's no problem. Skew the math a little. That's great. Whatever tactic they want to use, there's always going to be a way out. It's amazing, man. Like it never fails. Like they'll never concede. They'll never say, well, maybe it isn't curving around the Earth. Maybe maybe it is flat. No, they're gonna say, hey, there's a special channel. Yeah, it is curving around the Earth, and there you have it. Like they're not gonna concede ever. There's always a way, right? Just like
That's
with
okay,
the
though.
Sigma 5 rule. Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay because we expect them to do that. And thing is, it's not about them. This is what, they haven't realized yet. I want them to be the way they are, to be honest with you. I want them to be like this, unreasonable. So the people listening to it are going to see what reasonable people say and what unreasonable people respond. So this is good.
Well, I don't think so, because then there's always going to be that battle. If there could be like a concession and a conclusion to this debate, and we can just move forward, and well, shit, we do got a flat Earth, and maybe these videos were these space videos were CGI, and we had to fake it because we went too far, right? So we had to keep the momentum going. Well, we couldn't just drop it on you guys like this. So it was in your best interest. We had your best interest because the shock value would be too great, and you possibly couldn't continue your day normally because you'd be preoccupied with the Earth being flat and all the problems and questions that you'd have, and we just wouldn't have the time to answer it. So we just thought we'd continue with the momentum, and right, it's like we'd continue lying to you. That was like our easy way, for this problem, right? Just continue lying.
Yeah, listen to this, Don, when I challenged them, when I called the four of them out. This is Don's answer now. I can't debate SC. His premise is wrong, and I've told him already. Maybe tomorrow on the next wrong. So he won't debate me because I'm wrong, and he told me already.
But what are you wrong about?
I don't know. He doesn't say.
Oh, just claiming that that we're wrong, just
And when I
by
ask him, you know what
default.
he's going to say? Everything.
Yeah.
Right?
Not one thing are you correct on. Yeah, but
Everything is
isn't
correct.
that like, well, wait, isn't that the thing we're trying to do here, right? We outline the argument, right, and we take both sides of the coin, and we try and figure out which one's which, and then we find the correct thing here. So just claiming that we're wrong right off the bat, that's not fair. That's not being fair, because we never had a chance to ever argue our point, argue our side.
Yep. They just say wrong, don't understand, and back to the shape of the earth. That's what they do.
Well, yeah, I guess that seems
And he
like the easy.
thinks that dark matter being wrong has no effect on heliocentricity. Wow, you can't be further from the truth than that. It will affect everything. It will affect your gravity. It would affect how your matter coalesces. It would affect how your orbits work. It would affect everything. Everything. They just don't get it. Or I think they get it and they're just, just playing around.
Yeah, I had a probably a off topic, but as far as like their model, right? We claim, their model, the heliocentric model, which basically only consists of what the sun and its planets and its orbits, right? That's the model, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what happens when you start to include all the other stars and their positions and their gravity pulls? Have they ever been able to model that?
Well, everything is taken into effect in their model from the beginning of the Big Bang. That's what I was trying to explain before, to the expansion, to the evolution of, stars, and then galaxies, and then
There's
quasars and all
no
that
way that
stuff.
they've modeled. There's no way that they've been able to model that. That's ridiculous, dude. The amount of computations that they would have to already have had that expansion known, and then where we are now, and then like no way, dude. Like they haven't
It's a
modeled the
philosophical
universe.
model. Philosophical, like religion is, right?
No, what I'm
Philosophical, yeah.
saying is, are you saying that they've already modeled to where the expansion is, to where the Milky Way started, and then our planets developed, and
Yes,
then
everything.
no
Even our
way, dude.
moon.
There's no way, man.
Oh, come on, bro. You haven't heard of the Theora story of how the moon formed?
Well, yeah, gosh, I forgot that. The collision, but there's a name. Yeah, yeah. That's just the
Planet.
moon, though.
Well, yeah, we just see a thing there, but they have an idea of even how that was formed. So, yeah, everything is connected. That's what they fail to realize. When I tell them their whole model is finished, they don't know the model well enough, or they're being coy about it or whatever, that everything is dependent on everything. If you change dark matter, it's game over for your model.
Yeah,
If you change
because
dark
it affects
energy,
everything else. Yeah.
yeah, it's all connected.
So then you got what, the 3-body problem, right? And so you want to outline that real quick? I'm sure you know about the 3-body problem, right? Yeah, I mean,
Well, yeah, they
you
say that
guys
they
are
can't
well versed in
calculate.
all this.
Yeah, that's simple. That's an old one. They say they can't calculate like 3 bodies, the rotation, the orbital positions of 3 bodies correctly.
So then how do they model their, the heliocentric model?
With really cool mathematics. That's what Don Pettit would say.
Yeah, he would. Yeah, he would.
With really cool technology. I already told you how the effects are in heliocentrism, Don. I already told you everything is connected. Gravity would be off, completely off, throwing all your predictions out the window. Everything. Is that clear enough?
Hey Don, come in the chat, man. Come in BC. I'll hang back because I'm not well versed in all the arguments but so like if a Glober would want to come debate with me, I'd probably defer because I wouldn't be a well representative of the other side. So, but I'm sure SE, he can handle himself. Look, he says, I doubt he can. Look, if you can, I doubt he can. It's great. See, like
Yeah, they
they'll
can't
attack the
defend this,
weakest
bro.
link. Yeah.
This is 5 sigma. They know what this means, right? 5 sigma. That's their own model, their own words, their own things.
Oh, here
You
we
see?
go. We
Can
got
you
Blue
show me the
Marble
math?
in the
Here's
chat.
blue.
Hey, yeah, we got blue in here, dude.
He's gonna ask me to show him math and stuff. Yeah.
Dude, is this their tactic now? They're just gonna hang out in the nosebleeds, yelling
And ask for
and
crazy
screaming,
things.
dude.
Like, even though I showed him a renowned astrophysicist saying all this stuff, this is not me. This is a renowned astrophysicist that is saying this.
Hey, I
And
had
he
a quick question. Hey, about your icon, dude. What is it? Is that the James Webb Telescope or something? What is that?
Who are you talking to?
Oh, USC, like your icon.
That's a dog on a skateboard.
Oh, I can't see it, dude. I'm on my phone, bro. You're like, that's a dog on a skateboard. All right, I couldn't even make it out.
Yeah, that's the skateboard paradox. Yeah, that gets them triggered to high hell as well. Yeah.
What's that, dude? Explain it
Oh,
real
that's
quick.
old, bro. That's old. That's the bridge, the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge. In the early days, they would say, "Look, this is proof of Earth curve." So I would ask him, "That's actual Earth curve, or is it like a visual effect?" No, you're crazy. I see. That's actual Earth curve. Okay. So I would tell them, "You see where the end of the bridge is there, where the curve is more prominent?" They'd say, "Yeah, yeah." What if I would put a skateboard there and gave you a push? What would happen? And they're like, "Nothing." Well, why would you say something would happen? Yeah. But meanwhile, they just said there's a curve there. See the dichotomy there?
Yeah, so
Of course, we
that's
know
kind of
there's
like
no curve.
yeah, that's kind of like one of the first. Well, I guess not like how DMOC would put things, but like kind of like the original DMOC. I guess what he was asking for, side view or like serial box, but it's similar to that then, right? Kind of.
Yeah, there's my buddy Rakia. He knows about that bridge. We named it after him, the Rakia Bridge. What's up, bro? I don't know if we can talk. He's playing. Yeah, yeah.
Anyway.
Good luck, bro.
Yeah, man, it's interesting to see, dude. Like it's come a long way, but I mean, there's still resistance from these guys. It's strange.
Yeah, so check this out. Now that Rakia's here, he made me remember of something. Since you asked me about the skateboard paradox, that was done on that bridge. Now, equally, the people that measured the bridge told me if I was standing on one side of the lake and they were standing on the other side of the lake, which is like 24 miles long, approximately, that there would be a 90-foot hump of water. And the same guy told, yeah. Now listen to this. The same guy told Rakia that if he was standing on the shore and he had 20/20 vision, that he would see a drop of water.
Yeah, and then the whole double drop hump. I kind of was listening to
Exactly.
that. Yeah.
So you got two drops that make a hump of 90 feet of water in the center. Like sheer lunacy. I say this because just to make fun, like to show people how their exploded mind works, right? Because we know how water goes. Yeah.
Well, wait, hold on. Let's actually look at it because so we're taking the lake, right? And it's 24 miles long. And you're saying in the middle there would be two drops from that middle point. But at the ends,
no, the drop starts at your feet.
Yes,
at either
yes.
shore. Yeah.
But everybody's going to have that same drop, right? Because it's level. The curve is level. So everywhere is going to be dropping, right? Like everybody has that first initial drop.
Yeah, there's always drop on their model. From wherever you are, there's always drop all around you.
But then
every
there wouldn't
location.
just be double. Yes. Even to infinity, there'd be drop all around, like equally, right?
Yeah, in their model, yeah.
So then why would there only be double drop? Like if there's infinite drop?
I know, bro. This is just bringing out the to get people to start thinking of the nonsense of how they think water flows, right? This is all about water flow.
Yeah. So the lake. So the problem is You'd have to start in the middle. Like okay. So yeah, explain the water problem then and how the water flows. I don't know about that.
Listen to what Rakia typed. From your toes, it drops until it makes a sphere and comes back to the back of your feet. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. This is the nonsense.
Well, wait. To be fair, the lake has boundaries, right? It has a bank. Well, not river. It's not a river, but it has boundaries, right? It's
What do you
banked.
mean?
The lake.
The lake? Well,
Lake Pontchartrain. It's not like free water, right? Or like ocean water.
it runs into the ocean, but it's a lake though. See,
Okay.
it says the lake has shores with rivers. Yeah.
So okay. So now, which way is the water flowing? Like, does it have like a primary direction or?
That's where Rakia comes in. He'll tell us soon.
Oh. Oh.
By the way, guess how deep this river is?
Lake Pontchartrain.
Yeah.
You want me to take a guess, or go ahead and tell me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'll
I'll tell
guess.
you.
Wait, maybe I think I've heard it. 24 feet deep.
Something like that, and less in some places. Yeah.
I know, dude. How ridiculous is that? Like lakes,
I couldn't believe it
dude.
when I found that
Yeah,
out. Yeah, I
no
couldn't
way,
believe it.
no way, dude. Like we have lakes, like where I'm at. We have this lake. Well, it's not. Yeah, okay. So like there's this place called Santa Rosa, right? And there's this lake. It's called the Blue Hole Lake, and it's actually from like it's 100 feet deep, but it actually goes a lot deeper. So, but yeah, like, and then we have like other lakes that are like 80 feet deep. Like it's not just a 24-foot fucking body of
Yeah,
water, like
most
deep.
lakes vary, of course, but this one's kind of shallow, man. Like really
Yeah, very
shallow.
shallow. Yeah,
So to your flow
definitely.
question, Rakia responds: flow south to lower elevation, from lake to Mississippi River to Gulf of Mexico. Higher elevation to lower water flow. That's right, brother. He knows how water flows.
Well, let's not forget about the St. Lawrence Seaway.
Oh boy, don't get me started on that.
Hey, so if water is flowing, then but if it was flat, why is it flowing? And is it only flowing in that direction because that's its exit, like port, like that's its where the water's flowing because that's the only place that it could exit? Is that why it's flowing that way?
Water
The
wants
water
to
flows.
get. God,
Sorry.
No, go ahead, Jeremy. Go
Sorry,
ahead, bro.
Jeremy. No, I clipped them and sorry, Jeremy.
Water wants to go to a lower elevation. Like if it has an option, it will always go to the lower elevation.
But if the earth is flat, why would it be flowing anywhere? Like why wouldn't it just be stay where it's at?
It's a damn good question, and the answer is because
this
the
isn't even a
earth ain't
model thing.
flat.
Just wherever.
Oh, sorry, I think I clipped you,
No,
bro.
it's not
Jeremy.
even a. It's fine. It's not even a model thing. That just happens on globe, flat, whatever it is. It's like a reality thing. It just flows to the lowest elevation that it can. Just that's how it is.
And so, like, you
That
could
would
still
happen
have
on
a flat
flat
Earth.
Earth, on the globe, whatever.
Yeah, like elevation change isn't exclusive to only a globe, right? Because they'll say, well, it's water's flowing because it's curved, but you're saying this could also happen on a flat Earth too.
Well, their elevation profile is curving. Ours isn't.
Yeah, but we still have topography, and like even though like, well then, okay, well, why would water flow on a flat Earth then? Like I said, why wouldn't it just stay where it's at?
Because it's more dense than the air. Because it's more dense than the air. It wants to go down.
But wait, hold on. What do you mean down? What do you mean down? Like down from where? Like on a flat
The
Earth?
opposite of up. The opposite of up. You know, you got a plumb line. One way's up, one way's down.
Yeah, I know. But if you got a flat Earth, then up and down, and you got side to side, the water's going to be pushed down to the the banks. Then like whatever's trying to contain that water, and once it's exceeded, whatever the sides can contain it, wherever that there's a release area, that's where it's going to flow to. Then is that what you're saying? Why it flows out to to the ocean?
Yeah, because there's a way for it to get to a lower elevation. Yeah, dude, if you have let's say you have a bowl of water, right? You just have a bowl of water, but the bowl's not like, perfectly even on all sides. Some of the spots where the bowl has somebody took a bite out of it on one side, say, cut a chunk out of the bowl. So now there's like this missing part of the bowl. And if you fill the bowl with water, obviously the bowl is going to start overflowing on where the bite got took out, because that's the lowest spot. I don't know. I don't even know what you're getting at.
Yeah, so the rim would be the flat Earth part, right? Is that what you're saying? And the bite would be lower elevation.
Yeah. It's the same for both models, really. There's nothing different other than the elevation profiles curving on one. And the one, the bowl of water, if nobody took a bite out of it in their model, the bowl of water would be higher in the middle. There would be a giant hump, if you will, of water, where ours would just be, it would just be flat, horizontal, level, whatever you call it.
Well, it's not the same in both models, because water doesn't curve, doesn't form a ball. That's ridiculous.
Okay,
Water
so
seeks its equilibrium. It seeks the lower spot and equalizes. It doesn't curve.
That's what I just said. That's what I just said. The difference was. I know.
But here's the thing though. Let's look at the oceans then. If they're either contained, we do see that oceans do have currents. So why is the water moving like it's flowing somewhere? Where is why is the water flowing in the oceans on a flat Earth?
First of all, the Earth is not flat, number one. And number two, water could flow various ways, pressure differential. I think the main thing is the sun.
Yeah.
The heating and cooling causing current, causing water to go down, come up, and that in turn causes gyration, temperature change.
I agree. Yeah, that could play a huge factor on the currents. Yes, got it.
That's just one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then there's wind.
Wind. Yep. Wind.
Yeah, but the thing is, you got to understand that in order for water to flow, right, the way we use it in reality, right, forget about the oceans now. Here on land, right, where we can check things out for ourselves, we know one thing for sure. In order for water to flow, there has to be elevation change.
Well, let's take an analogy of the bowl that Jeremy used. Okay, like we take a bowl, fill it with water, like it's like water, right? Like immediately will, seek to just stay still, right? Like, or be pushed down, I guess, by all the weight of the
Rakia
water.
puts it good. Slope is why water flows. Elevation change, slope. One side higher than the other. Very simple. Go in your house, look wherever there's a drain. Look, find a drain anywhere in the world, right? You know what you're going to find? A slope towards it all around. Find any drain you see anywhere in the world. There's going to be a slope to it. You know why? Because water is going to flow that direction.
So you're saying,
Well, not
okay,
always.
the Earth.
What about a
Okay, so the
whirlpool?
Earth isn't flat, but the Earth has a drain.
Hold on. We got a not always.
What
Let's
about a
hear that one.
whirlpool? What about a whirlpool?
A whirlpool.
Yeah, if you're saying the surface of the water is always level, right? And we got a whirlpool where where the bottom isn't, you know,
Yeah, I guess
the
that would be different.
mechanism.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. I guess that would be an exception. Yeah. But there's
Okay.
still, even the water pool is like sloping inwards, right? Even that is like that cone thing. So
Yeah.
it's still a
Well,
slope.
it's yeah, it's the lowest pressure mediation. That's like that whole vortexual pattern follows the geomagnetic precession of the flow of how pressure and temperature mediate themselves. Like it's all intertwined, dude. Everything follows that vortexual pattern.
Yeah, I'm
It's
not gonna disagree with that, with how, sinkhole and that, but we're just talking about simple water flow, like in the most basic terms, like
right.
slope. Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. That's that sink, if you will, that vortexual pattern is the lowest pressure mediation geometry of expression between any set object or liquid or even pneumatics for that matter.
So I guess what I kind of gather this from SC is like when he said, no, the Earth isn't flat. So I get that he's trying not to say what the Earth is and what the Earth isn't. I kind of get that now. Because I guess we just don't know then, right? SC? Is that
Yeah,
kind of
because
where
he
we're
said,
at?
why doesn't water flow on a flat Earth, right? Why does water? And I responded, because it's not flat. We have, elevation change.
Well, even if it was just that, like you would still have due to temperature, right? Like and pressure, so you get those convection cells taking place.
Yeah, we talked about that with the ocean and the sun. Yeah, for sure.
Right. I heard you guys. Yeah, that was pretty good. I learned some stuff actually.
Yeah, and the
I forgot
circuit of
that.
the sun, right?
What's that called
And
again?
the circuit of the.
You and Goodwhite were like familiar with this term they use. I forget what it's.
Well,
In
I'm not
reference to
familiar
what?
with the term. Just the concept of the sun. Uh, well, yeah, like the sun in its circuit, going over the certain part of the water, creating turbulence, temperature change. But I don't think we even discussed about the pressure.
Well, there was a name for the salinity in the ocean that causes these this certain this certain depth at the certain depth, if you will, which the whales communicate through, is what the claim was. But there was a term for it. I forget what you guys
Oh,
use.
the SOFAR channel, yeah, and it
Yeah, there you
actually
go.
it's an acronym for. It's such like, yeah, it's such a easy acronym. Like basic. Let me look it up. SOAFR channel.
So far,
Check it
yeah.
out.
The way it sounds. I couldn't believe the name when I first heard it.
He's saying it's an acronym for a multitude of other
Yeah,
words.
Oh,
yeah,
is
I'm
it?
looking it
Okay.
up.
That's cool.
Yeah, he's looking it up.
Probably something to do with sonar, far ranging, something like that.
Yeah, here it is. Sound fixing and ranging channel. Like that's
Yep.
so vague and like it doesn't explain anything, right? Sound fixing and ranging channel.
Yeah, I
And of
told you I
course
read
they
up on
show
it.
That's
and
just
of course they show a hump in the middle and a boat on one side and a curve.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And then
I know
but
exactly what
then
picture you're talking about. Yeah.
yeah, I can't share pictures in here, but if
Everybody's
you
seen it, I think, bro. Yeah.
yeah, it's ridiculous. It's
Just picture a tube in the water with a hump on it. The way they have their Earth curve. Picture a tube inside of it, and yeah, that's it.
well, what they're showing is they're showing the water curving. They're showing a boat on one side, and then underneath they're showing like land or like the ground, but that's flat. That looks horizontal.
And the
Doesn't look
boat,
like curving.
and the boat
And
is
then
a
the
curve.
boat, yeah, the boat is like tilt I guess pitched up, I guess. You
Yeah.
guys would have to see it, man, because it's hard
I
to
think I have a
describe.
picture. Let me see. I know what you're talking about, but I want to see the rest of the guys to see.
Well, I think if you were to stop posting, pictures of your junk in the main chat, good way, you'd probably have access to be able to do things like
No, I never post my junk.
that.
For some reason, dude, Geo, he just, I ask him and he just ignores my request. So I think that's kind of odd.
Was it your misunderstanding that it wasn't perpendicular but perpendicular? That's an easy
Yeah,
mistake to make.
definitely.
Posted my picture.
So here you go, boys.
That's the one,
So far
dude.
channel.
Biological plumb bob, I think, is what you referred to it as. Good way.
That's a meat thermometer.
So they've recorded whales communicating, I think, up to 4,000 miles or some crazy number like that.
No, actually, on the NOAA, they have a claim of 10,000 miles, SC.
It's 10,000? Okay, it's been a while since I read it. Thanks for correcting me, yeah? Crazy, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yes,
like how
Barry,
that
they
boat
say it
isn't even.
bounces. They say it's a different salinity channel in the water and that the waves bounce up and down. That's how they explain it. I wish somebody would come in and defend the latest findings, because this is old news, this stuff.
That's funny. Just when you asked for it, man.
Oh, right. Yeah. Look who just showed up.
He's been waiting for
Was
you.
it
Jace.
Santa Claus?
Yeah, it is Santa Claus. And his favorite reindeer, Jace.
His pet dog, Rudolph.
He would be a good guy to talk about this. He knows what 5 sigma means.
Do you identify as a Sigma, Jace? Or is it 5 Sigmas?
No, he'd probably be a alpha, or no, actually, like, to be honest, his dog's always barking. Seems like he's taking the lead, so seems like the dog is the alpha, so which would pretty much make him a beta.
Does your dog lead the walk, Jace? Seem like you're always out of breath, bro. I don't know.
Let's not make fun of him, guys. Come on.
His
Come on, we
dog
gotta
is
have
dragging
some
the
banter.
shit out of him.
We gotta have some banter. Come on.
Let's be ethical and polite and stuff.
Yeah, Asmo's not funny.
Who made you the fucking determiner of comedy?
Actually, it's pretty funny. If you were talking to me, that is. It's just not polite.
He knows we
Yeah,
love
but
him.
who needs fucking political correctness?
Well, we could have a shit show.
I am selling tickets, by the way, half off.
But there's other places for that.
Gem pandas.
Yep.
I mean, Jason's probably been teased all the time about his asthma inhalers. He's always, probably treating it.
He's been taking too many jabs. That's why. Fuck up your
But
immune system.
jabs that are
I'd be interested to hear Jace's take on this new discovery. 5 sigma, certainty that the dark matter is not so.
He's going to take some jabs at you about that, I think.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm willing to handle it.
Isn't exactly. Yeah, good.
5 Sigma personalities wrapped into one Glober. Trying to explain dark matter. Go ahead, Jace.
Sigma.
Never heard of the Sigma male personality characteristic archetype?
To be honest, I've seen like YouTube like titles, but I've never watched any of those videos. But essentially, they try to like say that men are like alpha or betas or something, like a dog, like how dogs and wolves interact. But then I don't really like. I can get that. But the thing is, the alpha doesn't fuck a lot of chicks. The alpha only fucks the alpha female, and then everyone else doesn't get the fuck. So it doesn't really correlate. And I don't even
I
get the
think
whole sigma part.
Yeah,
There's like
yeah.
an omega too. There's all kinds of weird shit. I don't get it, dude. It doesn't make sense. Because in a wolf pack, there's the alpha male and the alpha female. They're the only ones who mate. No one else mates. No other females mate in a wolf pack. But yeah,
Isn't it that the alpha dog gets to eat first, but it's like the sigma is out there fucking all the other alpha's dogs, right? Because
No,
he's
there's
busy.
You're wrong. There's only 2 dogs that fuck in the wolf pack because there's not enough resources to feed the pups. So only the alpha female and the alpha male fuck. Everyone else is celibate in the wolf pack because they're too busy fighting to survive and get meat and shit.
Yeah, I don't know if this necessarily correlates with like the animal kingdom's hierarchy, but
Right, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't, which is weird and strange how people try to make classifications that don't actually like translate, Because in human
Yeah.
culture, it's like the guy who gets chicks fucks like a bunch of chicks, and then there's the normal guys who have girlfriends, and then there's the fucking losers who have no girls. But in the alpha pack, nobody fucks except for the alpha male and the alpha female. So it's like it doesn't really actually correlate,
That's more like prom. Wait, no. That's weird. It's kind of like a royalty almost.
Yeah, they're the only ones
Like
destined
a
to have any kids
wolf
because the
hive.
thing is they're
they're not civilized, right? They're just a bunch of stupid wolves. I mean, they're smart for animals. They're not smart like humans, right? So the
Well,
resources to raise
it's
some pups up is really hard. So it's like a competition amongst the females and males.
well, that's kind of the thing. It's like there's only so much resources within that small territory that they control. So they have to minimize, their how many pack members they have, and that's why they only allow like the elites to breed or whatever, which is the alphas, and then so like I think if humans like were on that same level, like if we didn't have farming and like a way to prepare for the future type thing, I think kind of we'd be doing the same thing too to a large degree. Like we've only got so many, cows or buffalo within this certain area. We can only have so many of us before we're just starved out.
Well, I
Yeah,
think we
like
did, dude. Like with kingdoms,
wolf
like we only allowed certain amount of like pilgrims to be in, to do your work, because if there was, more pilgrims that could revolt against your army and take it over, that wouldn't, you know, then
yeah, okay.
you could lose your kingdoms. So yeah, I think that dynamic was there as well.
So like in another instance, like in a real life scenario, not I don't know about any of this other shit, but when wolf packs, like if a female that's not the alpha female gets pregnant, the alpha female will actually run her out of the fucking thing, and she'll most likely either die or her pups will die, or they'll basically she'll be a lone wolf trying to survive without a pack while having to
Create a new
feed
pack.
her kids. Yeah, well, I guess
Maybe
less
that's how new
essentially,
packs are
but yeah,
created.
like, so yeah, so like even the alpha female will not let the alpha female will not let the other female wolves mate, and the alpha male will not let the other male wolves mate. So they kind of just
I think that's
they have a
actually false.
they have a monopoly, I
That's
guess it would say,
no,
on
that's
what the
actually false.
offspring of the next generation would be.
Did you know that the other females help the alpha with like feeding, like the pups and stuff, and also like protecting her, and also like not breeding but like feeding and stuff. So it's like a concerted effort to helping, like the other females will help the alpha female.
Yeah, but that's essentially different than how human beings go, right? Because in a human being society, and in like a man society or whatever, a man and woman society, there's like the king who sat there has like 90 wives and he has all his kids. And then you have like the normal fuckers who just are like, they have one wife, maybe two wives. And then they have like the slaves and peasants underneath who have nobody and just work until they die. So it's like it's kind of a completely different structure than the wolf pack. So that's kind of my whole issue with the whole labeling something an alpha or a beta or whatever, because it doesn't actually correlate to the same structure that the wolves have.
Well, in The Hangover, that movie, they had a wolf pack. They did all right. They survived. You guys haven't seen that movie, The Hangover?
I thought there was like a
One.
tiger or something in the bathroom, huh? Is that the right one?
Yeah, it's Mike Tyson's tiger.
Oh yeah.
Takes place in the United States.
You want me fuck on chow?
It's like the third Hangover. Did they go to?
I'm still
Hey,
wondering
guys,
why Jace is quiet.
It's a geography lesson. Go ahead.
he's trying to figure out a response to the latest 5 Sigma. It's kind of hard.
He's cramming right now.
What is a sigma supposed to be, Die Slow? Because I'm of the
I don't know,
opinion that
bro.
none of this shit exists. I'm of the
I don't know,
opinion that
bro.
none of this shit exists. None of this shit
All the
exists that we
videos,
came up with.
yeah, all the videos that I've come across, like that have just popped up because it's nothing I've ever searched for, but they just looked all depressing and shit, bro. Like this guy in a room looking out the window and like nothing in the room and just all kinds of like weirdness, bro. So I was just like, yeah, I don't think I got time for Sigmas, so I just backed out real quick. Like,
Well, I just classify it into power, bro. There's the extremely powerful. Then there's like the average powerful, which is like your everyday dad. And then there's the weak men who, women aren't interested in. That's it. It's only about power. It's not really about anything else.
But they actually proved that women are more attracted to dad bods. There's some studies that
Dude,
show
women
that.
are
really?
power. Women are attracted to power. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how as long as that power is expressed, that's what attracts them. That's why the most powerful men have multiple wives. The normal, everyday Joes have one wife, and the weak men have no wives. That's just how women decide. That's
Yeah,
all it
women.
is.
Do you
Yeah,
know
women
when?
love. Hold
Do you
on,
know when?
women.
Decide
Women.
based off of the power
Yeah.
structure. Whoever's in power
Oh,
is
you were done. My
how
bad.
attractive. Oh, no. I'll just finish up. Women decide based on the power structure. The most powerful is the most attractive. The least powerful is the least attractive. That's it. That's all it is.
Yeah. Well, let Jeremy talk
Yeah,
because
it's
he's
not going.
actually in the woman's bathroom right now. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Thank you, thank you. So, if women like dad bods so much, why did Magic Mike grow so much money?
Yeah, it's complete nonsense. And also, they've actually done these. They do these things where they go and ask women, "Oh, do you like a dad bod?" And they say yes. And then they'll show them a picture of like Seth Rogen with his top on and off or whatever. And they'll be like, "Nah, that's gross." And then they'll show them a picture of like Daniel Craig with his top off, and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, that's a dad bod." Daniel Craig with his top off is not a dad bod. It's just an older guy with a six pack. That's what they mean by that.
Yeah, because
That's
old men usually
no.
have
That wasn't the
old.
picture they showed. It wasn't Seth Rogen. It
It
was
was.
of
I've
like
seen.
Brendan Fraser and some other dude, and it was
So
some
they,
muscly guy. And
when
they
you say,
actually preferred. Go ahead.
yeah, bro, when you say to a woman, "Do you like dad bods?" She's and they say yes. They're picturing Daniel Craig. They're not picturing Seth Rogen. I'll tell you that right now.
No, I'm telling you that wasn't the pictures that was used. Like I said, they used Brendan Fraser and another muscle man, and they actually the
Dude, it doesn't really
majority picked.
matter. These are peanuts.
Well,
This is
okay, like
Pennywise.
so you're
This
saying
is
like
Pennywise
science
and
doesn't
Dollar
matter?
Serious.
Like
Yeah,
they
because
actually
if yeah.
they
I'm saying
compiled
I'm
it,
saying that
the
I'm
data.
saying that you can be the best bodybuilder on planet Earth, sat there in the dance floor of the nightclub, and yeah, you might make out with some random chicks. But if I'm sat there and I'm some fucking 60-year-old fucking not even fit, just fucking random guy, but I have bottle service and a bunch of chicks surrounding me and security guards, I'll get more pussy that night because I have more power. It's all about power. It doesn't they essentially they think that this body or whatever, they're attracted to it because it's a status symbol. Oh, this guy went through this much hardship, he has the power to at least change his body. Yeah, that's going to be more than someone who doesn't, but like that's the pennies. The fucking dollars are when it comes to real shit, like having a house, having cars, having connections, having the ability to defend yourself and your woman. All of that is the dollars. The pennies is what you look like. I mean,